Good morning to everyone. Happy Friday. It's good to be here. I'll let the Discord know. Sorry, I was 1 minute late. I'll leave that one up. But good morning to everyone. You'll see by I just went outside. It's like pouring rain in Arizona right now. Back-to-back days. I better not need an arc. Peapod, hey, good morning. Kyle, good morning. Sandra, good morning. Kat, good morning. Wow, good luck with that name. Wasn't me. Hey, Olivia, long time no see. Good morning. Mike C. Lindsay Lou Who. AJ, what's up? Bah humbug. Who's hitting me with the bah humbug? It's Friday, dog. You gonna hit me with bah humbug? It's a great day. I got rice cooking in the microwave. Got a 3-day beard. I don't plan to shave. That's a goofy thing, but I just gotta say, hey, I'm doing all right this morning. Good morning, Felice.
Hi.
That was sweet. Oh, look at this!
I know.
Happy Festivus. What do you?
Christmas Eve's Eve.
Okay, is that what
I'm
commie
a
pagans?
present. Yes. 6 commies in a row.
Six
I want to go meet the Colorado Supreme Court.
Yeah, I loved that. What's up with 2 of those commies? Seemed at least 2 of them seem to be pretty pro.
Oh, my hat's not gonna stay.
How is that staying
Right.
on? Is it like a
Oh
headband?
no, it's like a head. Yeah, it's a headband, but I just need a different background where it will show up.
Is it pouring where you're at?
Yeah, it's been raining for a long. This is not gonna work.
Can you hear the rain in the background? And where I'm at? I
Kind
had to
of,
take.
yeah. But I
Yeah,
thought that was my. But now I'm realizing it's you. I thought
yeah.
that was the
It's
rain in the background.
my car yesterday. I had some issues like late last night. So I had to drop it off, and then because I didn't have a car this morning, and I've got to get over to my ex's house, I actually am in like a makeshift setup in the garage at my ex's house. So you can maybe hear the
You
rain there.
know, that's cool.
Thank you. Thank you. You want to
I
come
like it.
over?
Yeah,
We can make everything real.
sure.
We can make everything real uncomfortable. Actually, it
I'm
wouldn't
sure
be
she's
uncomfortable.
nice. I'm sure
Super
I would
nice.
get along with your ex more than I probably get along with you.
That's probably true. Like my
I'm
yeah,
sure. I'm sure
my
she's a
family's
lovely
coming in.
person.
She is lovely. She's very nice. Like my family's coming in for after Christmas, I guess in early January, and they're all gonna just stay here and hang out with her, and I'll be here. So
Oh, I
I'll
was gonna
do
say, so they're not coming in for Christmas.
no
What are
after
your plans this weekend?
Christmas. Is Christmas this weekend?
Well, I mean, it's like
Holy
Sunday is Christmas Eve. You don't even know that it's. I just realized it this morning. And I put this hat on to try to pretend like I knew the whole time.
Oh
Did you not
no.
go Christmas shopping?
I gotta go to Target. I gotta
Go to Target.
Well, I know what my daughter likes at Target because she points it out every time I take
I
her
know
there.
kids aren't hard to shop for. You know what you
My
should get
daughter's
her? Okay,
3. She
this.
loves Target.
Well,
It's
I'm
like her
going to tell you
favorite
to get
place.
her because I'm basically a 3-year-old. Do you know those horses that you like rock back and forth and it's like you're riding a real horse? Does
Yeah,
she already
rocking
have one?
horse.
Yeah. Well, no, not a rocking horse. Not like the old ones like we had, but the new ones where you actually go somewhere.
Oh no, I don't know anything about that.
Oh my God. They were like all the rage last year, but this year I saw like a pink unicorn one that's so cute.
Oh, she loves unicorns. What?
I know.
It's
That's
a.
what I'm saying.
I'm gonna look
I
this up.
figured all 3-year-old girls
Anybody in
love
Discord
unicorns.
that has suggestions for a 3-year-old? Well, she turns 4 this month. If any of you have suggestions, I don't know
This
shit
is better.
about anything. I don't. I just don't know anything about anything. I've had a
That's
weird
true.
morning. Listen, I'm just
Tell
I
me
have to
about it.
level with you and with everybody else.
Oh
Uh,
God.
First of all, you sent me the outline at 2:30 in the morning. What the fuck's going on with
I had
you?
a weird night. No,
I
I
woke up
didn't.
this morning. I'm like 2:30. Well, you
I had a
messaged
very
me.
weird night.
You messaged me at like 11:30
Like,
saying you had woken up from a nap, but I was asleep for that. And then 2:30 you're like, I guess nap's over. That wasn't a nap. You had like a full night's sleep just in the middle of the day.
yeah, well, I know. I don't know. Yeah, I was exhausted. You know how it is.
Yeah, you
I'm
have to
switching
spend
from
time with
being
me.
a night person to a morning person, which I'm actually liking. I didn't know how I
Mornings
would
are
like
terrific.
doing. Yeah, I didn't know how I was gonna really like doing. Well, just because lives, as far as lives went, I used to do them at night, because
Yeah.
Nemo is like up all night, whatever. That's on the weekends. So I've never done morning lives, but yeah, I'm realizing I like it much better. But sometimes I just can't sleep. But yeah, I went to sleep yesterday after well, whenever we were talking for a little bit. That I went to sleep for like 8 hours. Woke up and I was like, "What's it happening?"
Shit,
And then
I
I
just
stayed up
remembered
to like 3, did all the like our homework, and then I fell asleep for like
it's
3
amazing how
hours.
fast you can do it. So I gotta find Jen's backup account. I
I'm really
forgot.
good at things like that. Too bad I've been replaced by computers, but I'm really good at like pulling information into one place. It's a skill of mine.
No. You haven't been. Well, maybe you've been. I take that back. You might have been replaced by computers, but I wouldn't know because I don't really know how to operate computers. There you are. Thank you, Jen. There she is.
Guys,
Jen is
tap the screen
Jen is comment blocked on her main. Let's see. Manage
from
guest.
commenting in. So if you're blocked on comments, is that both on comments for videos and then comments in lives? I don't
I
even
don't know.
know. I've
I don't
never
know, but
I
it
never
was
get in trouble.
she simply told I don't even remember who it was. She just simply told them to try eating some eggplant. And I don't think, like, I think it's an important reminder to eat your vegetables. That's what I think.
That's a good
And
point.
it's got to be an algorithm thing. I don't know what TikTok was thinking, but I'm surprised that telling somebody to eat their vegetables caused such an issue. One thing you don't know, last night I was driving to go pick up my computer. Uh, and then I get a message from somebody, one of Mr. Jones's mods saying they're talking about soaking. Can you come in? And
Oh
that
God,
I've s-
just speak to soaking. You're the
that happens
official
like
word on it now.
3 to 5 times a week. Sometimes I don't even know who they are. I'll just have a message like, "Hey, can you come talk about soaking?" I've
Because
become
people don't believe it's real.
yeah, but I do 3.5 hours of political talk every day. I've debated people on this app now for however long I've been on this app, and yet I'm just known as the like soaking expert. That's kind of
I
disappointing.
think that's pretty cool. Why are you so disappointed
Thank
about
you,
that?
thank you. I added a bunch of clips
Yeah,
for.
you're prepared today. I'm so excited. It's like you. So go ahead, tell
All
me
right. Well,
something I don't
I
know.
want to get there when we get. I want to warm up to it. Because I know it's gonna get me fired up, and I do want to. I've been wanting to do this for a while, so let's just go in order with how you set yours up, and then when we hit the point the of this particular person, then I'll jump into them. Does that work?
Yeah, it's
Are those the
driving me nuts. I
lines
can't
in your
see.
carpet?
No, it's flooring. I was gonna
Oh,
say
I was
it's
like, damn, you're an
tile
excellent
or
vacuumer.
hardwood. No, yeah. Oh, I'm not one of those people. Oh my God. Yeah, I used to date someone who was one of those people.
Of a
You
line,
know,
yeah,
like,
my ex.
yeah, like you vacuum. There are people you have to like vacuum the carpet with like perfect lines.
Yeah, I would sometimes just like to be nice. I'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna vacuum today." If she was gone, she'd come home. She's like, "Yeah," and then I would hear she's like, "Thank you so much." And then I'd hear like 20 minutes later, if she thought I was not paying attention, she'd be up there with the
Revacuuming.
vacuum, just putting the lines in. Yeah,
But like, what are you supposed to do if you like? Are you not supposed to stand on the floor? I don't
it's hard to
understand.
do. You got to back out of the room. You
It's
have
like,
to
what
just
are you
vacuum
supposed to be
backwards.
doing?
Did he break the
Vacuum
carpet?
backwards.
Oh, that's not funny. Somebody's calling the carpet my ex. No, the carpet was not my ex. I hate all of you though, equally. Every one of you, I hate equally.
Oh my gosh, that yeah, we you walked right into
Yeah,
that. That's
sure
so
did.
funny.
Yeah, I didn't like that one bit. All right, well
That's actually just as
let's get
yeah.
going.
Oh,
Unless you're not ready,
don't
you
tell
want to
me
do a
what
little
to
more
do,
chit
guys.
chat?
I mean, no, we don't need to. Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 25K. I feel like talking to people. Do you want to talk to people? Let's
Absolutely, exclusively.
exclusively.
Yeah, like
So
if we
yeah,
don't
like
cover any
let's
stories, that's fine. Unless it's the guy that was in Jones's live last night.
there's well we should talk
That was the
about
most. It was the worst
what
conversation
happened.
I've ever had. It was just. It was like talking to like a random response generator. Like, whatever you said, his response would have virtually nothing to do with whatever you just said. He was trying to. What was he trying to prove? It was the
What was his
dumbest
name?
take.
Do you remember?
Fried eggs. There you go. Do you guys remember what his point was that he was trying to make? I was a little elevated last night. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's two foundations. There's the Spencer Foundation, which is like a left-wing think tank, and then there's the Diana Davis Spencer Foundation, which is a alt-right think tank that gave 25 million to the Heritage Foundation. And what this guy was Fried Egg was saying is that it was the Spencer Foundation. First, he's like the Spencer Foundation, this left wing, gave 25 million for Project 2025. I was like, that doesn't make sense. So I looked it up. I'm like, oh no, you just got the name wrong. Thinking this fact check worked. I'm like, no, that was the Diana Davis Spencer Foundation. He's like, yeah, they're the same. I'm like, no, they're not.
God,
He's like,
these people.
Spencer, just because of the word Spencer. That was it. And then he's like, they both donate to education. So one is just the parent company of the other. And he did that for 45 minutes. It was eventually I muted and just how
Two
hard it is.
nonprofits had the word Spencer in the name.
Yeah.
And so he assumed they had to be either related or
Yeah, but
the
it was
same
some sort.
company.
We couldn't even. Then we're like, wait, what's the
I can't do it
conspiracy?
anymore.
And he couldn't tell us what the conspiracy was either. I don't know. It felt like I was talking to definitely like a paid troll. That's what I think.
Like the guy, what's the man last? What was he telling us last night about the bit something that wasn't even real? It was just like a made up, like his whole premise. Mr. Listener, his whole premise was based off of like something about Verona. Remember? He's like,
Yeah,
and
that's
you're like,
right. The
it
oh, I've
wasn't even a
talked.
thing.
Wait, I talked to him. He messaged me.
He did.
Well, yeah, I told him thanks for coming on, and then I'll regularly do that. Like if I have a long conversation with a Republican on here, generally speaking, I'll message them after and just tell them thanks. And he admitted that the Treaty of Verona was fake. He admitted that it didn't exist; it was a forgery. And then he was like, "Well, but the point still remains," which I don't remember what the point was, but anyways, he did admit that.
There was no, there was. It does not still remain, but that's nice of him.
Yeah.
That he made. It does not still remain, sir. But okay, okay. So this is. I just have to talk about number one because. So I don't know if you guys know. I mean, I'm sure everyone knows like what's happened to like Kirk Cameron. Kirk Cameron has be what would you say has happened to Kirk Cameron? He just makes movies about the rapture now. Like he
Yeah.
was a mainstream star, child star who the Lord told him to get out of Hollywood and start making exclusively movies about the rapture.
Yeah, twice
And look,
nominated for Golden Globe for Growing Pains. Twice. A legitimate actor. Kirk Cameron got the same thing that happened to anybody who converts to like
his
anybody that
sister's
converts
name is
to a
Cameron.
religion and they're high profile
Oh,
because they
Candace Cameron is Kirk Cameron's sister? Is that what you mean? Is Candace Cameron Kirk's Cameron? No, it's not. Candace, there's the one from Full House, their siblings. I never knew that till right now. This is like mind blowing.
wait, is that real?
I get
Yes.
the
Whoa, what?
I didn't know that.
Also,
Wow, we could quit the show right now. Like
also
I
she
need
looks
to
great.
just sit with this. She does look really. She looks
47, she
exactly
looks
the same.
phenomenal.
What was her name? DJ Tanner. Not
Yeah.
that. Wait, is that yeah?
Yeah.
Donna Joe. That's a terrible thing.
Is that what
You know what
DJ's
I mean?
for?
Yeah, her name was
Oh
Donna
no, I
Joe.
didn't know that.
It's
I
awful.
didn't know that. Oh, that's
DJ was
terrible.
best. DJ was best.
No,
And
that's
they
not
lived
good.
in that San Francisco brownstone they lived in nowadays is probably worth like what, like 40 million.
Just yeah, like whatever the price is for houses in that area, and then like if they actually had shot it there, which I don't think they did, right? I don't think it was actually
No, I
shot
mean
there.
that was a soundstage for
Yeah.
sure.
Um.
In
Oh yeah, good
California.
point. Yeah, that was stupid. Never
But
mind.
those things in San Francisco, even back when they were shooting that show, I was like, there's just no way. This is like a single dad with like 4 kids. I guess there were way too many adults in that house. That's
Yeah,
another
and they
story.
all
But
like,
anyways,
yeah, you had news anchors, you had a musician, a stand-up comedian, and I don't remember what.
Uncle Joey was a little
Wait,
bit weird.
what did Danny do for work? Oh, he was the co-host of the morning show.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, wake up San
Wake up,
Francisco.
yeah.
Wake up. I love
That
that
is a lot of
cat.
adults in
It
one.
looks like
I never
Mr.
thought about that.
Mittens.
Cut it out.
My,
Thank you. Let's watch Full House. Let's just call it a day. Head to Discord and let's just
watch
live
it.
stream Full House episodes
Full
for 3
House.
hours.
That's a great idea. I'm not a sitcom person. The best thing that ever happened to TV is we got away from like episodic sitcoms. Like whose life, the thing that pissed me off about Full House was, I was a kid and I'm like growing up in a family where I was like, is this happening to everyone else? Is everyone's life garbage? And then I'd watch Full House and it's like in a 20-minute episode, there'd be a crisis and then they hug it out by the end. And I'm like, this is not how it's happening in my family. Like, what
That's all that
is
happened in my
going
family.
on?
Just hugging. That's all we did it with my family. Just hugged and solved crises.
Solved crises. Okay, so why I was bringing up Kirk Cameron, I did is because this is just relating. So I don't know if you know, along the same line of these people who were in Hollywood and then like found the Lord and now they're making movies about the rapture. Do you guys know the guy who played? Thank you for the crown. Who played Hercules? His name's Kevin Sorbo. He's another one of these people. Okay, like Kirk Cameron, he's worse though. Like Kevin Sorbo goes on like, Steve Bannon's show like once a week and just announces something is woke. And he has like a whole line of clothing. Ladies, just prepare yourselves. I don't know if this should be surprising, but he has like a line of clothing called The
Put down a
Future is
towel.
Patriarchy. It's
Yeah.
called The Future is Patriarchy. Okay,
Yeah.
just to give you an idea of how off the rails Kevin Sorbo is. His line of clothing, one of his best-selling shirts is called The Future is Patriarchy. Yeah, it's disgusting. Hey, the reality now is patriarchy. It's called Western civilization. Like, welcome
Yeah, what are
to
we
it.
trying?
It's like,
What is he trying? Is he
no,
trying
it's
to get?
because Nike sold a line of shirts and they were very successful that said like the future is female. And that's
Oh, you
what
know
I
what's
assume he's
you know what's
doing there.
always gonna take off is when people put out like a shirt that commemorates that's supposed to have an impact, and then right wingers mock it. Those are always popular sellers. Those are always trends that stick around for a long time. That's what I love about right wingers is their ability to take a trend and make it so much better. They're just so good at that.
Yeah. So this is like, so Kevin Sorbo is just all of the crazy right wing channels. He's always on being like, oh, we got to oppress women. They're getting ideas that they have brains. And now apparently his son has
In all
come of
fairness,
age.
I've noticed that. I have noticed women since I was young, like they
Women
have
are
started
getting
talking
ideas.
more.
They're
And
getting
I have,
ideas.
yeah, you share ideas, and I'm like,
I know,
does she
I know,
not know?
I know. I don't know where I get off with all
Yeah.
these thoughts. It's just horrible. I'm making men listen to my ideas and thoughts. But yeah, so his son now made an appearance, and I mean, it's so depressing. But you got to listen to it. So his son went on one of these far right shows, or actually Mike Lindell TV. Excuse me. I'm just
That's
gonna
where
play
this
you the
interview
clip.
was?
Mind you, you can't see it, so I just want you to know his son does have "The Future is Patriarchy" shirt on, okay? And goes on Mike Lindell's TV to promote. He says he wrote a book, but spoiler alert, it's a pamphlet. It's like it's a literal pamphlet that he like. Just listen to this. This is so sad though. This is what people are doing to their children.
The guinea pig for my parents when it came to homeschooling. And frankly, I would have to say I turned out all right. I wrote a book, which ironically Mike Lindell was one of the endorsers of. And I'm going to self-plug. If people want to get it at sorbostudios.com, they can. But I really, don't see any reason not to homeschool, especially now. I mean, the number of homeschoolers in the past 3 years has more than doubled. I believe we have over 5 million families across the United States that are home educating their children. And it's phenomenal kind of to see the growth in that community, because it really is a group that is expanding rapidly over the past couple of years. And it's great to see.
Yeah, it's so he has a shirt on that says the future is patriarchy. He's going to homeschool where they apparently learn to oppress women. I don't know. I
Did you ever
don't know
watch?
what's happening there.
There was a recent thing about the like it was. I don't remember. It was. I think it was on Hulu. They did like a series on the Duggars.
Yes, Happy People, or it was on Amazon.
Was it Amazon? Yeah. So
Yeah, I love a religious cult movie. It just takes me back to my childhood.
this is almost always true. When you take a young kid and make them a star, like a conservative star, and they're out there like saying like, "Oh, the whole world is changing, but I'm standing firm in my faith, and like I have values, and I'm gonna wait till marriage." Almost every time that kid winds up fucked up. Like Kevin Sorbo's kid is on a strange, strange path. And you have to
I
think like
know, and it's so
what a
sad.
strange path that is for an 18-year-old kid who's written a book with no life experience, by the way. No life experience, also a virgin, writing a book about life lessons as an 18-year-old kid who was raised by a Hollywood dad, homeschooled and force-fed Christianity and the patriarchy. And he's like, "Yeah, I'll write a book." And all these the book won't be successful with kids. Every Christian parent will get that book and give it to their kid as a stocking stuffer for Christmas, and the kid's gonna be like, "Yeah, that fucking sucks." He's gonna make a bunch of money off the book because parents are gonna buy it, and 10 years from now, we're gonna hear a weird story about Kevin Sorbo's kid. It's gonna happen.
Oh, for sure. For
Something weird will
sure.
happen, and unfortunately, usually that is some sort of sexual repression that comes out in either a violent or like horrific way. Usually, that's the case when something like this comes out, i.e., the Duggars. Every like superstar Mormon kid I knew, the kids who I remember there was this kid I grew up with that he'd memorize scriptures. He's really well spoken. I really like him, but he had when he turned 30, he had a family and kids, and he's like, I can't do this. I can't. Like he just had a breakdown, bought an RV, and just like left his family for a while and went and traveled around. And, like he just couldn't do it anymore. When reality finally sets in, and this happens when you break. You probably remember, Felice, when you lose like your faith, because it's going to happen because the internet exists. But when you lose your faith, and it was based on basically a childhood of your parents telling you to believe something, and now you're an adult, you lose your entire identity. Like it's not like you just like, oh, I don't believe that anymore, but I have all this stuff because your identity, the base of your identity is this belief in this higher power. And when you lose that, you now have to question literally every other aspect of your life. This when I watched this video, like at first I wanted to mock it, but honestly, I just feel bad for the kid. He has not
Oh
lived
no,
a
I totally agree.
yeah.
I do feel bad for him. I'm not saying like yeah, he reminds I just wish not to talk too much about my Christian school friends, but this is how we were. We were like parrots, they call it like what's that being on fire for the Lord. Yeehaw. Thank
Wait,
you for
what?
that.
That's what you guys called it? Being on fire for
Well,
the
in
Lord.
evangelical circles, like at kids camp, like we would go to summer camp, and then they would be like, all of these kids are just on fire for the Lord, but really we
That's
were just
so
indoctrinated.
stupid.
No, you just don't even
I
understand
know,
what the
but
school I
like
went to. But like the way they would shun kids, like this kid reminds me so much. He's probably like what, between like 14 and 16 or something. He
I thought
reminds
he
me
was older
so
than
much of
that.
my Christian school friends. No, I mean he's a baby face. Kevin Sorbo's pretty old. I mean big. So like the kid looks big, but I don't think he's that old. But we could just look it up. I don't
I'll
know
look
how
it up.
old
You
he
keep
is.
going. I'll look it up.
Okay. So I was just saying, like, yeah, he reminds me of my Christian school friends. Like, the indoctrination was just so tight. And the minute, because I was always, by high school, by like seventh, eighth grade in Christian school, I was like, hey guys, is anyone noticing that a lot of the stuff isn't making sense? Like, and
Oh,
I would get in
you
so
asshole.
much. Oh, for sure. I would get in so much trouble. I would be like shunned by my friends. They would say like I was troubled, cuz and that is what it is. It's like if you don't go along with it, if you're not all in, then you lose everything. You lose your friends, you lose your community. There's something wrong with you. And you're so right what you're saying about like later in life, like you just have like a breakdown because I some of my closest Christian school friends that's literally in real time happening to them. So
Yeah, it's we talked about that actually on Jones's live last night, but it really is he's 18 by the way. Well, he was 18. He might be 19 now. January 1st,
oh
2004. I was right.
Oh,
I
he's
nailed it.
okay. He's got a baby face.
No,
Okay.
what you're seeing.
So,
No, what you're seeing is a kid, an 18-year-old who hasn't been allowed to grow like other kids. They're so sheltered that, and this happens all the time, that you'll see like even just like the countenance and like they'll call it the purity or whatever, but it's the naivety. What's the right word? Naivete. Yeah, anyways, they're
naivete. Yeah, it's
yeah,
French.
that shows it like they come off as children. So even when they're in front of you speaking, and it's to me it's an 18 or 19-year-old kid, but the way that they speak just sounds so childish and so scripted and so rehearsed that you almost always assume that they're just younger.
Yeah, it's sad. Okay, so we can move on from that, but yeah, it's Kevin Sorbo's child is lost. But he's an adult now, so that makes the future is patriarchy shirt much grosser. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? It's just gross. It's
that's not
just
going to
like
play well
why.
on his Christian. Well, it'll play well on his Christian Mingle app, but that's not
Because
going
I
to play
think you
well on
could be a
Tinder.
far right Christian. I mean, or like you could be an evangelical Christian and still not be like the future is patriarchy. Like, why can't you know what I mean? That's what it's just like. That's the scary thing about evangelicals is they're going so far. Like the Christo-fascism is just it's like
Yeah,
become about the oppression of women. I don't feel like it was as about. I mean, it's always about the oppression of women, but
yeah. Everybody
now they're
knows that
screaming it.
the future is a scorched earth by a vengeful God, who everybody who didn't believe in him, despite him providing you no evidence for it, he's gonna lift up the good ones and he's gonna burn all the rest of us. That's the future, but that's not a catchy T-shirt. We can figure out a way to make the future
It's
is
not a great
being
T-shirt.
the future is God burning us all. Maybe that's a pretty good T-shirt. Whisper
Okay,
if you're here, get on it.
things we don't need to like show the videos. I just wanted to so Charlie Kirk was saying yesterday he was talking or he so when Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox, you know, I don't know if anyone actually remembers this. I do because I watch his show. Charlie Kirk had an absolute meltdown.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because to those people Tucker was the only good thing about Fox.
And by those people, of course, you mean white nationalists. That's what you mean by those people. Yeah.
Yes, it's Charlie Kirk's folks. Yeah, like he was so mad that Tucker Carlson got fired. So he was talking last night and saying that actually Fox banned all of their. Because I was wondering why none of them were at America Fest because they were the year prior. And
Yeah.
apparently, after they fired Tucker and Charlie Kirk went crazy, like dragging Fox all across the media for like 2 months, they won't let any of their hosts. Cool, thank you. They won't let any of their hosts come to America Fest or associate with Charlie Kirk publicly anymore, which I think, I mean, it's appropriate. It's
Are you
not
gonna
good for
play?
their
Are
brand.
you gonna play that video, or were you
Oh, do you want
saying
me to play it? It's not that interesting.
it's?
Oh, you want to hear it?
You're right.
That's fine.
We don't need to play it. We don't
It's
need to
kind
play
of
it. But
slow. I was listening to it a little earlier and I was like, this is kind of boring.
to me, it's just like this stark reminder of what a fucking grifter and liar all of these people are. And I've got some more videos where I'm gonna show like the stark contrast between how people react to things. Now, if Charlie Kirk wanted media there, like let's just say he wanted let's pick a CNN person. Let's say for whatever reason who's on CNN still? Cuomo's not there. Who's at CNN? Give me a host at
Abby
CNN.
Phillip, I
Abby
love her.
Phillips. Let's
She's like
just
the new
say
night anchor, Jake Tapper.
okay, let's say that
What's her?
Abby
Caitlin
Phillips
Collins.
had come out with a quote when she's like, "Don't call me a birthing person," right? And then she got and then the left was upset with her. Charlie Kirk would absolutely try and bring her in as a guest. And let's say that he tried to invite her. She's like, "Yeah," and then CNN put their foot down. Charlie Kirk would have an absolute fucking meltdown. He would run 3 weeks of content on that, and every time he had a debate from then on, he would talk about how CNN was silencing voices. But when Fox did it, he's like, I still like Fox, and I hope we can mend that relationship, and everything's going to be okay. I still love everybody over there, but hopefully we can fix that. And I was like, dude, if anybody else told a guest they couldn't come speak at America Fest, and you weren't a fucking grifter, you would have freaked out. Like, you would have freaked out about that. But not Fox. Not when it's Fox. Then it's just like, it's just a small disagreement. Yeah, they're canceling speech there, Charlie. Where's that being on fire for the Lord, Charlie? Why aren't
I
you freaking out and
well,
calling this
my
out for
theory,
cancel
I think
culture, Charlie?
I think Charlie. Well, what it seems like to me, because it's not, it wasn't right. This video, if you hear it, it's when I say it's boring. The reason I'm saying that is because like he is very calm. You know, like Charlie Kirk's normal rants. Like if you know if he's banned from something, like when he talks about college kids booing him off the campus or him not being barred from a college campus, he yeah, you're right. He goes off about the First Amendment and free speech and how all of this stuff, but he's not like that with Fox. He just kind of was calmly talking about it. And my thing about it is, I think he was threatened with legal action when he went crazy about the Tucker stuff. You know what I mean?
What
That's what I think, because
what
you could
legal
tell
action do you
he.
think he was hit, like Fox, because he was spreading lies? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think he. Yeah, I think Fox probably. I mean, nothing big. I think Fox probably hit him with a cease and desist because the way he was just kind of like calmly, like, "Oh yeah, they're not allowed there." It's not. It wasn't usual Charlie Kirk
I had a little bit different
rhetoric.
take on Charlie Kirk, why he's so calm, and
Why do you
he
think?
addresses it. I don't know if it's a different video when he talks about like when Fox couldn't come and be guests. So this part was funny. He's like, well, when we found out that we couldn't get those guests like Fox, instead of just complaining about it, we decided we're not gonna do politics anymore. We're gonna do social stuff, and that's why Charlie Kirk, I think, is so calm. Is
Oh,
because
that's why
Charlie,
he invited all those social justice people.
yes,
That explains why
he's
Travian Cutie was wandering around threatening Fani Willis the entire time.
exactly. This is what the right wing is doing. This is their adjustment. Um, they know, again, we say it every day. There's no policy. It's just grievances. But now they know that because they don't have policy and people are asking for policy, what they're doing the whole demonization thing, and they're doing the social issues. And with the social issues, it's great because you don't actually have to be factual with social issues. You just have to scare people. You just have to make people think that there is some conspiracy, and you don't even have to be held to a standard. If somebody's like, prove it, you can just say something like, oh, well, we can't prove it because they're hiding it. Like they're hiding it from us, and the corporate media is complicit with them, and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram are complicit, and YouTube is complicit, and even True Social now is complicit. Like the truth is just hidden in a place where nobody can see it, but that's the truth, and that's where they're at now. That's who the Republicans have become, a party that has no factual backing whatsoever. So now they're just playing this hypothetical conspiracy theory game, and it's the most prominent Republicans. They're all doing it now. Every one of them is doing the same fucking grift where they just have a conspiracy theory, and it doesn't matter if there's evidence or not. Republicans are going to follow it, and unfortunately, it's kind of effective. That's the thing that sucks, is it's kind of effective.
Well, you know, there's a really interesting op-ed, and we don't really talk about op-ed, so I didn't put it in the outline, but it kind of goes along the lines of exactly what you're talking about. Someone wrote an op-ed for Midas Touch about George Santos and just saying how politics, it used to be, let's try to avoid the reality TV. You know what I mean? It was like a fear of like politics intersecting with reality television. And now it's just the next natural progression. Like it's not, politics isn't the last stop for these people's careers. That's just the springboard to make the money on
That's a great
Cameo. And
point.
yeah, and when you see, like I always say, it's a cottage industry. Social media stars on the far right are these people who've been canceled by the mainstream or have a grievance, and can't pretty much stay in mainstream politics or maybe even mainstream employment, so
Yeah.
they enter this industry. And it's a really interesting point, and I totally agree with it.
It's also super indicative of fascism in general, and you've already seen this happen, and you'll continue to see this happen. But you'll see these right wingers as they move into fascism and they become more and more hyperbolic. They'll start eating each other, and this is one of the things that like people warn. There's that quote that like they came for the Jews or whatever, like, and then they came for whoever, and then they came for
Yeah,
me, right?
yeah,
The thing
yeah.
is there's no limit to how you can divide groups. There's none. There's absolutely no limit. It doesn't just mean skin color. Then you can divide it by ancestry. Then you can divide it by pure blood. Then you can divide it by like your religion. There is no end to how you can be divided. So as the right goes down this route, it's been really, really fun to watch them begin to eat each other and knock each other off. Like Tucker got knocked off, right? and a bunch of people tried to rise up. You're gonna see like Fresh and Fit got not. By the way, Fresh and Fit seems to be Tim Pool's goal to take over that audience. I don't know what he's doing, but
Tim Pool just
eventually,
wants the ladies.
yeah, but
He
because
was-
it's
Tim Pool's
because it's
desperate
conspiracy
to be noticed by women.
Yeah, you have
So
to go
now
further.
he's just gonna berate them. He's just gonna humiliate them.
I honestly don't know that Tim Pool certainly has never had a girlfriend. I don't know if he's ever been on a date with a woman. His advice on women is unbelievably bad. But
It's like treat them like crap. And
yeah.
then
But eventually, this is
they'll
what
like
happens.
you.
We lost Alex Jones. We're losing Owen Schroyer. We've lost James O'Keefe.
James
you've
O'Keefe. I mean, he's a mess.
Yeah, you lost Sam Harris. Lost his standing. Like they will eventually all eat themselves, and that's what's
Wait,
beautiful.
Sam
about
Harris as in the God Delusion? Sam Harris? Wait, or is that Richard
Yeah.
Dawkins? Sam Harris is in the End of Faith or the End of
Yeah.
Reason?
Yeah,
I
he
love
was-
Sam Harris, the atheist Sam Harris. What happened?
Yeah,
with
he was
Sam
part of
Harris?
that intellectual dark web. And then because he wouldn't agree with them on COVID conspiracies, they kind of ran him out. So he's not part of that group anymore.
Because I was like, he's just an intelligent person.
Well, he's also probably pretty Islamophobic and pretty.
Oh, well, atheists, that's a thing. Atheists can be that way. Like, Sam Harris sees religion in general as a disease. You know
Yeah,
what I
I see-
mean? Like, is really what it is. He's not any more against Islam than he is against Christianity. He just sees the pain,
may
the
be.
wars, the death that religion has caused.
Well, I think
And-
he called Islam the
Oh, no,
mother
he's
lode
he's
of
disgusted
bad ideas.
by all religion. I saw him live, like,
But
give
he
a
definitely says Islam
speech.
is the worst. He literally said it's the mother lode of all
Oh,
bad
I've never
ideas.
heard him. So I can't speak to that. I've never heard him say that. I know that he despises religion in general.
Yeah, that
But
was in
that's
the,
like I have
his
seen him on
conversation
Bill
with Ben
Maher because
Affleck.
that's like Bill Maher's line of crap. Like Bill Maher tries
Yeah.
to make the argument that Islam has unalived more people than Christianity. It's like I don't even know how you can make that claim. Like
a crazy
hello
claim.
Spanish Inquisition, hello forced conversions, like and colonialism. Like how can you ever even make that claim? Like I don't know.
I don't know.
What I'm trying to say is it's a toss up.
No, I agree with you though.
Anyhow,
Your take on Sam Harris, I agree with that. I do think that as a fellow atheist, yeah, there's not a single religion that I look at and think that's good. Like every one of them, I wish they would go away. I think it's a net negative every single time. So I do agree with that, and I do think that like I've been called Islamophobic for just like pointing out parts of that religion that I don't like, but like I'm far harsher on Mormonism. But I've never dug into a religion and learned
because we've
about
been
a
involved
religion
because
and
you were
thought,
involved in it.
yeah, I've never thought this is getting better the more I learn about it. And I don't know that much about Islam, to be honest. I'm not very educated on that. But
I mean, it's just a fact, especially for women, religion is dangerous. You know what I mean? Like I was just watching a documentary, about a woman who was buried up to her waist and stoned by her own children because her husband wanted this is just has to do with Sharia law. And because, her husband wanted to marry a 14-year-old, she wouldn't agree to a divorce. And so he accused her of infidelity. This is it. Yeah.
of course, yeah, naturally.
Yeah,
This also
'cause that's
sounds
what
like
you
it could have
do.
taken place in
So
Alabama.
it's just religion is not great for women. It's not great. Like that those are just the facts. Okay, so let's pause on Joe Rogan. So whenever you want to talk about Joe Rogan, we'll talk about him because you said you had clips, or unless you
Yeah,
want to
no,
do it
go
now.
for
And
it.
I was just gonna.
Let's do this. Let's go
Well,
to
do
Joe
you-
Rogan.
Okay, so Joe Rogan. There's just this clip I want to play. So on Joe Rogan's show, he was trying to drag Dark Brandon and be like, "Oh, Dark Brandon's senile," and all of this stuff, and was going, through his Dark Brandon senile and tries to play a clip, and it turns out that Dark Brandon's not senile. Donald Trump is. So let me play this clip. What he thought was Dark Brandon was Joe Biden being senile.
By the way,
is
I've
actually
seen
Joe
this clip.
Biden quoting Trump.
Yeah,
Go
I've
ahead.
seen this clip everywhere.
What does that mean? Oh, you mean the one from Trump?
I see right wingers send me this clip all the time. They legitimately don't know.
Oh, okay.
They're like, look how dumb Joe Biden is. It's one of my favorite clips.
About media these days, it's like
Right.
you
never
gotta
know.
look into it.
Well, there's people that voted for Biden that are doing it now.
Yeah.
They're like, what did I do?
Right.
What did I choose? Like, how is this guy?
Yeah, you just can't listen to an interview where he's saying some of the stuff he says that just makes no sense at all. It's like you can't listen to those interviews and feel like you made a good decision. I don't know how you
Did
could.
you hear what he said like yesterday or a couple days ago? He's talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, one of the reasons why we lost the Revolutionary War, one of the problems with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I saw that. It's
Have
like,
you seen
what
that?
the?
Like, pull him.
Pause it real quick. Pause it real quick.
If you had
I just take a mental note of this. Take a mental note of how crazy how crazy they're saying Joe Biden is, that they've got to pull him. He can't be president anymore because he said this. They're both laughing. They both think it's insane that he said that. Now go.
Yeah, and in case anyone didn't hear, it's what the claim is that Joe Biden thinks there were airports during the Revolutionary War, right?
any other job and you were talking like that,
Yeah.
they would go, hey, you're done.
If you talk like that to a doctor at your
Yeah.
medical exam to fight, they'd be
Yeah.
like, okay, like obviously you're not fighting. You would also, here's 8 weeks of being helped out by a professional. Like,
Right. You might not ever do anything again.
No, it's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
one of the wildest things ever.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
The media gaslighting you to protect. It's just people
Oh,
are
look
so
at the media.
afraid
The
of
media is
Trump being in
complicit.
office and
Yeah.
Republicans being in office.
A few moments later.
Hanging out with the guy, I'm like, man,
Well, it's just the media narrative. I mean, so many people were fed this lie that the Russia collusion.
yeah.
Was this?
Was this the video you're
Yeah,
talking
wait,
about?
Let me
pause
see
it real
what this one
quick.
says. I don't think it is.
Again,
when they're
there's
just like,
there's
wait a minute,
this
what?
is Joe Rogan for you. He's now sitting here saying like, oh, well, the reason the media is always complicit. They even lied about Russia collusion, also untrue. So now he's saying I believed this because, and he's just telling on himself. I think Joe Biden's crazy, and I think the media is covering for him because they lied about something that was true. Like he doesn't even know that part. He doesn't. He's clearly just been like sent down an alt-right pipeline, and somebody sent him this clip, or he saw it on TikTok on his alt-right TikTok. But now go.
Who's the guy he's talking to? Someone
His
asked.
name's
I can't
Bo
remember his name.
Nickel. He's a UFC fighter. He doesn't know anything. He's a phenomenal
That's what we need,
wrestler.
UFC fighters in politics.
He's probably going to be the next best like UFC fighter. He's probably going to be the best American UFC fighter. He's incredible. But again, like he's just a wrestler from Red America who gets his news from Joe Rogan.
Okay, so now they're finding out that they're wrong. Because someone off screen was like, oh, we're about to get sued.
Jamie.
By the way, the same stable genius who said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War is we didn't have enough airports.
They're laughing.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
What?
Just for the record,
Is that fake?
it's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying that. Here's what Trump saying it in 2019.
Oh.
Donald Trump said something about that. He didn't say Jesus. He said a stable genius, and that's where the transcription.
Let me hear what it says. What did he say?
In June of 1775, the Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he fucked up.
Okay.
Oh, he just fucked up, guys. No, he
Yeah,
just
do you
fucked
see
up.
it?
When
Oh, so
Biden
he
said
fucked
it-
up.
when
But he
Biden
doesn't
said
need to
it,
be
pull him.
removed.
Yeah. When Biden said you got to pull him out of office, every doctor would put you in an 8-week mental institution, and then when it's Trump, they're like, "Oh, he fucked up." I did the part where he's like,
Makes
"They
sense.
rammed the ramparts, they rammed the ramparts." Like he doesn't. Trump can't read very well. Just so we're all clear, and I'm not going to make fun of people for not reading, but like he is a terrible reader. And he's reading this out. Like he has no idea. It's like it's the first time he's ever seen these words. He doesn't know what some of them are, so he just goes, "Meh." He's a horrific reader. He's remarkably dumb. He's the definition of failing upwards. But that's who Joe Rogan is now. For everybody who's like, "Oh, Joe Rogan, these things are how they are." No, he doesn't. He's just a right winger that won't admit that he's a right winger. You can see in those reactions. What Donald Trump said was actually crazier than the clip they played of Biden,
Way
and yet
crazier.
Biden was crazy.
That's the problem. Like when I like sitting in lives, this is the whole thing about following a line of logic. It's like one time I was just this sticks out talking to someone, from MAGA, a woman who was just like she was going on and on about Joe Biden's too old to be president, too old to be president. It's like, okay, well, are you aware that when Donald Trump is running for president this next time, he's actually older? He will be older than when we elected Joe Biden. So because you're so concerned about the age, you clearly don't want someone older
Right.
than when we elected Joe Biden to be president, right? Nope. You know what I mean? It's just like, make anything you're saying make any sense.
Just one
Like,
time would be good.
literally, just once, just one time, and I'll let
So
it go.
so I went and pulled some Joe Rogan clips here, of just Joe Rogan getting shit wrong, over and over and over again. Now here's Joe Rogan. One of the things he loved talking about is myocarditis. He was a huge fan of myocarditis. I don't know who. Well, should I play this? Are we in? Well, I'll play it anyways. He would always say that like the vaccine caused myocarditis in young kids at a higher level than COVID, and this is him being fact checked like live on air.
For young boys in particular, there's an adverse risk associated with the vaccine. It's like
Yes.
a 2 to 4-fold increase in the instances of myocarditis.
Yes, but you know
versus
what?
Hospitalization.
You know that there's an increased risk of myocarditis among that age cohort from getting COVID as well, which exceeds the risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
I don't think that's true. I don't think
It
it's
is.
true. No. I don't think it's true that there's an increased risk of myocarditis from people catching COVID that are young versus increased risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
No, there,
So to be clear, there he's saying that it's worse off. Like you're going to get myocarditis more often from the vaccine than COVID. So just here's how wrong he is.
there is. There's both.
Well, let's look that up because I don't think that's true.
There's both.
Myocarditis is more common after COVID-19 infection than vaccination. But is this with children? Yeah, we're talking about
With
young people.
Men and boys aged under 30 after this is what it says here.
With children is the issue.
Well, no, we were talking about 15-year-olds.
Well, we're talking about young children.
Male
a
aged
child.
12 to 17.
12 to 17 more likely to develop myocarditis within 3 months of catching COVID at a rate of 450 cases per million infection. This compares to 67 cases of myocarditis per million of the
Okay. So there's the number. If you get COVID, 450 cases per million, with the vaccine, 67 cases per million. What's that? 6 times, like almost 8 times more likely. Is that right? And there's
Yeah.
there's more. Like this happens to Joe Rogan all the time. We can remember. Maybe I won't play the clip. Do you remember the Matt Walsh clip when Matt Walsh claims that at this point there have been millions of children in America, millions, who have been put on puberty blockers, and then Jamie pulls the number and it's something like 4,500. Like it's not even close. It's nowhere near a million, and they just kind of roll over that. But just remember that every time they think a fact checker gets something wrong, or every time they think somebody on the left does something crazy, it's the end of the world and we're all crazy. But when they do it, it's like, oh, I just messed that up. And Joe Rogan, you can hear when he gets fact checked, the disappointment in his voice, because he wants so badly to just believe things that fit his narrative, and he doesn't appear to have any ability to fact check. He went through the kitty litter story. Do you remember that story about the putting kitty litter in?
Yes. Oh my
okay.
God. Yes.
Well, he claimed his friend's wife was a teacher.
That's why I thought Cat Turd named himself that. Like, which one came first, Cat Turd?
I think
or
Cat
Kitty?
Turd came
I thought
first.
it had. I always thought it had something to do with that.
It could. But he claimed that his friend's wife, so he's talking to his friend's wife, and she said, or no, he's talking to his friend, his wife said that at their school that she was a teacher at, they had installed kitty litter boxes. Then it turns out that blows up. Everybody says it's not true. There's no evidence of it. He comes back like a week later. He's like, I should clear this up. So I talked to my friend. I said, is it happening? And his wife no longer works at that school. And she said that it was just a rumor she heard. So like in 1 week, somehow this wife who was and husband who were dead set on the story. She has now moved schools, and she's not sure if that story is true. In 1 week, somehow got a new job. Like it's sad. It's sad with Joe Rogan because I do think Joe Rogan used to try and get the right answer, and he may go down a conspiracy theory, but if somebody proved him wrong, they just proved him wrong, and he was fine with that. But now he's ideologically driven, and you can see that in his responses to when he gets things wrong now. He used to not care. Now it bothers him.
I mean, I'd also driven, or is it also financially? Like, I feel like once Joe Rogan made enough money, you know what I mean? He's like, oh, I'm not paying taxes anymore. Like,
Well,
it's both.
yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it, but he got kind of welcomed into the intellectual dark web. This is what right wingers do really well, by the way. And this
Intellectual dark.
yeah, this is how it happened. We
that.
saw it happen in real time.
Pseudo-intellectual, maybe.
Yeah, he was like a leftist. He brought on Bernie Sanders, or he said he was. He had left-leaning people in, and then they were like, he's like, okay, I need to balance this out with the right wing. And then the right wingers were really, really nice to him, and he was like, oh wow, they're not confrontational. They also kind of they like going down my conspiracy theory rabbit holes, and he became friends with them. And then they started inviting him to dinner, and then they called him part of the intellectual dark web, which is crazy considering there were some actually really smart people in the room, and then you have Joe Rogan with virtually no education, and he just got funneled into that. And then suddenly California, which he loved everything about California, suddenly he needed to move from California because there were too many homeless people, and he had to go to Austin. And now he's down in Austin running his comedy club, bringing on people like Roseanne Barr, what's that other goon's name, the Dr. Fauci. What's that guy's name?
Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah. And he just was completely swallowed up by the right wing. And we do have to be careful with this. You can get swallowed up with right wing politics very quickly. It can become your entire identity faster than you know. And you don't even realize it's become your identity, and then boom, you're there. It's your identity now.
I totally agree with you. Okay, so
by the way,
let's
if you're in the
move
comments,
on.
you disagree, you want to defend Joe Rogan, you want to tell us how smart he is, please come up. If you're MAGA,
Oh yeah,
please
I'm sure
come up.
there's many people that want to defend Joe Rogan. Wait, I want to say something just to say that really quick, since you said that. When he has virtually no education, I just really want to say, as a teacher, you do not need to go to university to be educated, right? When we talk about education, the most I've learned has been on my own, reading books or on the internet or TikTok. One of the greatest rebirths of education I ever got was when TikTok came around. There's so many ways to learn, to acquire knowledge. I don't want us to be up here sounding like some sort of people that feel like you need to get an education at a university in order to be educated. That's not true. It's just about the pursuit of knowledge, right? It's being willing to learn, seeking knowledge. That's what's important. It doesn't necessarily have to be at a university.
Absolutely. I studied political science. I've learned. I know nothing. I don't use any of that knowledge at all. Honestly, especially because I came from a right wing school. My professor would have been in Romney's cabinet. I forgot what he was going to do, but my political science professor, who was also a judge, if Romney would have won, would have been in his cabinet. And so that's who taught me political science. But you're right. I don't use any of that. And same, my education comes almost entirely from things that catch my interest, and then I dive in. Very little school didn't ever catch my interest like that.
Facts. And
Ugly man, no, I didn't go to BYU. I went to Utah Valley.
Utah Valley State, same thing, pretty much. If you know anything about where they are, I mean, same valley, same place.
Yeah, but we could buy caffeine on campus at Utah Valley State. Suck at BYU.
Uh-oh. Okay, so let's go on to, let's see, number 3. So, this has just annoyed me. I'm just going to play this, but there was a New York Times article about this yesterday if you want to look it up. We already know that the House GOP is an absolute clown show, but just in case anyone wants to confirm how little the House GOP got done, who have the majority, here we go.
Republican-led Congress, the House passed a measly 27 bills that went on to become law this year, more than 200 short of what Democrats accomplished last year. As the New York Times points out, that is 27 bills pass, despite holding a total of more than 700 votes. Among them, 6 votes trying to censure Democrats, unheard of in recent history. Another 3 votes to expel admitted liar George Santos. Dozens of votes on far-right extreme non-starters. And 19 painstaking votes just to get 2 House speakers approved, one of whom has since decided to retire completely from the mess he helped create. From the Times, quote, that is more voting and less lawmaking than at any other time in the last decade, according to an analysis by the Bipartisan Policy Center. The numbers reflect the challenges that have plagued Republicans all year and are likely to continue and maybe even get worse in 2024.
So they 724 votes, 27 laws passed. Do you understand how bad that is? That is the worst in the last decade. This Congress did nothing. The Republicans passed over 200. I mean, the Democrats, when they were in charge last year, passed over 200 more laws. We spent a year of time in sham congressional hearings. This is what I'm saying. These Twitter hearings, all that was our taxpayer money, right? That was our taxpayer money. These people did not one thing for the American people. And to tell you, I don't know if you remember, which it sounds like such a good idea when they say, oh, we need to vote on single bills. We need to vote on single bills, right? Like, stop smashing together a bunch of bills and making us vote on them because we don't have time to read them all. Okay, well, we wasted time voting on single bills, 724 issues, 27 bills passed.
Yeah, incredible work there by the Republicans. Republicans should be very proud. And the Republican response to that, by the way, anybody, I haven't read the comments. If there's any
Someone
Republicans
come up
in
here and tell us why that's okay.
Yeah, they're gonna say some dumb shit like, "Good, I want the government to do nothing." Yeah, that's what you want. You want the government, a body that has to pay the bills for 350 million Americans to keep things going. What you definitely want them to do is be gridlocked. That's super helpful for our country. And you know what? You think that it's going to quell spending, but it doesn't. It never does, because when it comes time to spend money, they'll all get on board. Those are the 27 they passed. I bet most of those were large spending bills, right? Those are going to be filled with pork. It's going to be stuff that Republicans needed, like in infrastructure. It's going to be military spending.
The few things they had to do so that this country literally did not fall to pieces and the stock market didn't crash and our credit rating did not.
Yeah, they had to take care of their billionaire buddies.
That's what they did.
You got to take care of the billionaire buddies.
Yeah, they're the Republican Party. They have to take care of the corporations, the lobbyists, and billionaires. That's 27 bills, 724 votes.
Incredible.
Fail. Absolute fail. Okay, moving on to something even more awful. Did you watch this clip of Jake Tapper? Oh, do I have it? I know I have it somewhere. Let me just click on the link. Okay, so we can go, let's see.
You find it. I'll cue it. This is Jake Tapper. This was a new poll that came out about Republicans, specifically the language that Trump's been using.
Iowans.
When he was like, "I've never read that book." I don't think we can say that book, but specifically he's talking about poisoning the blood, comments like that. And this is a reaction poll for Republicans on how they're reacting to that kind of rhetoric.
Yeah. So this is Iowa voters in Iowa.
28% less. We might. I want to get both of your reactions to this because this was shocking. A Des Moines Register poll of Iowa voters asked likely Republican caucus goers what they thought about a candidate who used the term immigrants poisoning the blood of America. 42% of Iowa Republicans said it would make them more likely to support that candidate. 28% less likely. 29% does not matter. So a plurality of Republican caucus goers, David and then Doug, say, more please. I like this Hitler language.
Look, I'm just going to go back to the thing I keep insisting.
So we don't need to listen to the commentary, but the thing to note is I don't think I've ever seen Jake Tapper so somber and so horrified. It was he looked physically ill.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, now that you say that, it's true. He really was, and it is sad. It really is sad that this is. I don't know if this is what the Republican Party always was or has become. I always battle with that. I think about that often, honestly. I think about my time in the Republican Party, and I just wonder if,
It always
I
was.
mean, they likely were that way all the time, right? But it was just, they didn't do it in public. And now you have people that it doesn't matter what he says, they like it. The more cruel Donald Trump is, the better it works for him in the Republican Party. And again, it's because you guys like, you don't stand for anything. You have no real ideas. You have no policy prescriptions. So you just have to be cruel. That's the whole point now. If you go hang out in a Republican live. It's just going to be cruelty towards Biden and liberals. So we're not going to talk about policy ever. Because what the fuck are you going to talk about?
Don't. And then the next breath, we're talking about Israel. Do you know what I mean? Like these,
Yeah.
make any sense, people. What? Yeah, it's just so sad. So let's see. Let me click on this article. So yeah, just along those lines. Oh God, this is so bad. So Trump went on a series of rants on True Social, like videos. He's just been releasing videos. So I just wanted to,
He's become a content creator. That's what he does at
yeah,
night.
well, that's what, I mean, he is.
Carrie
He's a
Lake
co-
sent him a
he's-
ring light.
He's a
Now good to
content
go.
creator. He does. He has a ring light. Someone posted a picture of what his setup looks like, when he's making these videos. It is. It's a ring light. He's a
it
social
really?
media influencer. Yeah. Yes, it's on Twitter somewhere. I should have screenshot it. But yeah, it's just a normal, like it's like a pretty big ring light. But yeah, just a ring light in his dark room. Like, so he can get the perfect angle, the perfect lighting, the perfect makeup. But yeah, he's just a content creator. So Trump's been doing like a bunch of rants on True Social, and the one I wanted to play is just one that annoys me most. Like this whole thing.
The one that got you in your feelings the most.
Yes. It's the most absurd. Trump's on a rant about, Catholics can't vote for Biden. Catholics don't vote for the fellow Catholic that the Pope himself has endorsed. Don't do that. Okay? Because Donald Trump said, the man who's not religious and can't recite one quote from the one script verse from the Bible wants you to know that you can't vote for a
They're coming
Catholic
for
if
you.
you're a Catholic. Oopsies. My cat's meowing.
Joe Biden, Christians and Americans of faith are being persecuted like nothing this nation has ever seen before. Catholics in particular are being targeted, and evangelicals are surely on the watch list as well. Over
Surely.
the past 3 years, the Biden administration has sent SWAT teams to arrest pro-life activists. The FBI has been caught profiling devout Catholics as possible domestic terrorists and planning to send undercover spies into Catholic churches, just like in the old days of the Soviet Union. Catholics, you cannot vote for the Democrats. You cannot even think about voting for Biden. What they're doing to you is shocking. As president, I will create a new federal task force on fighting anti-Christian bias. It will be led by a reformed Department of Justice, but it will involve many agencies and departments. Its purview will be to investigate all forms of illegal discrimination, harassment, and the persecution of Christians in America, as well as the use of taxpayer dollars to promote anti-Christian bigotry. Among other initiatives, the task force will review the past DOJ persecutions and prosecutions for evidence of anti-Christian prejudice, and it will also look at government agencies, universities, and major corporations that have adopted anti-Christian diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Under crooked
Because that's what it's about, right? He's talking about DEI. He's talking about
Exactly.
diversity, equity, and inclusion. Not about, and I also just want to go in this false narrative, they're coming after Catholics. That came from an internal FBI memo. There is a right-wing radical sect of Catholicism called Latin Mass. They were
That's what I was trying to find where this came
It's
from.
called Latin Mass. That's what it's about. It is about radicalized a small sect, and specifically people within that sect that were being monitored for domestic terrorism. Of course it is. Of course the FBI is not monitoring Catholics, but because of that one memo that was leaked by a whistleblower, which Christopher Wray has been questioned about now in 3 separate congressional hearings and said, hey, when I saw it, I said, okay, we're not, like whatever, this isn't acceptable. But all it was about a far right wing sect and discussing going undercover to investigate domestic terrorism within a far right Catholic sect called Latin Mass. Okay, that's what that was.
We've
There
seen
was
this before. Yeah, we've seen this playbook. We
Yes.
watched them. They did it when they were going after the people that were threatening school board members. So you had all these right wingers threatening school board members. So the
Which was
FBI
fake,
starts
which was not
investigating.
real.
Yeah, they start investigating the threats, and Republicans
The
come
death
out and say
threats.
they're going down to school board meetings to arrest people who oppose this. This is the playbook every time, and Republicans fall for it every single time. And the reason they do is because they never wind up getting the fact check. And by the time they get the fact check, it's 3 months down the road, and they're like, yeah, right, look, I'm going to trust Google. And they've already moved on to the next crazy thing that they're being told that the Biden administration is going to do. It just reminds me of the conversation we had with whoever it was yesterday, when I actually re-listened to a part of it, and you were just like, you are terrified. You told me, I think it was Jason, you're like, you are terrified. You are so afraid of just like existing. And that's what we have here. We have a bunch of people who don't know why they're afraid, but they are afraid because they've been conditioned to be afraid. And they don't want to admit or even internalize, like, why am I afraid? They just know they're afraid. So they work backwards and they're like, okay, why am I afraid? Oh, it was this, this, and this. Do I need to fact check it? No. It now confirms my fears. Now my fears are justified and we can move on. And I can go out with my friends, my Republican friends that I'll be with this weekend playing golf, and they'll all sit around and tell me about all the things that are going wrong and how scared we are in the direction of this country, despite the fact that all of them are extremely wealthy and doing very well. And their families are well, their health is good, their 401ks are good, their business is good. The gas prices don't mean a damn thing to most of them, and they'll still have nothing but fear-mongering for me on Sunday about how bad things are.
Well, yeah, so that's what I want to point out. And I also just want to point out how illogical, I mean, everything we're talking about is illogical. But notice how, right, we would, when someone says, oh, they're coming after the Christians, because that's the narrative in the Bible, right? Oh, you were going to be persecuted, like we're going to be singled out, we're going to be victims. But as we all know, many religions and cults, people have been radicalized in, right? I mean, look, hello, Spanish Inquisition. How many times has Catholicism in particular become radicalized? And as a result, masses of people have been unfairly, unjustly unalived. Like, why are we pretending like nobody understands what's going on in the world? And I just want to point out just some more hypocrisy. After 9/11, does anyone remember when the FBI had task forces upon task force of people going undercover in mosques? But that wasn't a problem. That was all for
Oh,
our safety. Okay,
how
when
about
the FBI can go undercover and go after people in the Islamic faith, but nope, if someone's being radicalized in Catholicism, then it's a problem.
Well, remember
Make
Republicans
it make
stepping
sense.
in and trying to stop a mosque from being built in New York City, and of course they labeled it the Ground Zero Mosque. They were saying like that they were going to replace the trade towers with a mosque, but no, it was just like a mosque that was in the area. It was just a place they wanted to put a mosque, and it was a building. It wasn't even like they were building a new structure. And I remember at the time as a Republican making the argument like that's so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful to all the victims. And Fox News, that was a lead story every single day. I think it came up in the presidential debates whether or not you could build a mosque somewhere like kind of near Ground Zero.
As if nobody followed the Islamic faith that was in those towers. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, this is why my only thing with Sam Harris, and when you get people who hate religion, and people are starting to say, oh, you sound a little Islamophobic, is because we do need to be so careful to protect freedom of religion.
Yeah.
And the problem with the right wing is they don't want freedom of religion. They just want us all to be forced to be Christians.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there is no the persecution, and this clip he mentions that he talks about like We're going to talk about the persecution of Christians. We're going to address the persecution of Christians in our government, in our schools. What that really means is, hey, we get to do all the anti-LGBTQ stuff. Hey, we get to shut down CRT. Hey, we get to teach slavery like in the whitewashed version that we want, because if you don't allow us to do that, that's an attack on our faith. That's all they're doing. When they say attacks on their faith, what they mean is not allowing Christians to dictate how society functions. And so that's what he is vowing. And this is a great message for Christians who have been, like you mentioned, conditioned from the Bible to believe that they were the victims, that they were the persecuted, that they are the ones that everybody's going to be picked on, that they are God's chosen people, and so people are going to come after them. They have been conditioned to believe that. So despite the fact that they are the ones consistently doing the persecuting, they are the ones that are in power, they still show up and say, oh, poor us. Like, we're so persecuted. People are coming after us. They're attacking our Judeo-Christian values. What they mean is we're attacking bigotry, and they don't like that. They want to be able to keep their bigotry and not have us call it bigotry. We have to call it the word of God, I think.
Yeah. So, and that's the point. Whenever you hear, oh, they're attacking the Christians, think about it. Think about if the same thing was going on, just like after 9/11, what happened to people who were following the Islamic faith. If the same thing was going on at a mosque, would anyone say a word? Would anyone have a problem if the FBI is like, oh, we need to go undercover and look into this mosque where people are being radicalized? Never would we hear a word about it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Okay. Life is unfair for everyone.
Yeah, sorry,
but
Christians.
The right
things
wing.
are real tough for you. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
hope things get better. I really do. I hope that
Okay,
the
so-
rapture comes tomorrow and you guys can all bounce and we'll stay here.
And we don't need to play. I'm not going to play any of these or go into it, but just on True Social, along the same lines of this video, Trump has been posting a ton of videos. Like I said, he was doing he's a social media creator now, and he made a
He probably
ton
got-
of videos.
He probably got
that
one of those like
poll.
incentives. You know, you get them from TikTok. It'll be like, hey, we're going to have a
yeah.
competition this weekend.
They'll
The most
promote you
so he
with-
probably
yeah.
got one of those from True Social. He's trying to win like like one of those coffee mugs that heats
A piece of his own suit.
Yeah,
A
piece of his own suit.
Yeah. So he what I think really happened is that he saw that poll, right? Because it's all over the poll where Iowa voters are like, oh yeah, we love the mustache man talk. Keep it coming. We're more likely to vote for someone spewing schmatzy rhetoric. So Trump heard that, and now he is literally posting videos like saying, and I quote, illegal immigration is poisoning America. That, like, word for word. He's no longer saying poison the blood. Yeah, he's just saying it. He realized, oh no, this is what people want to hear, especially in Iowa. And so here we go. Like, now he's just on True Social spewing this stuff. After saying, I never read Mein Kampf and all that, he realized, oh no, this is what people want to hear. So now that's the message.
I like Trump thought that what we were accusing him of doing is reading. We're not accusing you of reading the book.
Nobody
has ever accused you of reading. Yeah, we accused you of borrowing lines from Schmittler. We never accused you of reading the book. We know. Whatever the book is, I promise to never accuse Trump of reading a book.
That's the last thing I'll ever accuse him of.
Yeah.
Literally the dead last thing.
This just
Like, the quote
popped
is-
up
here-
as a notification for me from Ann Vandersteel. It was from 2 hours ago. The book just came in. The GOP. There are 3 GOP congresspeople currently drafting bills to remove Biden from the ballots. In Pennsylvania, it's Rep. Aaron Bernstein. In Georgia, it's Rep. Charlize Byrd. And in Arizona, Rep. Cory McGar. We now have
and
3
we were gonna
more.
kind of get.
Remember, we said this yesterday, like the Colorado ruling taught us one thing, in that if you want standing for these cases, it has to be brought by a Republican. And now we have Republicans, probably the silent majority that you guys loved talking about. They're starting to say, like, yeah, let's just do this. We're going to do this now. So Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona all have reps currently drafting bills to remove Biden from, oh, wait, this was Biden. Yeah, from Biden in Georgia, Arizona, PA. Damn it, I thought this was Trump. I'm so sorry. I thought they were saying Trump this whole time. Wait,
Yeah, but
then
and
these
I
don't-
was going to
wait,
talk
then these
about it.
don't
Like
work.
Marjorie Tate.
Wait,
yeah,
none
that's
of
what
these
I'm-
will have
calm down.
standing.
Calm
Hold
down,
on.
yeah.
Wait a minute.
I
Let's
understand.
reverse engineer that. It's Biden. The Georgia ruling showed that you have to be from the same party, so now none of these have standing and the Republicans
Well,
are
hold
stupid.
on. You first
Great.
of all, let me ask you a question about what you're. Hold on a second. Calm down. So you're saying bills, but you don't mean bills. You mean lawsuits. They're gonna sue because what are it doesn't. I'm trying to ask you what you mean by bill versus a lawsuit.
I got really excited.
Yeah, I
and
could
didn't
tell
read it,
you. Okay.
And then I thought it was Trump, and so I didn't even
Yeah.
notice that it said Bill.
And I have a quote. We don't need to play it, but yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, they're all over. It started with Dan Patrick saying, "Well, we'll just maybe Biden won't be on the ballot." Like we talked about it yesterday. Anybody in any state, you can make a claim. You can bring a lawsuit and say, as a voter, I was disenfranchised or whatever, whatever your claim is. And yeah, if you're gonna, that's why in Colorado, the people that brought that suit are Republicans and independent voters. So I don't know, like obviously it's not a bill, but in any state you can bring a suit, like 60 lawsuits were filed, trying to say that the election was stolen from Trump. The problem becomes whether or not you have proof of anything.
I now think they probably are drafting bills because they don't understand how this works. I think
They
you're right.
they very well might be drafting a bill, but like that's what Congress, as we learned from 27 bills passed, 724 votes. Everything Congress does, everything the House GOP clown show is up to, is just for show. It's not. They're not doing anything effectively. They're not making any laws. They're not doing anything the American people need them to do. They're just putting on a show, right? Because what happened yesterday? Trump, the tapes, which we'll go into right now, right? Let's talk about what happened. Turns out there's a tape of Trump in Michigan, right? Coercing people
Hold
to
on.
not
I don't-
certify the election.
I don't like the message you sent me this morning about this. I didn't like that one bit.
Oh, God. Your mind is all over. Yes, we can talk about that, but it's true. Sorry, there was a
I thought the
disagreement.
implication was unfair.
I was disparaging a Romney this morning, and
Correct.
Jay got very upset. But he needs to come to terms that Ronna Romney McDaniel has committed crimes. What happened? Just to go into the story, we can talk about what happened in Michigan. Is Ronna McDaniel, if you watch the January 6th committee stuff or read any of the transcripts, Ronna McDaniel is actually probably a criminal. She had a lot to do with the fake elector scheme. She was actually Trump's direct contact, right? Because it wasn't like Kenneth Chesebro that was contacting Trump. It was Ronna McDaniel. They actually have phone calls of her talking to Trump. And it turns out, as we now know in Detroit, which I need to pull up the article, is that there's a tape with Trump on it and Ronna McDaniel coercing the fake electors in Michigan. And now Trump is really, really, if he wasn't in trouble before, don't be on tape. Which the best part about this is that no one knew the tape existed. And we'll read the quotes. The Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, who I really like what she wrote. She put an open letter on Twitter, and she said she didn't even know the tapes existed. Like, this story was broke by the Detroit News, specifically. So let me just read a little part of this. On November 17th, 2020, phone call, which also involved Republican National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, Trump told Monica Palmer and William Hartman, the two GOP Wayne County canvassers, they'd look, quote, terrible if they signed the documents after they first voted in opposition, and then later in the same meeting voted to approve certification of the county's election results. What he said is, quote, "We've got to fight for our country," said Trump on the recordings made by a person who was present for the call with Palmer and Hartman. Quote, "We can't let these people take our country away from us," end quote. McDaniel, a Michigan native, I didn't know Ronna was from Michigan, but I guess she is. Mitt's from
Michigan.
I didn't know that.
His dad was the
I just
governor
think-
of Michigan.
I didn't know that until right now. Don't get
You don't know
all
shit about
sneaky with
Mitt.
me. I know. I don't love him as much as you do. I need to read his book. And the leader of the Republican Party nationally said at another point in the call, uh-oh, Ronna, quote, "If you can go home tonight, do not sign it. We will get you attorneys End quote. To which Trump then added, and probably doomed himself, quote, "We'll take care of that."
Can I point something out here? That
Sure.
when we talk about the January 6th insurrection, and they talk about like how, like when they went over the evidence in Colorado of how they came to the conclusion that he participated in insurrection, a lot of it was the language that he used in getting people to commit a crime because the election was stolen. These exact words: "We've got to fight for our country. We can't let these people take our country away from us." In case you guys thought that Donald Trump wasn't advocating for people to commit crimes on January 6th, he used literally the exact same words to convince people in Michigan to commit a crime. This is a problem for Trump. Remember, he's stupid, which is, it's
No,
always
this
important to
is
remember that
the
he's
biggest
stupid.
problem he's
And
had.
it's also
One of the
important to
biggest
remember,
problems he's had so far.
yeah, it's also important to remember that he uses the same catchphrases for everything, again, because he's stupid. But here he is advocating that people commit a crime using the exact same verbiage he used on January 6th. It likely that people will be testifying. By the way, Ronna McDaniel is a witness in the Georgia case. So that's going to be
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
interesting. But we will likely find out in the Georgia case that this almost exact same line was repeated over and over and over again to get people to commit crimes. And that's going to make the speech on January 6th look worse and worse. Every time new information comes out, it looks an awful lot more likely that Donald Trump was trying to incite an insurrection.
Oh, and they have him on the phone directly with the fake electors now. I mean, like, it was like in Georgia, it was very much, I mean, there was the pressuring, the threatening of the officials, but to have him now on a recording with the fake electors instructing them to commit the felony is no good. So, yeah, the recordings further demonstrated the direct involvement of Trump as an incumbent president with Republican officials in Michigan in a bid to undermine Biden's win, and how some details of his efforts have remained secret as he launched a campaign to win the White House back in 2024. So, yeah, it's not looking good. And then I wanted to read
One more thing, real quick. Here's what I think happened, by the way. This is my conspiracy theory. Because I was trying, I'm like, who? So we haven't heard the call, but multiple people have confirmed that they have heard the call. So this has been leaked to news organizations, and they played the call for them.
Just to this, Detroit News broke this story.
Right.
Because it's a local person, obviously, who had it. Yeah, it's pretty cool for this paper because they got to break the story. They're the ones that have the tape. It's four
Well,
recordings.
I don't know if it's what you think it is. Here's what so the phone call was from Ronna McDaniel to trying to remember who
The
the
Wayne
person.
County canvassers.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember which campus. So anyways, she took the phone call when she was in a car. And there's two other people that entered the car when she was in the car. She can't remember who she says she can't remember who those people are. My guess is that Donald Trump joined this call from the White House.
Oh,
And
for
Detroit
sure.
Detroit Free News, or whoever it is, found, because now we have phone records from Verizon from Ronna McDaniel's phone records, and that showed that Palmer received calls from they have Palmer's records, and it shows that Palmer received calls from McDaniel at 9:53 p.m. and 10:04 p.m. So my guess is a great journalist at Detroit Press said, "Hey, I'm gonna submit a FOIA request for."
Freedom of Information Act.
Yes, I'm going to submit a FOIA request for these phone calls. And maybe those FOIA requests were granted on the condition of anonymity. I don't know how those all work. But my guess is, again, super important to remember, Donald Trump is remarkably stupid. He probably made this phone call from the White House, and that's probably how we got the recordings. Because, like, if you just look step by step, we found out who Palmer was. Then we found out that Palmer's, through their, again, a FOIA request, we found out that Palmer received these calls from McDaniel. Then we found out McDaniel was involved. Then they probably requested what was on these calls. Like, who was on this call? Oh, Trump was? Where did he call? From the White House? Great, let's get that call. I'm going to assume that this was another just dumb Trump blunder where he probably thought because he didn't make the original call, it wouldn't be recorded. But in the White House, all that stuff is recorded.
Oh no. Well, they got these recordings from an intermediary. No, it wasn't from a FOIA request. I believe I'm pretty sure I read it in here. They got them from somebody who knew somebody, an intermediary essentially, that made the call, the recording. And they want to and the reason the intermediary brought the tape is cuz they're all scared of obviously what will happen. Here, let me find it. If we really want to find this, I'll find it really quick. I know I read this. It's I can find it. Do you want to talk? You can
No,
move on to the
look,
next point.
I read the same thing you did. I just think that there's like, just because that recording exists doesn't mean that it didn't come from there. I just can't find that. I'm trying to figure. It doesn't really matter probably, but I was just trying to figure out like who recorded the call. And maybe that's why they started the call over. That maybe that's why there was two calls. I can't find who recorded the call, and they're super vague about like who this party was that gave them. Oh, you're muted, Felice. 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 Stop. Felice. I don't know what to do. She doesn't know. Felice. She's killing it though. Look at her. She's doing great. She's doing so well. She got the index. There you are. You were muted that entire time.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, someone was calling me. I thought it ended. So the news listened to audio that was captured. Well, you're wrong, so you can get You can get prepared.
Son of a bitch.
The news listened to audio that was captured in 4 recordings by someone present for the conversation between Trump and the canvassers. That information came to the news through an intermediary who also heard the recordings but was not present when they were made. Sources presented the information to the news on the condition that they would not be identified publicly for fear of retribution by the former president or his supporters.
All right, that's disappointing.
Do you hear an
It's
echo? Okay.
No, but you'll
Sorry.
need to exit.
It's gone.
Oh, it's gone. Okay, that's disappointing. That's 0 for 2 on conspiracy theories I came up with today that you were able to fact check away. It's disappointing. Did we lose you again? Hi, welcome back.
I was hearing an echo, so I just needed to go out. And I'm better now. I'm
So
all
what
better now.
So now that we left the conspiracy theory,
Your conspiracy
yeah, I wanted to.
facts are
I wanna-
boring. Sorry, Shane. Sorry.
So
I'm sorry.
in the last like 3 days, there's been, especially coming out of Dumbfest down here in Phoenix, there's been
Oh, wait,
so
hold
many
on.
calls for Ronna McDaniel to lose her job, and they've been really bizarre. Like, there's been reports for the last year that the Republican Party had no money, that they were losing all their money, and now it's ironic that right before these recordings came out, there was a massive push by Republicans to oust Ronna McDaniel. If you search Ronna McDaniel and you look at news previous to today, you'll see Charlie Kirk was asking for her to be removed. Everybody's blaming her for all the lost elections, which is a bizarre thing to do when you have Trump making every decision. So
Well-
I wonder if they know that they knew this recording was coming and they're trying to smear Ronna
No, that's
McDaniel
not
as
what
a
it
rhino.
is. Well, no, it's the opposite of. I mean, this is what people didn't understand, which I did understand. If you read the transcripts of the January 6th stuff, then I knew that Ronna McDaniel's not a rhino. Ronna McDaniel, in terms of the fake elector scheme, I mean, obviously Kenneth Chesebro was the architect, but in terms of who helped Trump, who got those fake electors, who was in direct contact with Trump, it was Ronna McDaniel. That's why no one understood when that whole thing was going down and Mike Lindell, who's given Trump his entire fortune, wanted to be the RNC chair, and like Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon did not understand, why is Trump backing Ronna? Why is Trump backing Ronna? It's because she has so much on him. It's the same reason that Mark Meadows, he still doesn't talk about Mark Meadows. It's because she's knee deep in there. She was right with him. She is the one that was having the direct conversations with Trump. He's trying to keep her as close as possible.
Why do you think all the attacks came then this last weekend? Why do you think that?
Because
like,
they didn't know. Oh no, well that's not this weekend. That's been going on. Ronna McDaniel, in terms of what MAGA's saying about her, is correct. Like, I mean, it's not correct. The RNC's corrupt, but that Charlie Kirk has been doing that and saying that stuff consistently. That wasn't a new thing. Maybe you just aren't
Yeah, maybe I
aware
just
of
picked it
it.
up because of America Fest
Oh,
then.
yeah, and we exactly, and he just happened to be like really going in on her, and but that whole conspiracy of like whatever he's always saying about Ron McDaniel, that started back when they wanted Mike Lindell to be the RNC chair, and they've always thought they think the Republican Party's corrupt. She's in charge of the elections for the Republican Party. But my point is, what was interesting and what I don't think they fully understood and do now is why was Trump will not go against her and never has. You know what I mean? And this is why, because she helped him. She's in this with him. Like, you can't turn on the people that have the actual dirt on you. So now this is from Secretary of State of Michigan, she's great, Jocelyn Benson. She wrote like an open letter on Twitter last night about this. So I just thought I'd just read her thoughts because they didn't know essentially about the recording. So this is from Jocelyn Benson last night. Tonight feels like a good time to tell you all that for me, the absolute lowest moment in the post-election battle we endured to protect Michigan's accurate and legitimate election results in 2020 was not when armed protesters stormed my home. It was the night of the Wayne County Board of Canvassers meeting. I distinctly remember coming home that evening feeling completely defeated. We knew about the pressure not to certify, though until tonight, I did not know about the recording. We were prepared to go to court to successfully ensure certification at the local and state level, and we were confident we'd win in court. But blocking certification in Wayne County and pushing this to the courts would still delay and create enough doubt and uncertainty to enable the Trump campaign to push Pennsylvania, which was certifying the next week, to delay as well. And we knew other dominoes would fall after that. How could we overcome the pressure of the then President of the United States on local and state officials? Were the facts and law not enough? Well, then something I'll never forget happened. Hundreds of citizens showed up to the meeting of the Wayne County Canvassing Board to remind them of their duty under the law to ensure their votes counted. Their voices mattered. Their votes mattered. In my view, that turned the tide. Citizens and election officials in Wayne County and statewide didn't flinch, stood firm, and demanded their votes be certified as required under the law. And in the end, the Wayne County Canvassing Board fulfilled their legal duty, followed the law, and certified the election. What started as the lowest moment of the post-election melee became the most inspiring. The voters won. Facts and the rule of law carried the day. Democracy prevailed. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I don't know. I really
That
like
was
her.
awesome. Yeah,
I know. Isn't that cool?
yeah,
Gives
her
me
ability to
chills.
frame that perspective, and even at this point, like this is going to renew the hatred and vitriol towards her. This is going to renew like probably the attacks, and the
They
the
stormed
threats.
her house. She had people
Yeah,
surrounding her house, like crazy stuff. And just
Jocelyn
to that
Benson for
point,
you
she was
guys that
on
are
CNN.
asking.
Yeah, and she's really pretty. Not that that matters. I'm just making a statement. She's really pretty and really smart. So I
Just in
just
case she's
really impressed
listening,
by.
Felice is interested.
Shut it. Anyways, so she was on CNN last night talking to Abby Phillip, and so I just want to play that recording for you guys
The
as
Trump
well.
campaign has said in response to this reporting in a statement, quote, all of Trump's actions were taken in furtherance of his duty as president of the United States to faithfully take care of the laws and ensure election integrity. What do you make of that response?
His duty at that moment, as someone who had lost a presidential election, was to accept the results, accept the loss, and enable a smooth, clean transition of power to the actual winner of the election. And instead, to abdicate that duty, to abuse his position and call these local officials who are simply prepared to do their job under the law and certify these accurate election results, perform their ministerial role under the law, to then try to interfere in that process, knowing that this great conspiracy could unfold and enable him to block the full nationwide presidential election results starting in Wayne County. It was really remarkable. It was incredible to live through because you just every day you didn't know what additional tactic would be thrown our way. But the bottom line is his duty was to accept his loss, accept the results, and move on. And we've been waiting for that to happen now since that night.
Yeah, and we're
Since that night.
It's
Her
coming.
name is
He's gonna-
Jocelyn
he's-
Benson.
He's gonna concede soon, I think. I have a
Any-
feeling Donald Trump's any minute now.
day now.
He's gonna concede and release his taxes on the same day. It's coming, guys. Just keep waiting for it.
I just want, I mean, shout out to women, to all the secretaries of state that are female in places like, to all the AG, the attorney generals that are female who are holding it down and forcing the rule of law to be upheld in these states. Like, always so impressed.
Yeah, it's heartening to hear this. Like, it's heartening to hear about people who stood up against. That's a scary thing. Like, if you're holding a town hall and you're Jocelyn Benson, or if you're just one of like an election board, you never have people at your town halls. Never. Like, nobody's ever there. There's 4 people there, and it's the same 4 people that are there every time. It's probably
is.
like a sovereign citizen, like a commie, and then like just whatever. Right? It's. But now you have hundreds of people showing up. And they're not showing up to demand anything else other than you do what they want you to do. That's got to be like a huge shock for people who aren't used to having people show up to their meetings. And the pressure, like you said, going to their house, threatening them online. It would be easy for any of these people to just turn the other way, like be like, okay, I'm just going to pretend that this isn't happening. I'm going to protect my own life, and I'm going to go along with this. And thousands of election workers, thousands of Republicans in elected positions did exactly that. They just pretended everything was fine, and they went along with their life. So it's heartening. And I don't think Jocelyn Benson she's not a Republican, right? I doubt she is.
Thank you for the snowman.
She seems too
I'm not
educated for
sure.
that. But it's just heartening to see that there were people along the lines that were willing to stand up and face harm themselves to do what's right for our country. And those are like the real patriots, right? These are the real people
For
that should be
sure.
celebrated.
Yeah.
The ones that the Republicans demonize the most are oftentimes the ones most worth celebrating.
And it's just so shocking because, yeah, I think Michigan, I'm not sure if Jocelyn Benson is a Republican or a Democrat, but it's just so impressive to be in these swing states, us in Arizona, and like, I'll say it again. Thanks, John McCain, because yeah, I disagreed with every single thing pretty much he believed in, but like he did care about the truth. And when it came down to it, those McCain Republicans in Arizona who, yeah, our people were not Democrats. They were Republicans and they said no. Like
Yeah.
we are not going to lie for you. So thank God
Also,
for the people that have a line.
Republicans also caused the issue when I think the number is close to 70,000 of these registered Republicans voted for Joe Biden. Thanks, Arizona. Again, in Arizona. I remember watching the Pennsylvania hearings that they had, and they were talking about election fraud, and somebody, it was a Republican that got up and just said, like, here's why we lost. And they named out, I think it was over 100,000 Republicans who had voted for Joe Biden. He's like, we have to stop pretending that these votes were stolen. Our own people didn't want Trump. That's what happened. That's how we lost. Like, let's stop pretending it was stolen. Let's address how we can let's address figuring out why all these Republicans didn't want to vote for our guy. Let's figure that out. But Donald Trump can't do that because he has to continue this facade that like nobody would ever vote against him without being lied to, right? Or being
It's so
corrupt.
crazy, and it's so ironic because it's helping us. It's like, do we even who's gonna tell them like that you're sinking your own ship? As long as this continues, the election was stolen stuff. I mean, Democrats have an advantage because it's true. It's not like until they can just say, hey, it's not that the election was stolen. We need to address that the things we're pushing, like abortion, all of these things are not popular. It's the same thing with Carrie Lake. I don't think people truly understand around the country because it's a joke now. But you guys, Carrie Lake would be our governor right now, right? If it wasn't like you just don't understand. It just they were a little too crazy. Like just
Yeah, if she would have just
little.
acted like
they wanted to elect her.
Yeah, if she would have acted just a little bit normal, because down ballot, you had Trump underperform, Carrie Lake underperform, and then Republicans across the state overperformed both Kerry Lake and Trump. And you saw this in every single swing state, in Arizona, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, all across the board. Donald Trump, Georgia, certainly in Georgia, Donald Trump underperformed Republicans all over this country. And yet, because of his ego is so massive, and Republicans are such magnanimous pussies, that you guys allowed yourselves to believe that something was stolen, even though you can look at the data and you can say, like, oh, it was just that Republicans, not all the Republicans liked Trump, and some of them voted for Democrats. That's actually what happened in 2020. That's the whole story. The whole story is Republicans voted for Joe Biden. It's the whole thing.
All because Trump doesn't want to be embarrassed. If Carrie Lake would have laid off the election with stolen crap, she would right now be the governor of Arizona. There's a great Washington Post article about it, and I remember reading it and it was her own staffers who were being interviewed on the condition of anonymity and basically talking about when they realized she wasn't kidding. You know what I mean? like they were all like, well, we thought she was doing it for Trump's endorsement, and they were all telling their stories of like the day, the time when they were like, oh, here's what I realized. Carrie Lake was not joking. Because they all just thought, well, she was doing it for Trump or to get his endorsement or whatever the reason. And they're like, and then we slowly realized, like,
we're
no,
going to
this
round
isn't
up
a joke
Democrats and
anymore.
put them in camps. Hold on. Wait, what? Yeah, she's crazy. Keep it up.
If Republicans would lay off the stolen election stuff, the elections would have gone differently. It's just in the swing states. I can only, I don't know about the other ones, but yeah. And whoever was talking about Michigan, again, shout out to Michigan, shout out to Minnesota, shout out to these Midwest states with progressive agendas doing amazing things.
Listen, nobody wants to live there, but we appreciate what you're doing.
I totally don't think that anymore. Like, I just am so impressed with Minnesota and Michigan. Like, huge, doing big things. Women, we might need to seek refuge there. Women
That's
might
true.
only be in Michigan and Minnesota. So
Minnesota might be the best. Yeah, that might be the safest bet, is Minnesota.
Oh, and I want to play this quote from constitutional scholar Lawrence Tribe. He's like one of the most famous constitutional scholars in the country. He was Jamie Raskin's like mentor, just to give you an idea of who this guy is. And he was on CNN last night just discussing this whole thing that came out, the Michigan tape. So listen to this.
It is what it appears to be. It makes you think of all the pressure and defamation directed at Shea and Ruby Moss. It makes you think of the Raffensperger call, where he's trying to twist arms and say that you're going to get in trouble unless you find me the votes I need. This is all part and parcel, it appears, of an extended plot going back way before January 6th and extending right up until the violent insurrection, an attempt to interfere with the central process of democracy, the process of making a peaceful transition to the newly elected president. And I can imagine whether Special Counsel Jack Smith already has this evidence or is in the process of developing it, that the trial we're going to see that is supposed to begin on March 4th is going to be dynamite. No wonder the president wants absolute immunity. No wonder he wants to delay the trial. No wonder he wants to prevent the American people from learning the details of how he tried to steal an election that he had lost in the name of what he calls the big steal.
That's what this is about, right? That is why it's so important to him to get this absolute immunity as quick as possible, because this is the stuff that's floating around out there.
Where are our Republicans today? I want to know what the Republicans have to think about this. I want
Guys,
to
tap
know.
the screen. Let's get to 160K right now. Share the live with a Republican. Where's David? Everyone share this live with David.
Because I honestly want to know, and here's what I think is happening. I think that Republicans, like any issue like this, when it's pretty obvious that this is a problem, generally Republicans will go quiet and wait while their dear leaders, the Charlie Kirks, the Fox Newses, come together and come up with a defense. And I don't know what the defense is going to be here. I have no idea how you defend these type of actions at this point. But it's boiled down to like, it's kind of the faith argument, right? Like that you can't go after somebody's faith. You can't mock somebody's faith in this country. It's like the most sacred thing, even if their faith is something ridiculous. This is now the argument of conservatives. Well, they believed it, right? They were convinced of it. They believed it in their heart. They still believe it. Despite the evidence, they still believe it, so it's okay.
But that's why they can't read the indictments. That's why if you want to be a MAGA supporter, it's most important that you read nothing. Because when you read those indictments, the Georgia and the January 6th specifically, you learn that's one of the points, like I would say, that stands out, the chronological timeline of every single time Trump was told that the election wasn't stolen, that there was no evidence, that they had fully investigated. And that's why every Republican witness in these indictments, because they're all Republicans, this is Republican on Republican crime. They wanted to help him. They wanted him to win the election. They just, there was no evidence. They couldn't do anything. Their hands were tied. Like this is just a story of Donald Trump refusing to just say, I lost.
I just don't understand again, please, Republicans, come up here, explain it to me. Explain to me why it is so important for you guys to protect Donald Trump. He loses every election for you. He's won exactly one election. And he won because nobody knew him yet. Nobody knew him as a leader yet. And it was almost immediately apparent as he stepped in to that leadership role that he was ill prepared for it, that he was not going to take it seriously, that he wasn't going to read briefings. He wasn't going to fill his staff with people who were competent, but yes men. And then he has done nothing but get pummeled at the polls for we're almost at 7 years now. 7 straight years you guys are losing. Why is it so important to you? Is it a pride thing? Is it really, like, do you just not want to admit that you were wrong about him? Is that what this is? Is it because we're too late now? You feel like we're too late in the primary season? You don't think Ron DeSantis can get it done? You don't think Nikki Haley can get it done? Like, what is it? Why keep defending a guy who does nothing but lose and nothing but get caught lying? Why? Even if you think he's telling the truth, he's not going to win elections for you. He's costing you guys every bit of power that you had consolidated at. Like, one of the interesting things to me is watching Newt Gingrich bend the knee for Donald Trump. Newt Gingrich, for all that Newt Gingrich is, Newt Gingrich got the Republicans all of this power. He gave them the playbook to steal power. He put people in place to get, and Donald Trump has ruined all of that. He's fucked up all of it.
Newt Gingrich hates Trump, though. You know that, right? I mean, he's just publicly bending the knee because Newt Gingrich will have some fits, where I've seen him a couple of times on Fox News where the mask falls and he's just like, you could tell. He's like, this guy's ruining my life. He's ruining my legacy.
Yeah, he said, listen to this tweet from Newt Gingrich the other night. Newt Gingrich isn't stupid. He's not stupid.
Yeah.
But this is the dumbest tweet. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen him say. Colorado is on the verge of becoming the new Venezuela.
Oh my God.
Let me keep going.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
God,
four lawyers have decided that their views outweigh the 1.3 million Coloradans who voted for Donald Trump in 2020. Newt, you're a smart guy. You understand.
What was it? 6 commies and a rhino? Or
yeah. Keeping a political opponent from even running is the behavior of a dictatorship, not a democracy. Coloradans should demand these 4 partisan destroyers of democracy be removed from office. There were 341,000 Colorado voters for Trump for each self-appointed freedom killer. They should not be allowed to pretend they are judges. They replaced the rule of law with the rule of power. Welcome to Venezuela or Cuba or Nicaragua. But he's smarter than that. He is smarter than that. He understands, he's I believe, constitutional lawyer, isn't he?
I actually don't know that. I'm not sure.
Maybe not. But
he is intelligent, though.
He knows how the system works. He knows that this was the role of the judges. He knows that the judges could not rule, that they're not allowed to rule on things because there are voters. He knows that. He knows the judges had no choice here but to make a ruling. And the ruling couldn't be that we don't have the authority to make a ruling, because they do. And everybody who knows anything about our Constitution and how laws are upheld knows that the court had They were the ones that had the authority to make this decision, not the voters. The voters don't have the authority to make this decision. That's not how our system's set up. But it's people like Newt that make me like, I don't get it, guys. I don't get it, Republicans. Why are you so desperate to hang on to somebody who's like fucking up your entire shit? He's ruined everything for you, and you guys are holding on for dear life. Why?
Yeah, and just I was just looking at 19. I think it's a good time to talk about it. But and you touched on this as well. That the lawsuit in Colorado was brought by Republicans and independents.
Right. Coyote.
Like, that's how the law works. And I just want to read this one thing from it. Although the former president did not receive a criminal trial, he had a comprehensive trial that took 5 days with 96 exhibits and a 102-page order from the district court. As the 4-3 ruling in the Colorado Supreme Court shows, this matter is no slam dunk, but it sure appears that Trump received due process.
What's
That's
up,
the
Coyote?
law. It doesn't require a conviction.
Are you here to
Okay.
tell
Not
us
too
why
much.
you guys keep? Are you here to tell us why you're doubling down on Trump? I hope so.
Well, I don't care who gets in office. I'd prefer neither Trump nor Biden.
I know.
So,
But why do you think Republicans are hanging on to Trump?
I think it's a psychological thing where the more someone who opposes you opposes something, the more you want it.
That's honest. That's really, really honest.
But I can't help but to just answer it as honest as I can. I know we disagree on some things, but I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up someone's ass, you know.
That's disappointing. That's kind of what I was looking forward to. When you're looking
I'm curious about something.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you know about the 20,713 votes in Georgia? I'm really confused about that story.
Let me pull it up. I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you talking about the perfect phone call? Or are you talking about with Raffensperger and what are you referring to? Tell us.
Well, it would be Georgia, yes. I don't think it has anything to do with Trump. I think it has to do with, to be honest, Mike Hassinger, the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger's office, oversees elections. Told the Associated Press in an email there are no missing votes.
Okay, I've got it now.
Yeah,
I've got
that's
it now.
part of the
So-
perfect phone call. That's why I was asking.
So Fulton County
Well,
counted. Here's the claim that you're making here. Fulton County counted 20,713 votes that did not exist in the 2020 election, according to a public record request. This is something that Trump tweeted out. Trump lost Georgia by no, that's a post from somebody on X. The post has received approximately 28,000 likes as of Wednesday. Both posts cite a complaint submitted to the Georgia Election Board in July 2022, which details alleged election irregularities, including 20,713 votes that the complaint says were never cast. It provides as proof a Fulton County email, which states that the poll tapes from 10 vote tabulators used to count in-person votes cast before Election Day do not exist. But poll tapes, like receipt-like vote, so poll tapes are just like the receipt that comes out and it gives you like the tallies from the voting machines, are just one of many methods for documenting elections, and their absence does not prove that the votes were fabricated. All 2020 votes in Georgia were documented on memory cards and in official statements released by the states, counties, among other procedures, not just the poll tapes. So yeah, so you're just missing votes from the poll tapes here. That's it. And Georgia's saying that we have accounted for those votes and we have records of those votes.
So, in saying that, hold on, let me go to that part where it is that they. Hold on one
Kind of
second.
cutting in and out for me, at least, Coyote.
Oh, hold on one second. Sorry, I had my Wi-Fi on. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I just got done driving. That's why I just requested. When I get close to my house, it automatically connects to my Wi-Fi, and I'm a little bit of ways, so I just
No worries.
disconnected my
So
Wi-Fi.
the thing, everything you said broke up. So what? Can you just repeat what you said?
So were they cast and not counted?
No, they were counted, but they didn't print out on the vote tallies. I assume Felice is still digging further into it. A 2020 state review of Fulton County's 2020 audit found errors and inconsistencies in the vote count, including some double counting of ballots, but the errors weren't enough to alter the election results.
Here, do you want me to read? Well,
What if it
I'm
was
not.
20,007?
Here, claim a public records request. The claim is a public records request revealed that 20,713 votes that were included in the 2020 election night tally in Fulton County, Georgia, do not exist. AP, this is from AP. AP's assessment, false. A complaint submitted to the Georgia State Election Board in July 2022 includes an email from Fulton County stating that ballot tabulator results or poll tapes printed on election day, quote, do not exist for 10 machines, but poll tapes are just one part of the paper trail that documents the vote, which is also recorded on memory cards and in official statements released by Georgia counties, among other procedures. Three separate counts of Georgia's
quick,
votes
can I just
all
clarify
found
something?
similar results in full. Yeah.
So yeah, when you go through the voting machines, you're going to print out the tallies and you're going to save those tallies and you're going to turn them in. So essentially what's happened here is some of the tallies that people printed off, they just don't have the record of that. But that doesn't mean that the votes didn't count. The machine is still calculating those votes. You can put in a USB drive. There's you can get the memory from it through a USB drive. You can still get all those votes without the receipt. It's like going to the grocery store, coming home and not having your receipt. It doesn't mean that you didn't buy it, right? Just that you don't have the receipt. That's essentially what the complaint is, that they didn't have the actual printed off receipt.
Right. So if he was down by 11,000 votes in that state, and there were 20,713 votes that there was no receipt to, wouldn't it make sense to be like, hey, what's going on here?
No, so I don't know if you've ever used like Walmart's app. If you go to Walmart and you buy something and you like use the app, it'll print out a receipt for you. If I lose my receipt, I can go onto the Walmart app and there's a digital copy of my receipt. There are digital copies of these receipts. It's just the physical copy. Somebody either forgot to print it out or printed it out and lost it. That's all. Again, there are digital copies of all of these votes. These are not missing votes. These votes all exist. They were all counted.
Can I say something really quick? Or finish what I was going to say?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so just to go along with that, like there's a whole, let me scroll back up before I read this. This is all explained. This is literally debunked for you in an article. It's an AP article, AP fact check. It's called Missing 2020 Poll Tallies in Georgia. Don't prove 20,713 votes never existed. Other records are available. So let me just scroll back down really quick. So again, I read this earlier, but it just says both posts cite a complaint submitted to the Georgia State Election Board. That complaint of it detailed election irregularities that came based off the only proof that they had. What this whole thing is about is an email which states that poll tapes from 10 vote tabulators used to count in-person votes do not exist. Okay, so there was an email saying that, but poll tapes, receipt-like vote tallies from either a specific tabulator or an entire polling precinct are just one of the many ways they count it. So, just like what Jay is saying, right? So this is Mike Hassinger, a spokesperson for Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's office, which oversees elections statewide, told the AP in an email that there are no missing votes and that, quote, a scanner didn't produce a poll tape would have no effect on the number or validity of the votes cast. Quote, poll tapes are not supposed to go missing, but precincts are managed by human beings who sometimes make mistakes. Vote totals are recorded multiple ways to prove redundancy and security. So that's what RTP just said, that it's not the only way. Poll tapes are not the singular way they track. There are other ways. This is a quote from this man, Hassinger. If you lose your receipt, it doesn't mean you didn't get groceries. The store register has a copy of receipt. Your card has a record of the charge, right? You might not have a receipt, but there is more than one way to prove you paid for your groceries.
Let's say you didn't. Yeah, it makes. I know what you're saying, but let's say you didn't buy something and you don't have the receipt that you didn't buy it. You could go onto your credit card and see that you're muted. It looked like she was.
Yeah, I was just saying. So I was just saying a little joke, but like the point is, like just when I was just saying a little something sarcastic. But the point is, they have them on memory cards, right? Like this is not your paper copy. The paper copy might be lost, but they have other records. Like that's the point. This isn't a thing. There's a USB drive.
And in my point, you said that they're counted in multiple ways to ensure accuracy and security. But we lost one of those receipts that prove the accuracy or security of it.
Okay,
no,
so
hold on.
Can we do it simply?
Election integrity is about redundancy, right? It's about checks and balances. Quote, it may be a little disappointing, but not suspicious. I would find it a little suspicious if every poll tape were exactly where it was supposed to be. That would be too good to be true. That's why there's redundancies. That's why there's also digital copies, there's receipts, and then whatever the third way was. There's 3 different ways so that if one is lost, they can cross-reference.
Do they have...
Again, let's wait, hold on, Coyote. Let's go back to Coyote. You went to Walmart. You used the app, you bought your groceries. You came home, you've got all your groceries there on the counter. A police officer knocks on the door. The police officer knocks on the door and says, hey, somebody said that you stole groceries from Walmart. You're like, no, I paid for them. He says, where's your receipt? You check your pockets, you check your bags. You're like, shit, I can't find the receipt. I don't have the receipt. So he says, is there a different way you could prove that you paid for these? And you're like, great news. I have the Walmart app that has a digital copy of the receipt. Here's a digital copy of the receipt, and you can look at the digital copy of the receipt and look at my groceries and figure this out. Here's also a credit card statement. Now, would anybody think that you stole the groceries because you didn't have the physical copy of the receipt? You're muted, Coyote.
Yeah, I think it would be redundant, but I could
wait, hold on, stay with me. Would anybody think that you stole the groceries now that you've proven that you have the receipt?
Yeah, sure.
No, they wouldn't, right? Nobody would still think you stole the groceries, right?
Right, because the receipt
so this
doesn't
is the
prove...
this is Republican. Hold on.
Wait.
So this is I'm almost. I promise I'll let you make your point. This is Republicans saying, yes, you don't have the paper receipt. You can prove that these votes were counted a lot of other ways, but you don't have the paper receipt. That's what this argument is. That there's not a paper receipt.
Now let's say I have the credit card statement, the Walmart app, and the receipt. That proves I paid for groceries, right?
Does it prove it? No, wait, but does it prove it more than if you didn't have the paper receipt?
Not if Walmart has a video of me leaving with more than what is on that receipt.
Wait, but you have the digital receipt, right?
Right, and then my digital receipt says I bought 1 package of Oreos, but they have a video of me leaving with 2 packages of Oreos.
This is not even a good analogy. What are you talking about?
It's not a good analogy all the way around. I can find a way to get around
exactly.
anything.
You're just, listen, you know the answer. You're just desperately trying to say something that doesn't make any sense. Stop doing this.
No, I'm just saying a receipt does not prove that I bought everything that was in my bag.
Wait, but hold on.
Okay, stop. There were 3 different tallies of the votes, right? There was the machine count on election day, a risk limiting audit, a second recount. They all found the same similar results. And then Biden won each time.
Were they counting the same receipt?
Okay. Stop. And then in 2023, there was a state review.
Just be honest. Were they counting
No, what are you talking about?
Were they all right? What were the 3 receipts you just said?
I'm talking about the counts. Stop. I'm talking about
they hand counted the receipt
3 times. They recounted the votes 3 times, and
Based
they
on
always
what?
got similar results. Can I please just
Off of
finish
one
my
single
statement? Can I finish my statement?
Of course you
Like
can. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to pretend that you have a leg to stand on. You of course don't. But just just let me
Well,
finish
I
what I'm
would
saying.
I would
So
imagine
even
I do
after
have a
all
leg
the
to stand on, and
recounts
that's why you're
that
so
all
upset.
you absolutely do not, sir. No, I'm upset because this is a waste of time. Like that's really what it is. I love having interesting
I love proving a
conversations.
point.
You're not,
I
but
will let you
you're not
continue.
proving anything. You're not proving anything. Now stop talking and let me finish. So even after those 3 recounts, right, that found the same similar results about that. Okay, so a 2023 state review of Fulton County's 2020 audit found errors and inconsistencies in the vote count, including some double counting of ballots. But all of those errors, right, weren't enough to alter the election results. So even if there were, or they did find errors, it still is not enough for your guy to have won in Georgia. It's not enough. It doesn't matter.
I just want to know. You said that there was 3 recounts. What were they basing those recounts off? That single receipt? You said that they have 3 different. Hello?
All right.
I can't hear
Let
anybody.
me help with this. So in every election, every single election in every single state, they need multiple ways to verify the votes. And that's for this reason. Because if the only way to count the votes was the receipts and somebody lost a physical receipt, you would want a redundancy in the system. You would want something that allows you to verify that number. And let me explain very easily how this works. There is a receipt that is printed out. We also have the physical copies of the ballots. So when they audited the election, they went in and hand counted ballots. They compared their hand count to the totals that would have been printed on the receipt, but instead were stored as a digital copy. And they compared the hand vote to the digital copy. And they said there was very few instances where that number was off, but it was never off enough to affect the election. Our elections, we would have to be the dumbest country in the world if the only thing we had to verify the counts were pieces of paper printed out that we were responsible for holding on to and getting all together. If that was the only way we counted, we would fuck up every single election. It is not unusual for printed out receipts to go missing or to not be able to be found. It's not an unusual thing. That's why we have checks and balances.
So that makes a
And
lot.
that's why.
And what I was asking Felice was, are they counting the same?
So he's not listening.
No. Let me continue. Please don't interrupt me. It gets redundant after a while. What I was asking you, Felice,
I'm not 100% sure you know what
hold on.
You
hold
interrupted
on,
me
please.
this entire time. No, don't
kept-
ask me to extend you
All
a
right, go
courtesy
ahead.
that you have not extended me at any point. Like, are you kidding me?
What's your question, Coyote?
What I was saying was, what I was asking Felice is if they were counting from the same receipt 3 times. When you
Christ.
said
Nope.
that.
Stop. Wait, hold on. They're
just
not.
answered the
No,
question.
they're not.
What RTP clarified, please.
Coyote.
RTP,
Hold on.
RTP. Let me please explain what you clarified. You clarified that they had a paper ballot and a digital copy. So I
Oh.
understand now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, it's that simple. If
Gotcha.
Felice wasn't so busy interrupting me, it would have been really simple.
Yeah. Sure. That's what it was. Felice was interrupting you. You interrupted her the entire time.
You
dude.
literally
So-
came up here. You were incorrect,
Let me mute.
and you
Hold
got
on,
sensitive
so I don't
about
get
it.
accused.
You're interrupting me again. Here we go. Does anyone notice the hypocrisy? But that's because men believe that what they have to say, even though he said the least intelligent thing I've ever heard, something that has been disproven time and time and time again. And I have to read him an article like a little child. You could have used your own fingers and you could have looked this up. And now you're up here telling me I'm interrupting you. Time is a finite resource, Coyote. That's my issue with listening to you slowly do this. I'm trying to hurry you along because this is time that we are never going to have back.
Am I good to go? Right, like I interrupted RTP as well because you weren't letting me make my point, and I see you do this to countless amounts of guests, and it's really redundant. If you would let me clarify.
Do you know what? Stop saying redundant. You're not using it correctly. I don't think you know what that word means. You should stop using it for a little bit, but go on with your point. Sorry, I think I muted you, Coyote. Sorry.
No, it's okay when you interrupt him because you're a man. So it's fine. It's fine. You just keep interrupting him. You're a man. That's fine. Of the two of us, I'm the one that interrupts people. I literally sit up here patiently for hours, never interrupting anyone.
I did interrupt RTP, but apparently you're more sensitive. I don't know. All I wanted to do was to make my whole point. I let you talk, you monologue.
Okay, sir, you were incorrect.
Yeah, it happens.
I think one of the things...
Honestly, I came up here and I asked for some clarity.
Yeah, we were trying to give it to you, but you kept... when
the misogyny of it all.
You kept interrupting.
The misandry. I don't know, maybe you're just more sensitive than RTP.
Oh my God! No, you were no. Wait, hold on.
I told RTP
hold on.
to please be quiet as well, just like I am now. I'm sorry that you think you're feeling singled out.
Hold on, Coyote. I can send you this recording after. There's no question that you interrupted Felice more than me. There's no question about that. Everybody in the chat knows it. It happens all the time. And Felice is frustrated, rightfully so, because it does happen all the time, specifically from conservative men. It does. But the point is, like, Felice was
Did I interrupt you?
I was still going. Felice was going out of her way to explain something to her, and you wanted to be heard. And this is the problem that we run into a lot, is that sometimes people come on with a conspiracy theory, and the very first thing that they say is wrong. So they're basing a conspiracy theory off of the very first thing you said was wrong. It makes no sense for us to then allow you to go down this whole journey of your theory when what you based it on was wrong. So we were trying to explain to you that, and by the way, ask yourself this question. Now that we all agree that that was wrong, that there weren't 20,000 missing votes, ask yourself why the people that you continuously vote for are the ones spreading this lie. Are they stupid or are they dishonest?
There's only two candidates this presidential election, pretty much.
Hey, so... pal, I don't know if you have voted before, but if you had, you'll notice that there's more than two names on a ballot. There are, when you vote for president,
in the primary.
When you vote for, this isn't the primary, in the Georgia election, people weren't just voting for Trump on that ballot. You get that, right?
No, like I said, I didn't vote for Trump in 2016 in the primary
That's not
election.
a question that's not even a question that I asked. That's not an answer to the question I asked. What I'm asking is, the people that you vote for, conservatives, why are they lying about this? Why are they pushing, like, this news got to you somehow. We didn't bring this up. You brought it to us. This lie got to you somehow. And I'm going to guess it was a right-winger that brought it to you, whether it was a Facebook post, a TikTok video, TikTok debate, wherever you got that information. Why did that conservative either A, not know the truth, or B, they were lying to you?
I didn't know what was true, and like I said in the comments,
wait,
you two are
be
very...
quiet. That's not the question I asked.
Because your question
I'm asking you.
Erroneously.
I'm asking you.
You're asking me a question that's irrelevant because I didn't say it was truth. I asked if you understood and if you could explain it to me.
Shushies. I'm asking you your opinion on why you think Republicans are spreading this story.
No, you said the people I vote for. Why do you think the people you vote for lie?
Yeah.
Right?
Republicans.
Right. Do I want Trump or Biden in office?
I'm not. No, answer the fucking question, dude. Why do you
don't know why Republicans
I'll ask the question differently. Because
they want to hang on to power, just like Democrats.
Why do you think Republicans are lying about this?
Because they want to hold on to power. Just why the same reason Democrats do the same thing.
Give me an example.
Joe Biden didn't have any communications with his son's business partners?
Nobody said that. Nobody ever claimed
Joe
that Joe
Biden said
no,
that.
No. What Joe Biden said is he had nothing to do with his son's business. He never said that he didn't talk to any of his son's business partners. He never said that. That's
never
another
had
thing.
any
See, that's another
communications?
lie that right wingers are telling you. Yet again, another lie that you've been told and you showed up regurgitating. Why did they lie to you about that?
Did Vuk Jeremic?
Why
email
did
Hunter-
they lie to you about that?
I want you to
Coyote,
prove
if you're
that
gonna
they
be
did
here,
lie.
listen, if you're gonna be here and annoy the shit out of Felice, then the least you can do is act like a grown-up and answer the questions I ask you and not change subjects every time I ask a question. Is that fair? I've answered. You
Why
showed up.
isn't
You
he
asked a
calling you
question.
sensitive? Why isn't
Ask-
he calling you sensitive? That's what I want to know.
Why isn't
You're
he crying
freaking out
about
right
me
now
interrupting
and
him?
yelling? It's so funny that you're not getting called sensitive. That's
He
super
isn't calling me a
interesting. I don't
racist
listen, Coyote.
or a
I know
misandrist
that
or a
I know that some
misogynist.
woman hurt you. I know that some woman hurt you. Okay, and I'm sorry about that. I just want to
appreciate
tell you
that.
that.
So what's your question? I'll mute.
Yeah. The question is, you brought up another lie about Joe Biden. Why are all the things that you believe so far today, the two things that you brought up today so far, have been lies? Why do you think that you believe things that aren't true? It was to you, Coyote, if you want to unmute now.
So it says that Biden says he was not improperly involved in son's brother's business dealings.
Correct.
Right.
What did
So
you say?
did-
Wait, but do you remember what you said?
I want to know he wasn't.
Wait, no, we're not
involved.
moving on yet. You said that the claim was that we lied about Joe Biden having discussions with Hunter Biden's business associates. Joe Biden
Right,
never
and you're saying-
Joe Biden never
you're saying
said
he-
I didn't talk to his business associates.
So that
This is-
claim
this
would
is how
say
these
that
Repub-
Joe Biden.
This is
that
how the
claim would-
Republican
would
lies
im-
work. They
Right.
they change the narrative so that you
Okay.
can call it a lie.
Okay, and you're trying to narrate the question so that I can't prove that Joe Biden was involved in his business dealings.
It wasn't. No, that
So
wasn't
can
the
we have-
claim you made. Wait,
can we
it wasn't.
have-
Hold on. It
Was
wasn't
Joe
the claim
Biden
you made.
involved?
Wait, no, he
Joe
wasn't.
Biden said he had no communications with his business
No, he didn't.
dealings,
See,
right?
now you're doing it again. Where did Joe Biden
He
say
was
he
not-
never? Wait, where's that quote? Where's the quote that Joe Biden said he never communicated with any of Hunter Biden's business associates?
You
Where's that
just
quote?
agreed that Joe Biden said he was not improperly involved in Hunter Biden's business dealings, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did Vuk Jeremic, and I don't know the legality. This is something else I wanted to ask you. Did Vuk Jeremic email Hunter Biden asking him for a political audience? Did Vuk Jeremic meet with Colin Kahl? And did Vuk Jeremic send James Biden money through an LLC?
Sort of.
And would that be improper?
No.
So Hunter Biden can
What's the
receive
crime?
money?
Wait, what's the crime there?
Right. So is it a crime for a non-government official to have communications with a foreign politician
No,
and
it's
set
not a
up
crime.
a
No,
business?
no, that's not a crime. Absolutely not.
Do you have to be a registered foreign, what's it called?
A registered foreign agent?
A foreign agent. It's called
He's
a
in
foreign
America,
agent.
dude. He's not a foreign agent.
Right, but do you have to be a foreign agent to set up political meetings?
No, you can no.
Between
you,
foreign
as a private
agent,
as a private citizen,
Oh.
I could go to Russia and I could meet with an oligarch, and we could even talk about politics if we wanted. Yeah,
So-
that's not a crime.
So Barron Trump could sell meetings with his dad to Xi Jinping?
He could, but if it only becomes a crime if then he sells a meeting with his dad, and then that meeting happens, right?
Right. So did Vuk Jeremic meet with Colin Kahl, who is Joe Biden's assistant?
I don't know, but did he meet with Joe Biden?
No, he did not meet with Joe Biden.
And is there
but don't
any
you
ev-
think
and is
Joe
there
Biden
any-
would know
and
if
is there
his
any
assistant
evidence
is meeting?
Is there any evidence that Joe Biden did anything for him?
Oh, the meeting was all about Vuk Jeremic getting some kind of political
Who is
favor.
Vuk Jeremic? What are you saying? I don't even know
Vuk
that.
Jeremic is a
Spell that for me.
politician, a foreign
Spell that.
VUK Jeremic,
Okay.
Jeremic, I believe.
So he was former president of the United Nations General. Yeah, he wasn't Joe Biden's chief.
No, he was looking for that position. Colin, you're talking about Colin Kahl.
Okay. So what's
Colin
your
Kahl was the
question about
person
Vuk
that
Jeremic?
should Vuk Jeremic be sending the Bidens money in return for a meeting with one of Joe Biden's assistants involving or
Wait, it's not. Wait, is it his assistant or it was somebody who
No.
wanted to be his assistant?
No, he's trying so bad
No.
to make the connection that doesn't exist. You know, they don't have the proof.
I know. I
There's
just
no
want to.
connection.
I want to make sure Coyote gets this. So, was this Joe Biden's assistant? You said it was who? Colin
Kahl, former Under Secretary of Defense for Policy. Colin Hackett Kahl is an American government official and academic who served as Secretary of Defense for Policy in the administration of President Joe Biden.
Well, so he was. Yeah. So you mean under
How do you spell the colon? The
KAHL? Okay, and what happened in this meeting? So now we have because this is a new one. I haven't heard this one.
Right, I haven't heard anybody talk about it, so that's why I was asking you guys what you think about it.
Let's see. Let me find the claim. Colin Kahl. Just put those together there.
Vuk
All right,
Jeremic,
so here-
LLC, Joe Biden.
All right, so new bank records cited in the memo were obtained by the committee through a subpoena, include payments made to companies tied to Hunter Biden. Not even his. Wait, payments that weren't
Yes.
even to Hunter Biden. Republicans also allege that Hunter Biden uses
Who are they
familiar
to?
connections to help
Was it
facilitate
James
a
Biden?
meeting. Hold on. Biden used his familiar connections to help facilitate a meeting in 2016 between a Serbian running for UN Secretary General, which is, I assume, that's the whatever guy you said it was. I didn't even know that name. Vuk. And oh wait, whoops. Here we go. Popped up an ad. And then National Security Advisor, Vice President Colin Kahl. What is this? Nothing happened. What's the issue? So
That is no, you're getting it now. I've already read this. I read it very good. Nothing
Okay.
happened. That is
Explain, please.
exactly that's
Was it December 5th, 2015, I believe, Vuk Jeremic met with Colin Kahl. There's emails between Hunter Biden and Vuk Jeremic. There's a Senate subpoena for those communications for Vuk Jeremic, but Vuk Jeremic being a foreigner, I guess there's really nothing that the United States can do about it. The subpoena is being ignored.
yeah, I'm reading this. Literally, there's not even an accusation of a crime in here. In 2016, Vuk Jeremic met with who did he meet with? Colin Kahl. In the follow-up email, he said, my meeting with Colin did not last very long, but it didn't go too bad, I think. What is suboptimal is that OVP seems to be outside the decision-making loop on the UNSG elections issue. It appears that nothing happened here. And then later on, some people associated with these two men paid money to a different company that were loosely associated with Hunter Biden. Again, none of this, not a single one of these accusations leads back to Joe Biden in any way. They even say the alleged report does not show any payments made directly to Joe Biden, either as vice president or after leaving office.
Right, through an LLC, he paid one of the other Bidens, correct?
Yeah, Joe's brother got some money for certain things. Yeah,
How much money did he get?
usually
Does it
about
say?
10%.
I'm not making any kind of correlation between
I
the
am.
whole.
Remember the 10.
of the big
Remember
guy.
the whole
I know what you're
case
talking
hinges
about.
on 10% for the big guy, right? And the big guy being Joe Biden. But the only person getting consistently 10% of the money was Joe Biden's brother.
it's too bad.
It almost seems like Joe Biden's son and Joe Biden's brother figured out a way to trick people into giving them money by pretending they had more influence than they did.
And you're okay with that?
I don't care. I really don't care. Yeah, if it doesn't bother me in the slightest.
I wouldn't want Donald Trump doing that either.
Donald
Jared
No, but Donald
Kushner
Trump
got
was
2
doing it.
Yeah, Jared
And
Kushner
you're,
got
and
2
you're not
doesn't
billion
okay
matter.
from
with
the
it.
Saudis.
That's the problem that we're making out. Jared Kushner was an actual employee of the White House and did this.
Right.
And you're fine with that. That is the issue. Where's the energy?
I'm
Where's
not
the
sure
energy?
I'm fine with that.
Donald Trump got
You're not sure.
Donald Trump
No,
was
I'm
paid
not sure.
$5 million.
I
I mean, you're
by-
assuming that I'm okay with Donald Trump doing it right after I said I wouldn't be okay with Donald
No,
Trump
you
doing it
just
either.
said Trump doing it, and we're just like, oh, well, I'm not sure how I feel
Sorry.
about that.
You skipped out,
Yeah,
but
at least
I
your mic's
literally,
cutting in and out a little.
yeah.
Wait, but hold on. Here's the thing. Whether you care or not, again, I'm going to point you back to the Republicans. Have you heard a single Republican mention that Jared Kushner got $2 billion from the Saudis? Have you heard them mention at all that Trump has received up, like, I think close to $10 million from the Saudis? And by the way, that $2 billion to Jared Kushner was for him to manage their money and invest their money. None of that money has been invested. In fact, it's just sitting in an account, and every quarter, Jared Kushner is taking out money to cover his fee. He has done nothing with that money. He hasn't invested a single dime, and he's taking out quarterly payments to enrich himself from the Saudis. It almost looks like the Saudis just agreed to put $2 billion in a bank and let Jared Kushner make money on it. Like, almost as if it
Collect
wasn't
money off
ever
the
an,
interest.
almost as if it wasn't ever an investment at all. But have you heard a single Republican bring that up? You can tie $0 to Joe Biden. I can tie close to 10 million to Trump and 2 billion to his son, who did have a role in government, who did act in the name of his
Right.
father-in-law.
Was
$2
he-
billion. You guys, the Republicans, don't say shit about that. But $0
Right.
and 0 cents to Joe Biden, and you guys are opening up. You open up an investigation. You open up an impeachment inquiry. You slander this guy all over the place and try and make him out to be corrupt. Meanwhile, you all turn a blind eye to the corruption that's happening out in the public. You don't even see it. Donald Trump's just picking up money from the Saudis in public, and you guys are like, nothing to see here. It's probably Joe Biden. It's Joe Biden. He's the problem.
Right. I would like to see an investigation. I'm curious why the Democrats haven't initiated any kind of investigation.
They
into the
don't
$2
have
billion.
control of the House. They don't have control of
Well,
the
they
House.
will eventually, and we'll see.
And they
that.
don't, they're not directing, Joe Biden isn't directing DOJ investigations. That's the craziest thing, isn't it? But I just want to go back to really just because I did my research on this Vuk Jeremic. He's a Serbian politician. So yeah, so I was reading this. So it's about a 2016 email. Vuk wrote to Hunter Biden and an associate his name is Eric Sherwin, and just asked to meet with Colin Kahl, who's he was the Vice President National Security Advisor. Colin Kahl, or he's the National Security Advisor to at the time Joe Biden. And then he met with him, and then following that up, he was told and wrote in an email. Jeremy followed up via email saying, my meeting with Colin did not last very long, didn't go too bad, I think. What is suboptimal meaning not good, is that the office of the vice president seems to be outside the decision-making loop. So what was told to him in that meeting with the Colin Kahl guy was like, yeah, we can't do anything for you.
And yet he still sent money to him. I got one last question.
Listen, again, which is, you're talking about not to Joe Biden.
Yes, they
Not
sent
then
money to
and
not
not
Joe
now.
Biden.
Okay,
Right,
so
correct.
Wait, and not even
again,
to Hunter
but you
Biden.
have
That's
no
understood.
problem. But
I've
again,
agreed with that like
but
20
you're still
times.
doing it. You're still going. So I'm just trying to say now that it is very hypocritical for you to come up here and try to push. You're desperately hanging on to conspiracies that we're saying, hey, if the evidence was there, I'd be the first person. There's nothing I can stand more than nepotism or people using power, rich people exchanging favors and power. I can't stand any of this stuff. If the connection was there, if the paper trail is there, do something about it. I wish all of these 1%ers who are trading favors and power and things of this influence peddling, I don't like it, but it's not a crime. But you have Jared Kushner, who was actually working in the White House, who got 2 billion. It's not like let's sift through this and talk about an obscure 2016 email, and you have no problem with it. That's the issue.
I said I hope the Democrats open up an investigation into it. I mean, you're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. I want Jared Kushner to be investigated, but let's be clear,
I am not trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. Jared Kushner got $2 billion.
Did not have a political position when he got that $2 billion.
There's not.
I don't want to misrepresent things. So was Jared Kushner have a political position when he made that deal, or was it after he had political position? Just to be clear.
Wait, ask that again.
I don't know when the deal was made.
Kushner?
Yeah, did Kushner was
okay? Well, let's just So the investigation hasn't happened, but let's just lay out the timeline. Jared Kushner was the person in the Trump administration assigned basically to work with Saudi Arabia. He was their guy. He you can find there's messages, emails, and them bragging like, yeah, we like Kushner. We've got his ear. Kushner's working with us. Kushner then negotiated the Abraham Accords. He was in the Middle East, and literally, like within weeks, I think, of him leaving office, he got $2 billion from the very people he had been working with. I don't know how much you know about billion-dollar deals. I don't have a lot of knowledge about billion-dollar deals myself. But what I do know from the few things I've read about with billion-dollar deals, they don't happen in 3 weeks. You're not closing a $2 billion.
The wire transfers don't happen in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Do you understand that? The amount of time just to make a wire transfer like that it takes?
It took Elon Musk like 1.5 years to buy Twitter. Like these these take forever. And he leaves office, suddenly gets money, and then all of a sudden, Trump's golf courses are hosting live golf tour events that are directly funded by the Saudis. By the way, the same people who funded 9/11.
I think it's unfair to use Elon Musk's Twitter purchase as an example because he was trying to back out of the deal and there were court cases.
Can you point?
There?
It doesn't matter. You know that whether
of course
you know
it matters.
That you know that it's jump. Wait, hold on. What I was saying is
don't get mad because I'm right.
Nobody's saying you're not right. No, the only reason I brought up Elon
Why
Musk
you get mad?
is because I'm not mad, dude. Chill. The only reason I'm bringing up, shut up when I'm talking. Stop. Jesus Christ, man. It's crazy. The only reason I brought up Elon Musk is because billion-dollar deals run into hiccups. That's why. They're not easy to get done. And Elon Musk's was an example of one that took an extraordinary amount of time. I didn't say that every deal is like Elon Musk's. This is how you argue, and it's fucking bizarre. You just listen to hear something you disagree with, and then you focus on that. What a bizarre thing for you to respond with when we're talking about billion-dollar deals taking a long time,
but Elon
and
Musk
billion-dollar
deals
taking a long time. Coyote, I'll just shout over you. It's a weird.
Are you a misandrist?
It's a weird response for you, Coyote. It's a weird.
I'm really sensitive right now.
It's a weird response for you, Coyote, to come back with everything we just said, and you go, well, actually, Elon's deal took a lot longer. Like, of course, that wasn't the point of what we were talking about. But I don't think that you have ever
still. Jared Kushner does not. So they had to
Nobody's making that argument, dude. I was showing you an extreme example.
Like, but Elon Musk took 1.5 years for his $1 billion deal. Well, obviously, he tried to back out of the deal.
Yeah.
Do you know anybody? Was there someone trying to back out of the Saudi Arabian deal? Was there any court cases? It's not analogous.
Dude, I wasn't comparing the two deals. I was literally giving you the Elon case as an example of one that took way longer than normal. You're like, I don't understand. Again, I don't understand how you're arguing right now or why. Like, why are you even talking about this? We're talking about Donald Trump and his family getting billions of dollars from Saudi, and you're focused on you thinking that I was making the argument that the $2 billion and the Twitter deal were the same. I wasn't even making that argument. Nobody was making that argument. You're fighting a straw man right now.
Well, then why would you bring it up if it has nothing to do with it? I just explained
that to you. I just explained it to you. I said billion-dollar deals take a long time. Here's an extreme example with Elon Musk. Do I need to explain that again, or you got it this time?
No, you don't have to explain why you're bringing
Okay,
up.
good. So we agree. So we understand then that I was just using an extreme example, right? But again, I do want to ask you once again. You, the person who votes for Republicans, doesn't like liberals, shows up and argues dumb points all day. You seem to be the most like everything you've brought up today. You were misinformed on. Why? Have you ever stopped to ask yourself why you're so consistently misinformed?
So I brought up how
Please just answer my question, dude.
Vukjermic.
Please just answer the
Vukjermic is the right way to pronounce it.
Yeah.
Right. So I wasn't wrong about that, was I? You're asking me why I was wrong, but I wasn't wrong.
I said misinformed.
I was wrong.
Nobody.
Was I misinformed?
Wait.
See, I wasn't even told about the Vukjermic part. I just looked into the LLCs that sent Joe Biden's family
but
money.
when you told us the story of Vukjermic, your story was wrong.
What was wrong about it?
What do you think I'm saying? Do you think we're
Go
saying
ahead, tell me.
Are you thinking I'm saying that Vukjermic doesn't exist? Do you think that's the fucking argument we're having right now? The argument we're having right now.
Tell me why I was wrong. You're so mad. Tell me.
Shush. Shushy.
Shush, I can't tell you why I'm wrong.
The argument that you can wait till I'm done. The argument that we're having right now is whether or not Joe Biden took money from foreign entities. The argument is not, have I heard of Vukjermic? You use that as evidence of Joe Biden's corruption. There wasn't any. You have been poorly informed or misinformed. And the question I'm asking, and I swear, and I'm begging you to please just answer this question. Let's just say the things that you got wrong today, the things that you said and you were wrong about. Why do you think people told you those stories?
I already answered this question.
I'm asking again then. Please answer.
To people is because they want to hold on to power, just like Democrats.
And you believe them. Why?
What did I believe? I feel like you're pretending I said something I didn't. Did I say Joe Biden
We started with the 20,000 votes. Then we went and there were 20,000 missing votes.
You guys are pretty knowledgeable.
That's the middle of a sentence there, pal. That's the middle of a sentence. Wait till I'm done talking. You started with the 20,000 votes. Then you moved on to Joe Biden using his office to get paid. And I said there's no evidence that he got paid. And you brought up Vukjermic and all of these, and none of those led to Joe Biden getting paid. So I'm asking
I did say
you, why
James
do you think...
Biden got that money right before you even mentioned it,
So
right?
I'm asking,
Thank you.
well,
So
then
I
why
never
would
said that. Joe
then why
Biden.
would that be a
Oh,
story?
you asked me a question. Hold
Why
on.
would that be a story?
Because
Why
of
would you care about that then?
I asked you this. I don't understand the legality of that. Would you like to explain it? Is it okay for a non-government official to be contacted by a foreign government official and ask for a favor to meet with another government official and then send money through an LLC to somebody else in their family?
Okay, let me try this again.
You said that it was legal.
Let me
I'll
try
trust
this
you.
again.
But
Let
I
me
never
try-
said that Joe Biden received that money, and you're misrepresenting what I said. So be a little bit more honest about what I said.
First of all,
go
you
ahead.
did say-
Ask an
you did-
honest question.
Actually,
No,
first of
I
all-
did not. No, please. Do you have it screen recorded? I would
Yeah.
love to hear me say that Joe Biden got that.
Cool. So the question I'm asking you is, why do you think you're getting these stories? They mean nothing. At the end of every one of these stories is a nothing burger. Why do you think that you keep getting these stories?
For the third time, Republicans make shit up.
No, I'm not asking their intentions.
Because they want
Okay, I'm going
to
to answer
keep
the question
power.
for you. I'm going to answer it for
Okay.
you. The reason is because your entire algorithm is right-wing bullshit. All of it. You've been on this live multiple times, and every time you show up, it's with misinformation. And I'm just wondering, at what point are you going to stop using this live as a fact check and learn that the shit you're seeing every day is a lie? Every single day you're lied to, and you keep coming back here for a fact check. Do you not have Google? When somebody lies to you, why do you keep following them? Like, dude, you got to be better than this. You can't just be this misinformed all the time.
I already looked into it, and I already knew that Vukjermic sent James Biden that money. I was wondering how you felt about it, and you honestly don't care. You don't care if Joe Biden's non-government official's son gets in contact with foreign nationals and receives money from them.
Yeah,
And it
why-
just shows
yeah,
your
why
hypocrisy.
does
Coyote, I
anybody
said
care?
Coyote, I said that. I mean, depends on what you mean by care. I did say, Coyote, that I do care. I said I can't stand nepotism. I can't stand the 1% trading favors and power and all of this. I actually think that it seems like you also, similarly to myself, cannot stand that. So this is what I think Jay's trying to say, and I'm gonna say it like in a way that maybe you'll listen. Like it seems like you have a confirmation bias problem, like a reverse engineering problem. Like you've decided Joe Biden guilty of crime, and then you're sort of from that point walking backwards and trying to make the case or the evidence, and then kind of along the way, like you said, becoming enraged because of the money that the influence peddling, which is not a crime, but that Hunter Biden was involved in. Which yeah, I agree. I don't like it, but influence peddling is not a crime. But you're interested in the minutia. You know a lot of details, about these things, and you're clearly doing some research. So why don't you use your intelligence, what I'm saying, like, to, instead of starting with Joe Biden's a criminal and working backwards, why don't you go do the same thing you're doing? You care about corruption. It's bothering you. There's a lot of corrupt rich people right at the top of this country. Like, it just doesn't have to be, you don't have to start with the premise, you don't have to start with the conclusion, like Joe Biden guilty, but like Bob Menendez, Gold Bar Bob, there's a Democrat, I want him gone, he needs to be gone for what he's done. There's so many of these people. You don't have to always stay along partisan lines and say, well, I've got to prove that Joe Biden or that the Democrats are corrupt. I mean, it's going on both sides. Like, just don't. That's my question to you, I guess, is why are you so focused on the Democrats? Or at least when we've talked to you, you have been. I don't know your entire life.
I guess because I don't like when people tell or misrepresent things. They take things out of context, just like you don't like it when it's done. Like, not once did I
know,
defend.
but I
once did
understand what
def-
you're saying.
Kushner.
Coyote, no, and you're right. I don't like that either. But like my question, okay, so then to follow up question, when we started with the Georgia election stuff, you came on here, and I think you did already know the answer, probably to that question too, and misrepresented a situation. Like made us look up the Georgia, the 20,000 vote thing. And yeah, maybe it was about illegality, and we explained that. But I do think you're a smart guy. You probably do your own research. You said with the Vuk Jermik thing, you already kind of knew the answer, right? So if you have a problem with misrepresentation, why are you misrepresenting?
The 20,000 votes was, and RTP was correct about this. Something I saw on a TikTok and then I started to look into, but the wording of how they had that AP article was very confusing. And I figured with you two, you would have a better chance of explaining it to me. Because I am not the most intelligent person. I don't have the most time to sit there and research these things. I did research that a little bit, but
No, I'm just asking. Yeah, I totally
and
agree
so
with you.
guys are
Corruption is
stupid.
wrong. Misrepresentation is wrong. There's so much corruption in our government, and I think it comes down to lobbying and dark money. And until we get that out of government, we're going to continue to have these problems. So yeah, I cannot stand it.
Honestly, I think socialism has a place in government where government officials should only get their needs met. They should get no money. They should
Now you're
not be
speaking my language.
stocks. Well, you're just seeing me attack your guy, and I'm not just attacking your guy. I don't care if they investigate Kushner. If Kushner did something wrong, that's $2 billion back to people who could probably use it.
The Saudis, the Saudi princes probably
Look,
are going
and
to
here's
use
the
it
question.
for like
The question I
buying
was
another
asking.
camel to race.
Sorry, Felice. The question I was asking, that's what I was trying to get an answer for, Coyote. And it's not an attack on you. I'm asking you the question in this way on purpose. Why do you think that you keep hearing and getting focused on these things that are, one, not real, and two, not important? And I'm just wondering if at any point you're going to take a look at how you consume media, how you consume social media, how you get your news, and you're going to realize that the way you're doing it is perpetually leaving you thinking about things that don't matter and are not true. That's the question I'm asking.
The whole reason I ended up finding out about the subpoena for Vuk Jeremic's communications was because there was a guy who I genuinely asked, I want to understand why the Bidens were receiving this money from all these people. Like what was the service or what was the product? And I know what some of them were. There was a court case in Romania. There was a rich guy who, Hunter Biden is
Is it Andrew Tate? Just kidding.
No. I think it was another investor, a real estate guy. Could be wrong, but it was a Romanian guy, powerful, had money. Hunter did a job for him. A couple months later, this guy was let off. Maybe he rendered some legal services to him. I can understand that. What I don't like is the same thing you don't like. Why is this foreign national getting a hold of Hunter Biden, and why is this foreign national sending hundreds of $1,000s through an LLC to James Biden? Like, what was the service rendered there? Was it just that political meeting because he wanted a position in the UN or whatever it was? And I honestly didn't know the legality of that.
So I'll try and ask this again. Why do you think this story matters?
I think everybody should be informed about corruption. It doesn't matter.
But wait, hold on. But there's no evidence of corruption here.
You wouldn't have evidence of corruption unless you looked into something. So
But there isn't any. No. Wait, but hold on. The problem with this entire case is they are starting with the premise that Joe Biden is corrupt. That's what they started with. Without evidence, they decided Joe Biden was corrupt, and they're working backwards. They're reverse engineering a case here. And that's why every single time evidence comes up, there's an explanation for it. And the explanation might be a little weird. It might even be icky, but it's not illegal. And again, we're talking about James Biden, no government power. Hunter Biden, no government power. They might have been slimy. They might have been lying to people, pretending they had more influence than they did. But there's no crime here. And this is what I'm trying to say, is that we spend so much time, and right-wingers specifically spend so much time putting this information out there. And I'm at specifically, where would you rank this on important things that we should know in this country? Where would we rank, how did Hunter Biden get his money? Where should that rank on importance for us? Because I feel like there's 38 million other things that we could worry about more than this.
There's probably 30 million other things that aren't getting taken care of because the politicians are too busy making backdoor deals. So
they're doing this. They're convincing you. They're literally running this investigation. One party is running a sham investigation where they started with the premise that Joe Biden was a criminal, and they've spent years now trying to prove it. And every time they bring up evidence, it exonerates Joe Biden. That's all the Republicans are doing, is trying to smear Joe Biden with fake evidence. The answer is, Coyote, the answer is that they're lying to you because the conservatives stand for nothing and they do everything for Donald Trump. And the last thing they want you to think about is the 91 federal indictments that he's under. The last thing that they want you to think about is how he's running on being a modern neo-schmazi. The last thing they want you to think about is how the Republicans completely bungled the abortion issue, and they're losing in red states now. They're losing initiatives. They're losing elections. They are losing across the board. And rather than address that and fix it, because Donald Trump is such a fucking sociopath that he can't ever admit that he's wrong, we're left with this now. We're left with a Republican Party too cowardly to stand up to Donald Trump. So now it's just conspiracyville. And they send all this information out there so that you'll never see the things that are important in this country. You'll never see the news of things that affect everyday Americans. Instead, we got to hear about some Romanians we've never fucking heard of, and Joe Biden's son who was trying to trick them into giving him money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect it doesn't affect the government. It affects absolutely nobody. And yet, The Republicans have spent 2 years now only doing this.
But doesn't it matter
it's-
to you, Cuddy? Because you hate corruption. So let me ask you it this way. Because you hate corruption. You don't like people, let's say, taking advantage of you or getting one over on you. So doesn't it bother you that Trump's getting one over on you? Like, you're carrying the water for the Republic, for his cover up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Us being on this live and talking about this and having to debunk it, that's what they want, is just because it's not about whether Joe Biden did something. There's no evidence for it, right? If he had done something, the impeachment would have happened, the trial in the Senate would be going on if they had the evidence. They just need people, they need to cast the doubt. So you're assisting, right, in casting that doubt in people's minds without evidence.
I would hardly
So
say
in a
the
way, they're getting one.
circumstantial-
You're doing you're. What I'm trying to say is, you're walking right into the plot. You know what I mean? You're walking right into their plan. Like,
I
that's
would
why I'm
hardly
like,
say-
show me the evidence or be quiet. Like, do the investigation. I'm not saying don't investigate, but they've been investigating for years and years and years and years and years, and they couldn't find it. So now they're just trying to publicly, in the press, as someone that worked in marketing and PR, like, yeah, this is the plan now. It's not about the actual evidence. It's not that something real happened. It's about casting the doubt. It's about the smear campaign.
Right. I just have a question for you, Felice. When somebody votes for a formal impeachment investigation, do they get new subpoena powers?
It's interesting. Actually, I would have said no, because like the way I understood this, when Kevin McCarthy was explaining it, and then Nancy Pelosi also was talking about it, like Nancy Pelosi and Kevin McCarthy both said the same thing, that the subpoena powers are the same, whether or not you officially go to the floor for an impeachment inquiry vote. But then recently, when I was listening to, I can't remember who, it might have been Jason Smith, who's the head of the Ways and Means Committee, and they were sort of implying that the official impeachment inquiry vote would give them more legal cover, maybe to haul people in and things like that. So I don't actually think personally they're going to have access to new financial documents. They have alluded to it, but I can't tell you specifically, now that they did the impeachment inquiry vote, what those specific documents that they could not access before that now they can. The only thing I specifically heard someone talk about is that it gives them more legal cover and more like sort of clout to say, this is an official inquiry, so you need to answer these questions, you need to show up when we tell you, etc.
Right. I got one point on that. One new name for you to look up. It's somebody that Vuk Jeremic was involved with. His name is Patrick Ho. Do you know who Patrick Ho is?
No. Who is he?
Patrick Ho was convicted and sentenced to 3 years in prison for international bribery and money laundering offenses. And the
last- real
how do you spell the
criminal.
last name?
H.O. He's a former head of an organization backed by Chinese energy conglomerate, sentenced to 3 years in prison for international bribery. Yeah, okay. And money laundering. So the usual. So just, a rich guy. just a rich guy.
So how does he know Vuk Jeremic? Because the Senate, I believe the Senate subpoena for communications with Vuk Jeremic were communications with him and Patrick Ho.
But it doesn't matter. Like, this is the thing. Power brokering, like, I won't talk about it, but a capitalist, a rich man, like, it's kind of along these lines that we know that comes on our lives sometimes. This is literally what he does for a living. Influence peddling, power peddling, making introductions, getting meetings. Like, yeah, this is a shadow economy of the rich. And if you're one of these power brokers, this is what they're paid to do, to get people in rooms, the right people in the right room. And it's sickening. I can't stand that this is an industry.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the conversation you're having with me, and I really enjoy your guys' live when you goes live together.
Team Coyote, and sorry if I came in hot at the beginning. I apologize.
That's cool. I like political debate. It's fun. I just want everybody that sucks out of power. And it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat.
Preach. Amen.
And I really don't want Donald Trump. It really, even if he was good for the country in one way or another, he was horrible in many other ways.
Now, when you say corruption, are you saying like just like they have to get money, or are you including like politicians who just lie?
Ask that again?
When you say corruption, are you saying specifically like politicians have to make money, or would you say like you want to get rid of all the ones that just lie?
Both.
Well, okay, great. So who in the Republican Party could you possibly put up for office that hasn't spent the last 3 years lying?
I'm really interested in Rand and Ron Paul, and I'd love to hear your opinions on them. I've heard a lot of people just say, "Oh, they're crazy," but like to really articulate what the issue with them are.
My
Them
issue with
is.
Rand Paul is, as for a doctor who also lost his license as a doctor, he is very anti-science. Rand Paul goes out of his way to quote obscure science, and he does it in this way where he's like, "Oh, I'm just bringing the opposite to the table." But it's not really the opposite, right? When 99% of science agrees and you consistently are the person bringing the 1% of scientists up, then you're just a conspiracy theorist. I have a real problem with Rand Paul. I think Rand Paul, and I have a real problem with libertarians in general. Like, if
But
you're
also,
gonna,
he's a doctor, so it's about do no harm. Also, sorry, I just want to agree with you real quick, Jay. It's the
unlicensed
Hippocratic
doctor.
Oath. Well, I mean, it's the Hippocratic Oath, though. Like, you know, at
Is
one
it do
point
no
he
harm or
was,
do
and
least
he
harm?
well, do no harm is part of the Hippocratic Oath that all doctors take, and that's what I'm trying to say. If you've taken the oath of do no harm, and then you're pushing these obscure 1%, like you're saying, like medical type advice, it's ethically awful.
He's
And what's in that?
he's
In
consistently
what regards are you
repeated.
talking about? Yeah, go
What's that?
ahead. Sorry, I was just about to ask you that. In regards to what is the anti-science, like what subject matter
So
were you
one of the
speaking
things,
specifically about?
one of the times he said that like nobody had been hospitalized for the Omicron variant. That was bizarre. Like that was in like 2022.
I hear
He
you.
said that.
What did he say? There was some
That
noise in the
nobody had been
background.
hospitalized from the Omicron or Omicron. Is it Omicron or Omicron? I think it's
I've never even.
Omicron. Omicron.
Oh, Omicron.
Yeah.
Omicron.
The Omicron virus. Yeah, I got you. The subvariant of coronavirus.
Yeah, and I think that there's things that he's come out and he's said where he's obviously lying. Like when he came out, you had the Trump call to Zelensky. He said that the Trump call to Zelensky and the Biden call were exactly the same. That's a bizarre thing for like anybody who is being fair-minded about those two calls. They're clearly very different things. Clearly
I
very different
disagree with that, but then I was clarified about a different piece of evidence that might prove that that call was not the perfect phone call, but it had nothing to do with the phone call. It had to do with different communications, because I understand that under
Well,
there's
the main difference is that one of them was asking for a political favor using congressional appropriated funds that were past the date when they were supposed to be sent. So he broke the law to hold on to funds so that he could use them as leverage to try and get political dirt. Joe Biden didn't even have congressionally appropriated funds yet. They weren't even appropriated, and he had no power to stop that money from going. He was doing that at the direction of Obama, and it wasn't for a political favor. It was to do the bidding of us and our allies, saying this prosecutor refuses to investigate anything. Every one of our allies agreed with that. They all wanted this to be done, and because we give them the most money, it was our role to say, we're not going to give you money if you're just not going to investigate corruption in your country. And then he got fired. There's a huge difference between firing somebody who won't investigate and giving them money because they won't investigate corruption, and not giving them money because they won't provide political dirt on your opponent. For Rand Paul to stand up there and say that those are the same thing is very, like, he pretends not to be partisan. He's hyper partisan.
I'd like to speak on that as well. The issue I see with that is the phone call. There was actual no please let me finish. There was actual no quid quo quo. There was never it would be hard to prove that Donald Trump was actually implying that he was not going to give that money. And the reason being is
But that wasn't the accusation. A quid pro quo is not a crime.
a quid pro quo is this for that, right?
No. Yeah, and that's not a crime. The accusation is that the quid pro quo, the this for that, was that he was trying to use congressionally appropriated funds to get dirt on a political opponent. The reason you're saying quid pro quo is because Republicans hyper-fixated on that, and they've done this every investigation into Trump. They lie to you about what's being investigated. He wasn't impeached because he did a quid pro quo. That's what we do. We do quid pro quo. That's why we fund other countries.
Was government funds. I get it.
But I give them money for quid pro quos. That's what we do. The accusation is that 1, he held the funds too long, and 2, that he used congressionally appropriated funds for dirt on a political opponent. It has nothing to do with the quid pro quo.
Right.
It has to do with what he was asking for.
So where in the phone call did he say he was not going to give them any of the money? And that's the whole issue. Because when there's a transition of powers like there was at that time, the United States government withholds that money while they investigate if there is any kind of corruption. And if he was asking if there was any...
Do you think Trump was implying... Do you think Trump was implying that he would withhold that money? Because the phone call was Ukraine calling to say, like... Or Ukraine had been reaching out saying, can we talk to him? Like, we haven't got the money that we were promised. You guys said you were sending money. We don't have the money. We need, I can't remember what they wanted to buy too. They wanted some sort of military assistance. And they're like, well, you guys said, like, Congress approved this. What's going on? And they kept putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. So that phone call was to address why Ukraine had not gotten that money yet. So on the phone call, which it's a smart way. I mean, Trump knows what he's doing. He tries to keep himself crime free, but all those discussions had happened previous to that phone call. But that was the whole purpose of that phone call, is for Ukraine to find out why the funds that they had been promised had not arrived yet. And when Donald Trump got on the phone, he's like, hey, I'll get those over to you, but I need you to do me a favor. I need you to look into this.
Did he say, but I need you to do me a favor? Like,
He said, I need you to do me a favor. I don't know if he said, but.
Right, exactly.
But again,
I'm very particular about how things are worded.
But you left out context.
What's the context? Because I don't want to assume context.
The context is that phone call only existed because he hadn't sent the money yet.
And Donald Trump is supposed to release that money that Congress appropriates?
Yeah, he has. I can't remember if it's 6 weeks or 3 months. He has a certain amount of time he has to release that money, and he was over the time.
Isn't it pending a law? I believe it's the Foreign Corruption Practices Act, where they have to investigate if there's any corruption before they release any kind of foreign aid or funds to a country that is going through a transition in power.
They weren't going through a transition in power. Zelensky was the president. It was done. The transfer of power had already happened. You're saying, like, once an election happens, but no, Congress had already appropriated these funds. We have checks and balances for a reason. Do you think Donald Trump, let me just ask you just your opinion. Do you think Donald Trump was trying to use the money as influence to get dirt on Joe Biden?
I would not make the assumption that Joe Biden received that money because I don't have evidence that Joe Biden received the money. Just like I wouldn't assume.
Wait, that wasn't my question. Do you think Donald Trump was trying to use that money
I'm not going to assume Donald Trump
a way
did
to
something
get dirt on Joe Biden?
as much as I assume Joe Biden did something. I want to know.
I'm just asking your opinion, dude.
My opinion? I think it's possible.
So if it's not certain, why did he bring up and say, I need you to do me a favor, though? Why did he say that and then say, I needed dirt on Joe Biden? If that wasn't necessary for this call, if that was not the point of this call, why did he say that?
He said, I heard there were some shady deals between Joe Biden and your country. I would like to know if there was.
Yeah, we know what he said, but why did he do it on this phone call when they were talking about why the money hadn't been received? Why do you think he did that?
It could be because he was using that foreign aid as leverage, and it also could be like, hey, while I'm on the phone with you, I want to talk about this. But I don't want to assume. I want to look at what's possible, and then I want to look at the facts.
Well, if you never assume things, if you never look at the facts that are there, like, basically you're setting up a scenario where the only way Donald Trump could be guilty is if on that phone call he said, hey, Congress appropriated these funds and I've held them past the time, and now I'm going to take these funds that we promised you and I'm not going to send them unless you do this for me. That would be the only way that Donald Trump could be guilty. Do you not think that, like, Donald Trump's smart enough to know he can't say that exact thing? Do you not think that Donald Trump,
listen,
knowing the call was recorded, don't you think he tried to play it off that way?
I think there was more damning evidence that Donald Trump was using that foreign aid as leverage, but it was in an email. It wasn't the phone call, and that's why I gravitated away from that.
But that is all included in the the investigation wasn't.
If you go to court with an assumption, it's not going to win. That's my whole point. I don't care what you assume, and the courts don't either. I want to know, yes or no. Did this happen? Do you know if it happened?
No, not every court case.
The exact verbatim.
Wait, not every.
You can
court
have
case is proven that way.
surmounting circumstantial evidence, yes, but I want to see it all.
Yeah, where's
I don't want to. I don't want to assume. I want to know.
You've seen it. We saw the evidence, and the evidence was pretty overwhelming that Donald Trump wanted dirt on.
It wasn't
Joe
the
Biden,
phone call.
That he thought that there were rumors, there were articles all over saying that Hillary Clinton's server and evidence from Hunter Biden were in Ukraine. By the way, it was Russian propaganda that was telling us that. We know historically during that time, and Trump was talking about it as well. He had openly talked about it. It was the totality of the evidence that made people believe that this was a problem, that he was using those funds to try and get dirt. It was the totality, which is why Republicans never talk about the totality of the evidence. They talk simply about the transcript of the call. They said it, every one of them, every Republican goes, read the transcript, read the transcript. None of them say, look at the transcript, look at the emails, look at his public statements. None of them say that. It's always only read the transcript.
I can't remember what it was. If you could pull it up, that would be awesome, because it is actually really good evidence that Donald Trump was using foreign aid. I just hate when people bring up the phone call, because the phone call doesn't prove anything.
You brought it up.
It's circumstantial.
Yeah, but in totality, it's pretty damning.
Yeah, together with the other
circumstantial evidence works, right? It stacks up with better evidence to be pretty damning.
Right. So there's circumstantial evidence that Joe Biden might be involved in some form of corruption. That's why I don't disagree with the investigation.
There's zero evidence of that.
Hold on. That's not how but it's different when you're talking about receiving payments. That's the beauty about. That's why the federal government's bread and butter is wire fraud. Because when you commit crimes over the wires, there's paper trail, right? There's in that case, that's the point. That should be an open and shut case. Like, the minute they find that evidence, there it is. There's no denying it anymore. Like, if Joe Biden did what they want him to have done, that evidence exists somewhere and eventually will be found. And that will be the day I'm like, okay, like, do something with him. He committed a crime.
Obviously, they did their formal vote so they could get more subpoena powers, because there were some subpoenas for things that might be more damning and more soundproof evidence to impeach him that they haven't been able to get because people have been ignoring the subpoenas.
Oh, you mean Jim Jordan and Andy Biggs? Is that who you're talking about the subpoenas they've been ignoring for over 500 days?
Dude, if the amount of evidence that the Republicans have been able to get, they've gone out and they've got, what are those called? SARS reports, the suspicious activity reports.
Suspicious activity reports.
They have access to emails, they have access to phone calls, they have access to tax returns, they have access to everything. And the fact that they have that much access, and there's still not even a hint of Joe Biden committing a crime. Like, they can subpoena whoever they want. It doesn't matter. Like, every time they subpoena somebody, it turns out that they exonerate Joe Biden. Every single time they've subpoenaed somebody with direct knowledge of the workings of Hunter Biden, they have exonerated Joe Biden. Every one of them. There's $0 and 0 cents flowing into his account. There's no record at all of him benefiting from this. In fact, the only record is of him not benefiting from this, because it may cost him the presidency. It has cost people's faith in him. I saw a poll that said like 60% of Americans believe that Joe Biden is corrupt, despite having $0 and 0 cents worth of evidence that says Joe Biden is corrupt. The narrative has destroyed his reputation. And we're still doing it. We're still just cool with it. This has only hurt Joe Biden. He has not benefited from this at all. It has only hurt him.
If it benefited him, it's not anything I know about yet. You're telling me that the Biden administration hasn't denied any subpoenas in this investigation?
No, they definitely have. But here's the problem. The congressional subpoena carries no weight anymore because there are 5 current Republican congressmen who are in open defiance of a congressional subpoena. Almost 600 days now. Andy Biggs, Jim Jordan, they're both on Twitter regularly saying you have to comply with a congressional subpoena, and they did not comply with congressional subpoenas. They still
I hate to
refuse
say this,
so
but that's
the
a
congressional
whataboutism.
subpoena doesn't mean shit anymore because the Republicans told us to fuck off.
Because
when we
Republicans
get
are doing
it's
bad
not a
things.
whataboutism.
The Democrats, if the
It's not.
because the
He's not
Republicans
doing.
are
Hold
not
on. Just
complying with
clarify, Cody, it's
subpoenas,
not a
Democrats
whataboutism,
should
though,
deny
because we're making
subpoenas.
No. What he's saying is it just invalidated it, right? It doesn't matter anymore because when the Democrats, because they're doing the business of the people, didn't do anything, right? Jim Jordan and Andy Biggs are in open defiance of a subpoena. Nothing was done to them. There are no consequences for that. Jim Jordan is the head of the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. He's the one saying, I'm going to hold people in contempt. He is currently in contempt. All Jay is trying to explain is just it's invalidated the power of a congressional subpoena because people see now, oh, well, these Congress, they're sitting there. The people who gave me a subpoena ignored a subpoena. I don't need to show up for my subpoena. Like, it's just the problem. Like, when the Congress people who are now issuing the subpoenas don't have any respect for the very thing they're trying to use to compel somebody to show up, it doesn't mean anything anymore. Like, it should bother you that the Congress people that are compelling people with subpoenas don't follow them themselves. That's corruption. That's nepotism. That's power. That's being above the law.
It sounds like we can't rely on Congress on either side to deliver justice.
No, that's not true.
Wrong.
That's absolutely. Stop doing it's both sides. That's just another argument that is completely incorrect. Whenever you're cornered, Republicans are cornered about something and are wrong, then they'll be like, well, there's corruption on both sides.
Yeah, both impeachment votes
I'm not
for
saying
Donald,
but.
both impeachment votes for Donald Trump.
I'm not
were by-
whataboutism.
Hold on,
like
wait, that's the
RTP
middle
just
of my
was.
sentence, Coyote. Not in the middle. Both impeachment votes were bipartisan. The January 6th committee was bipartisan. The Democrats not only are willing to comply and issue subpoenas, they also demand that it be bipartisan. They work bipartisanly.
The Republicans weren't allowed to have.
This is not a both sidesism. It's not a both sidesism.
Who got to
and you gotta
choose
stop
what
doing that.
Republicans were on the January 6th committee?
Here's a great story. Let me tell you. So when the Democrats came out for the January 6th committee, they said we want it to be bipartisan, and they said to Kevin McCarthy, you can put whoever you want on this committee, except for the people who would be called as defendants. You can't put any defendants on the committee. So he just put defendants on the committee. And then they're like, well, obviously we can't do this because, Coyote, would it make sense for somebody to be a defendant and also be a member of the jury?
No.
No, it wouldn't. And so the Republicans, Nancy Pelosi came back and to the Republicans and said, hey, look, put anybody you want on there, not Jim Jordan. You can't put Jim Jordan on there. And I think maybe Mike, whatever, the new House Speaker,
Why was
Mike
Jim
Jones.
Jordan?
Mike Johnson,
Why
I think
didn't they
he was
want
also
Jim Jordan?
listed. Yeah.
How
So
was
they
Jim
just
Jordan
said
involved?
they just said you can put any Republican on this committee you want, but not the people that we're going to call as basically as defendants. And the Republicans said, fine, then we're not going to do it. And so they walked away. And a few Republicans, ones that had voted almost exclusively with Donald Trump and Liz Cheney, said, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll be a Republican. I'll do it. It was bipartisan.
How was Jim Jordan a defendant?
Well, Jim
How was
Jordan,
he-
yeah. Because Jim Jordan was actively involved in communicating with those that they believed were planning the insurrection. So he would be
He was in
somebody that
direct-
you wouldn't put. Let's say he's just not the defendant. Would you put somebody on the jury who was friends with the defendant and who was calling the defendant during the time and was like in the press was defending the actions? Would you put that person on the jury?
No, I would say that's pretty unfair.
Yeah. Republicans knew what they were doing, dude, and they always know what they're doing. They knew that Donald Trump didn't want this impeachment hearing to happen. He didn't want Republicans to cooperate. So they staged this dumb little thing so they could make Nancy Pelosi look like she was being hyper partisan. And then they walked away from the table. It's what they do all the time. They're just always lying to you.
So I don't agree that Donald Trump incited violence. I think the threshold for incitement is a lot higher than, and I haven't seen all the evidence, so I don't know. Maybe you know something I don't know.
I don't think he's being charged with inciting violence. He's being charged with engaging in an insurrection.
Right.
He's not being charged with starting
it.
it, by the way. Just if you look at the charges from like what they found in Colorado is that he engaged in insurrection. He doesn't have to be the planner. He didn't have to know it was going to happen. He just took part in it.
How do you
Guys,
take
tap
part
the
in something that
screen.
You don't know.
No.
Let's
I
get
said
to
you don't have to know that it was.
245K.
Look how many people went to jail. That just took part. They got caught up in the moment, and they went inside the Capitol and they did shit. They got caught up. They were charged with engaging in an insurrection.
Right, yeah, I don't agree that people that just went, and I agree that there were people that went in there violently, and I agree that they should go to jail. I just don't think it's fair to, like, anybody else that just walked in and, like, took pictures.
Okay, but let's
like,
talk
what are they
about Trump,
charging
though.
them with?
Let's talk about Trump's involvement, the stuff that we do know for sure happened.
Right.
Did he tell the
Please,
people to
yes.
go to the Did he go to the Did he tell the people who wound up being insurrectionists to go to the Capitol? Yes.
I don't have.
He said
you have
he told them
evidence
to
that the
march down
people-
to the Capitol. In his
Right,
speech,
yeah,
he said,
but were those the
okay.
same people that went into the Capitol?
Well, almost, yeah. Most of the people, yeah, there were. I don't know what percentage, but yes, a lot of those people. came
I've
from the
never seen
January-
a video.
Hold on.
I've
hold
never
on,
seen a
hold
video
on,
of the
hold
people
on.
he spoke to and
Hold
the
on,
people that
hold on,
went into the
hold on,
Capitol.
Hold on.
Is-
There are court documents, and there are people that said, I was at the rally, I went to the Capitol, I broke into the Capitol. They pled guilty to this. This is not something you should be arguing. The people have already pled guilty
not.
to this. I don't know what percentage of it, but then, so Donald Trump, we know for sure he told him to go there. We know that he said fight like hell. He said if they didn't fight like hell, we couldn't get our country back. And we also know that he said peacefully and patriotically. So those are the facts beforehand. Then we know, once the insurrection started, as commander-in-chief, as the person who could have called the National Guard, as the person who could have gotten up and spoken to the people and said, stop this, the people that believed that they were there on his orders, by the way, they've also testified to that. Whether they were or weren't, they believed they were there on his orders. He did nothing to stop that. He sat there, he was scrolling through Twitter and watching it on the news, doing absolutely nothing. That alone is engaging in insurrection. Just that part alone, you can get rid of all the other evidence. When you are the commander-in-chief and you can put a stop to this and you don't, you're engaging in an insurrection. That's plenty
Now,
of evidence
if-
to say he engaged in an insurrection.
If we're going to rely on testimony that Donald Trump didn't ask for National Guard, could we also include that somebody did testify that he did request the National Guard? Wouldn't it only be fair if we're going to rely on testimony that we hear both sides?
He doesn't request the National Guard. He commands the National Guard. He doesn't request. They don't say no. He makes a phone call, he says go, and they go. That's how this works. He didn't make a request. Nobody could turn down his request. So I don't care what that person testified to. But by the way, what they testified to is that he offered the National Guard, and that was also a lie. And that person that testified to that was Kash Patel, by the way. And Kash Patel has been caught lying over and over and over again. He didn't do that. He didn't offer the National Guard. He wouldn't take phone calls. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Liz Cheney, Mike Pence, they were all begging for him to call the National Guard, and he did nothing. That alone is enough to say, and that's what the Colorado courts found. That alone shows that he engaged in an insurrection. Keep in mind, nobody has to prove that Donald Trump planned this or was part of the planning. They don't have to prove any of that. In order to say he engaged in an insurrection, he just had to be part of it, and he was.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment doesn't say convicted. It doesn't say anything. It says engaged. in an insurrection. Just read the January 6th indictment. Don't even, the Georgia one's twice as long. Just read the January 6th indictment, and it lays all of the engagement out.
Right. I'm not convinced that fight like hell means go to the Capitol, break the windows, go inside there.
No, nobody is. I agree with you. That in and of itself, and again, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if that, like, that's the totality of the evidence. And if you pick each piece of evidence apart one by one and pretend that the evidence is standing alone, then yeah, it's easy to cast doubt. But when you lay out the entirety of the evidence, when you lay out the amount of people who testified that Donald Trump knew this was going to happen, that he was warned that that there was violence, that people were preparing to be violent on January 6th, when you see the memos that were put place, when you see the memo that they put out on January 4th, essentially tying the hands of the National Guard and tying the hands of anybody who would call in the National Guard, specifically saying that Chris Miller is the only person who can call in the National Guard, the person who responds directly to Donald Trump or reports directly to Donald Trump. Like, when you lay out the totality of the evidence, it's pretty overwhelming. I agree with you. If you take each piece one by one and try and say, does this make the case by itself? It doesn't. But we've already discussed it. That's not how these cases work. But that's why that's the Republicans' defense. That's why it's Donald Trump's defense. That's why Donald Trump's defense is mostly, I said peacefully and patriotically. Well, if that's all he said, go down to the Capitol peacefully and patriotically, and then people showed up at the Capitol and they started being violent, and then he called the National Guard to stop it, and he was on the phone with people saying, like, we got to stop this, what can I do? And he was sending out tweets saying stop it, and he's got his ring light out and said, guys, go home. If he had done all of that, we wouldn't be having this discussion, but he didn't do any of that. He sat back and laughed. He sat back and watched it. And I think that's why, like, the Colorado courts had no choice but to make this their finding. And I think the Supreme Court is going to have an incredibly difficult time saying that he did not engage in insurrection. I don't know how they're going to make that case. As much as they want to, and they do, I don't know how they're going to make that case.
Just 1 second.
What is he?
God?
You got a fluffer?
God. Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 260K. It's already 12:52. Time flies when you're having fun.
RTP knows. Michael, you're welcome to come up. You're probably, I don't know if you're banned, but you're welcome to come up. All right. Well, I'm actually going to drop
Michael always comes to the, I was going to say Merry Christmas, Michael. You're always in here disagreeing with us.
I see
you all the time. Michael, never banned or never.
Well, then come up, Michael, because I can't seem to invite you.
No,
Coyote,
I think he's saying
dropped
never,
you.
and he's
Coyote,
banned.
you've had an hour. Sorry.
Yeah, that's.
I'll go a little bit longer today if we have some opposition. Open Eye, are you opposition? If not, I can bring up your friend Gorilla Radio.
No, Gorillas wants to talk about this stuff. This is like.
Thank you, Renee.
Wants to argue.
Nice. Wait, is this Renee? Probably not.
Guys, tap the screen. If we're going to go a little bit longer, then share the live with your favorite or least favorite Republicans. Let's get to 300K. It's Christmas. Gorilla. Merry Christmas to Nina.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
But mostly Nina.
You need to call your dogs off, man. You need to call your dogs off.
Tired of the pain, Nina.
No, I'm tired of every time I come here, because I do like to watch your guys' live. There's like just a few that I watch, and they mute me anytime I make a comment. I was muted for the whole live.
You can still watch and listen.
Yeah, but
what you want to do
like
is
troll
harass people in the call. Yeah, that's why you're here. Say what you're up to, Gorilla. You're a good troll. I'll give you credit. You are a dedicated troll.
Yeah, so they muted me the whole live. I sent you a message, RTP. I'm like, come on, I'm a regular. At least don't mute the guys that come up in the box with you, for fuck's sake.
I don't know
Like,
what to tell you, man. Listen. People. It's their own free will. This is not a dictatorship here. It's a team effort, and everybody thinks that
It
you
depends,
lie.
Gorilla, on what you're saying.
Right,
That's what I think.
wasn't
I don't think you
cussing.
should be, if you're just being a troll and just, talking your shit like you do, I wouldn't personally mute you. But if you're, Gorilla, you get obnoxiously out of control at times.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, for sure. I love that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but then
They've
Kimberly,
they've all
Relentless.
agreed.
You are relentless.
They've all agreed to stop if you would pay your bet. They've all agreed on that.
yeah, fuck. Oh yeah, isn't pay Nina enough punishment? That's what I wrote you. Like, come on, don't mute me from this shit. They muted me the whole live. Then all of a sudden I was able to comment. And then Kimberly got me for 5 minutes. It's like, I can't win.
You can't.
Usually
No,
it's Jen,
Listen,
Like,
it's a
This is hilarious that it's like a tag team.
when the Discord turns
It's
on
almost
you,
as
they turn
good.
on you. I know what
Gorilla,
it's like to have
were
the
you
Discord
watching
turn
when
on you.
when Jen muted David for like 5 minutes straight? That was literally probably like the pinnacle of my life. Just David desperately trying to say a word for like 5 minutes. And Jen muting him every time.
I do want to correct a few things because you guys are going to look really, really bad in the end of this. The evidence, for one, is overwhelming. And second,
Of what?
the
You have to tell us what evidence you're
Yeah,
talking
we don't know what
about.
you're talking
Gorilla.
about.
the Biden family corruption, the WhatsApp,
okay.
the 10% for the big guy, the photos with him after Biden said, I know nothing about them. I've never met with them. We have half a dozen photos
Yeah.
with Joe and
Yeah.
Oh, Gorilla.
Like,
Oh,
the
bless your
evidence
heart.
is-
I
no,
miss
really.
Coyote. And
I'm-
just like that, I miss Coyote.
I'm telling you, you guys are gonna look really bad when this is over.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Someone
bank
up here is going to look really bad.
Can I ask you a
Someone
question,
is.
Gorilla?
Yeah.
When you say there's pictures of Joe Biden with known Hunter Biden business associates,
Yeah.
what was Joe Biden's claim that he lied about?
He's never had any dealings. He's never been around them.
Yeah.
It's a separate issue.
Wait,
He doesn't know what his son does.
Hold on, Gorilla Radio. Hold on. No, what was the actual quote? Because now you're adding things, and this is what you love to do. What he said is, "I know nothing about my son's business dealings." Right? He didn't say I've never met any. He never said I've never met any of his business associates. He never said I never took a photo with them. He said I know nothing about his business dealings. Right?
He's writing them letters. He's
I know, but
written
I
them
understand
letters.
that. No, I understand that. But can we agree that that was the quote? That he said he didn't know anything
No,
about the
we can
business
agree.
dealings?
I'll say this: there's more than one quote. They ask him every day.
Do any of the quotes
Journalists-
say? Do any of the quotes say? I don't know any of my son's business people. I don't know any of the people my son has done business with, and I've never spoken to them. Did he ever say that?
I don't know the exact quote. What do you have for the exact quote? I'll Google it too.
Well, there's lots of quotes, but the question is, when you said there's overwhelming evidence, and
But you said there was only one. You just said there was only one.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to continue where I cut you off. You
Okay.
said that there's overwhelming evidence. Like, what is the crime that Joe Biden committed?
Dude, he left, for example, I mean, they're going to tie it all together with this investigation.
What's the crime that he committed?
That's what
I'm
I'm
not
saying.
asking you what they're going to do. I'm asking you what the crime he committed is.
Right. So they're getting money and then they're doing things politically to help those people that gave them
Now,
money.
have they been able to track any money back to Joe Biden?
Yeah. So, like, the mayor of Moscow is, I don't know how many, 1 million or more that she gave. And then she was left off the exempt list. So that's one.
Wait.
And then you have the Chinese company.
that was false. That was fact checked. That was wrong.
What, no money came from the wife of the mayor of
Oh, you're
Yeah,
gonna
we
feel
looked
really
this up
dumb
the
about
other
this
day.
one. Yeah.
I can't
Wait,
even
and
remember.
while you're looking it up, let me say something because I just got a news update. So it says the Supreme Court Friday said it will. So it's not going to take up the plea by Jack Smith to go directly to the Supreme Court. So let me read it exactly. The Supreme Court said Friday that it will not immediately take up a plea by special counsel Jack Smith to rule on whether former President Donald Trump can be prosecuted for his actions to overturn the 2020 election results. So if you remember, he wanted the Supreme Court to immediately hear the plea while the appeals court, the appellate court, also heard it. The appeals court also heard it. And I guess right now the Supreme Court said, no, they're going to let the U.S. Court of Appeals hear it first, and they have said that they're ready to hear it rapidly. And then the Supreme Court will determine, which is what Donald Trump asked them to do. Right. That was part of our outline today. Are you? Yeah. So Trump asked them to not, because this is for Trump. The reason he's doing this, it's about delay, right? So this could push the March 4th trial date back. Because that's the goal, is not so much for the ruling, but just to push the trial date. So that's why Trump doesn't want the Supreme Court to hear it at the same time as the Court of Appeals. So it looks like the Court of Appeals will hear it. And then based on that ruling, the Supreme Court will decide.
Yeah, see, I'm not for the delay. I want this sped up, actually. I mean, what's he trying to delay it for? Is he delaying it so that
because he just wants to make it to president. Yeah,
and
that's
then pardon himself.
Trump's whole defense strategy is to make it to president and pardon, which I think there still can. I mean, he's going to pardon himself, whether or not, or in theory is it that he'll pardon himself, or is it that he just won't leave office and can't be prosecuted while in office? I mean,
it's not that.
No one's exactly sure what the plan is.
He knows he has to leave office. Come on.
No, did he tell you that, Gorilla? Because he's saying some things that would lead us to believe otherwise, Gorilla.
Yeah, but you act like he's going to be this fascist.
Did he tell you that on your guys' last conference call?
Did he tell you he's going to get rid of the branches of government and change it to king instead of president? Come on.
Kind of.
Well,
not really.
I mean, yeah.
Kind of.
So I'm looking on the CNN article.
If the Supreme Court says that he is above, the 14th Amendment, essentially that's giving him dictator's powers, placing him above it.
And I do want to add before we go too long on one thing. So Trump did tweet. So they broke into the Capitol at 1:30 is when they say that they entered
the indictment, because it's all listed. All the tweets are in the indictment.
He sent a tweet out. And I have it here because they removed it. And thanks to Elon, we now have that.
No, the tweets are all in the indictment.
So at 1:38, so 8 minutes later, but you guys just made the accusation that he sits around smiling for hours, but yet we have the tweet at 1:38. Right? Please support our
Hold on, we can talk about that in a second. But actually, now that you're bringing this up, no one's saying he's sitting around. Let me play this video because this is
January 6th that he sat around smiling and did nothing. And
hold on.
Be quiet. That's what I'm talking about. Go ahead. Sorry, not you.
First of all, sending a tweet is not adequate. I said he didn't send that. I said, whoa. I said, whoa.
Jesus.
Whoa. I said he didn't send the National Guard. And there's reports now that say that he was sitting there watching TV and scrolling through Twitter while this was happening. And his kids were begging. His kids were. Oh yeah, give the timeline.
No. So yeah, but this is just one example. Yeah, and I'll get the indictment and we can read the actual timeline. But so this is from the January 6th committee report. When I heard this, I still have this recording from over a year ago because it was so horrifying to me that I was like, I never want to forget this. Listen, this is Claire McCaskill, the former senator of Missouri, talking about what was going on when Trump was sitting in that little side room watching TV. This is.
Had to go take a walk around the block.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
Just listen. He was told at 1:21 that they had cut his speech off of TV because they were rioting at the Capitol. The end of his speech off.
So if you didn't hear, she said he was told at 1:21. So that's where we are at the timeline. He was told at 1:21.
That they had cut his speech off of TV because they were rioting at the Capitol. The end of his speech off because they were rioting at the Capitol. And then someone took a breast card, and anybody who's worked in Washington knows what these are. They're little cards that fit in a suit pocket. All of us used to complain about that they were designed for suit pockets, that you can write a note on. Someone wrote a a note on one of those White House breast pockets, a card that said, civilian shot at house door, wounded in chest. And it was written out on a card, and there's a witness that says they saw that card sitting in front of the president at his private dining table at 2:44. 2:44. He knew someone had been shot in the Capitol, a civilian. And what did he do? He sat there for another 90 minutes before he ever said anything about sending people home. And everybody on that jury will know he had the power to do that.
Hey, what time was that, Felice, that he found out someone was shot? Unalived?
2:21. Or
2:21.
wait, no, 1:21.
No.
Wait, let me just play it.
I think 121 was when they cut off the speech.
Off of TV because they were right.
121 is when they notified him.
Yeah, okay. Well,
okay,
The cards
130.
fit in a suit pocket. All of us used to complain about that they were designed for suit pockets, that you can write a note on. Someone wrote a note on one of those White House breast pockets, a card that said, civilian shot at house door, wounded in chest. And it was written out on a card, and there is a witness that says they saw that card sitting in front of the president at his private dining table at 2:44.
2:44.
So an hour and 20 minutes?
Someone in the chat asked what the tweet said, and I can read it really quick, and I can tell you.
Wait, but hold on. Before you read the tweet.
I know, but
just
you
wanna-
don't want to give me the truth. You don't want me to tell them the
whoa,
truth.
Gorilla.
You want to play some
Gorilla.
other lady
Dude,
talking.
Shut the fuck up for
What
a
are you
second.
talking about?
Chill,
That's
dude.
part of the timeline that you're talking about.
Right,
We're
but
having
we
a call.
know.
Okay, listen. I'm just asking you before you read the tweet, and I'm going to let you read the tweet, and I'm going to let you explain it. I want you to tell me before you read the tweet, do you think that a tweet is a sufficient response to an attack on the Capitol?
I think that there's probably should have several kinds of responses, but I think that is the big one for him to get to the people, because that's how he communicated and tweeted. He couldn't go stand out there and say, "Stop,
now
stop,
you've seen
stop."
you've seen the videos. Were those people staring at their phones watching tweets?
Yeah, tons of people had their phones
No,
out
the
that
people
day, yeah.
at the people at the Capitol that were fighting the police
Yeah,
and trying
so
to break in. Did you see them out like this, fighting with one hand and checking their Twitter feeds at the same time?
Yes, Jay. So there's actually a video of someone on at January 6th, and they're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Trump just tweeted."
That
this.
wasn't my
We need to-
question. That wasn't
we
my
need to
question.
peacefully leave."
Wait, Gorilla.
I'm
That
giving you an
wasn't my
example.
Gorilla. Did it? We'll just ask this question. Did it work? When he sent out that tweet, did it stop them?
They removed the.
Did it
tweets,
stop
though.
them when he sent out the tweet?
I think that
Did the people stop?
I think it all blew up after they did the tear gas and the.
They did not,
They
Gorilla.
did not stop is the answer. They didn't stop. So the tweet didn't do a goddamn thing.
Okay, but you said he did nothing, man. And I'm
He
telling you.
basically no. I brought up the fact that he sent a tweet. In fact, I said he sat there for over an hour, and Felice just
But he
fact checked
didn't.
that I was right.
But
From
that's not
121
right.
to
17
244.
Okay, can I
121 to
talk?
244. That's an hour
No.
and 20 minutes last I
No,
checked.
no, it was 17 minutes later. So they told him at 121, right? They told him at 121, and at 138, he tweeted. And I'll.
Didn't you
and
just
I'll,
say 244?
No, we're talking about the 1 o'clock
Okay,
hour.
well even then, 17
At
minutes to write a tweet.
2:13. Yeah.
17 minutes to write a tweet, and also still not sending the National Guard, still
so-
not sending help. You really
He
think
was-
think it's a good fucking defense that this guy had all of the people in his clothing showed up at the Capitol, were beating the shit out of police officers, and you're like, well, he sent a tweet. What could he possibly have done? He's the commander of chief, the most powerful person in the world. The most powerful person in the world. He sent a tweet. What else do you want him to do? Send the fucking National Guard. How about that?
Yeah, but he already authorized that. That was
No,
another lie that
he
you said.
didn't.
Yes, he did.
No. He put Chris Miller in charge. He could
No, yeah.
he could have called the National Guard at any point, and he didn't. This is just you being a fucking coward again, Guerrilla Radio. You don't want your guy to be wrong. You're literally sitting here in front of people, like saying to all those police officers who were fighting people off, would you stand in front of them and be like, I don't know what you're complaining about. Donald Trump sent a tweet. Of course that's not an appropriate response. Nobody would ever defend that response unless they were just dead set on Donald Trump being president again. You guys worship him so much that your defense now is, he sent a tweet.
No, I don't
It's
think
the
they were
dumbest
doing
shit, dude.
I'm sure he was like, what can we do? What are our options?
At 2:13, Gorilla, they broke into the Capitol.
No,
Yes.
no.
Listen,
213 was
no,
the
I'm not.
second
No,
tweet.
I'm not. No, we're doing this. I have the actual timeline from the indictment. You're not doing this. So page 39. We're on section 109. Well, under the section it's called the defendant's exploitation of the violence and chaos at the Capitol. At 1 p.m., the vice president issued a public statement explaining that his role as president of the Senate at the certification proceeding that was about to begin did not include. Mike Pence announced it did not include unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not. Right? Okay.
I'm looking
so
at the timeline too.
that's at 1 p.m. At 2:13, after more than an hour of steady violent advancement, the crowd at the Capitol broke into the building.
Right, so I'm looking at the NPR.
I don't care
NPR
what you
breakdown.
say. I don't
I
care.
know, but it says an initial wave of protesters stormed the outer police barrier around the Capitol, and that's at 1 p.m. So they
Gorilla
went,
Radio.
so they still haven't entered yet.
Could I ask you a question?
I said at 2:13, the crowd broke into the Capitol building. Gorilla, if you will just listen to what I'm
1:30.
actually saying, at 2:13, they broke into the Capitol building. Okay, this is the indictment. This is the fact timeline that they're trying him on.
It says right here, 1:30 p.m. on the steps of the back side of the Capitol, protesters overcome the police who
Listen,
run
I
back
don't care.
into the building.
Gorilla, this is the indictment that they're trying him on. Okay, this is
Okay.
the statement of facts that he will be tried on. So you
All right,
can.
so what time?
I don't really care. At 2:24, after advisors had left the defendant alone in his dining room, the defendant issued a tweet intended to further delay and obstruct the certification. So at 2:24, he tweets, not go home. He tweets, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what he should have done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. And if you want to ever read an indictment, Gorilla, you can read previous. This is page 40. There's 39. There's a whole section about how many times Trump was informed that what he tweeted at 2:24 was not true.
All right, so then let's say this then. If they didn't enter until after 2 o'clock, he already tweeted all those other times, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They're truly on the side of our country.
No,
Stay
we're not.
peaceful.
We're not there yet. No,
That's
let me follow the
138.
time. No, he did not. Listen.
Yeah, he did.
At
That's
2:25, the United States Secret Service was forced to evacuate the vice president. At 2:38. At 2:38 p.m., he tweeted, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They were truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. That's at 2:38 on page 40,
See, I'm
section
showing the
114.
time. I show the
I
time.
don't care, Gorilla. This is the actual
Oh,
indictment.
wait, I know this one.
I'm looking at
I
the
know,
time
wait,
stamp
I know this
138.
one. Gorilla, are you looking at a picture of the tweet?
Yeah.
Yeah, because this was from a different fucking time zone. I remember
You're-
this now.
Yeah. Like,
this
you're
was what got
literally just
circulated.
yelling incorrect facts,
Yeah.
Gorilla.
No, that's just what I said. I'm
screaming
looking at
incorrect
the
facts.
timestamp of
Just
138.
screaming lies to people.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, do you know when the DC mayor, what time the DC mayor called and asked for assistance?
So just Gorilla is completely wrong. Just for
Yep.
everyone who's
No,
confused,
you
Gorilla
guys
is just yelling the wrong time zone, arguing with Jack Smith's indictment.
By the
Okay,
way,
so let's change
wait,
it to
Gorilla
238.
Radio. No, wait, I had a question. Do you know what time the DC mayor called the army secretary and asked for assistance?
No, what time?
1:34. An hour later, Donald Trump's response to a request for assistance from the DC mayor was to send out a tweet. Now, if this was your house, Gorilla Radio, and you had your family in your house, and somebody was breaking in, and you called the police and said, please help me, and they didn't help you, and you lost your entire family, and you went to court, and you were like, hey, you guys didn't do your job, you didn't respond, and the chief of police says, I sent a tweet, would that be an adequate defense?
If that's the main way that he communicates with the people, yeah, I mean, he can't. What do you want him to do?
Wait, so he doesn't. Wait, hold on. So wait, let me ask. Hold on. No, shush. Wait, hold on. Calm down. Stop yelling.
You're
Gorilla.
insane, dude.
Wait, hold on. So your family gets
You're
taken
Someone's
out.
insane.
Wait, hold on.
I wanna go
Gorilla
through
You're
the
being
timeline.
insane.
Calm down, my friend.
Let's go through the timeline.
I'm
You won't
still
let
talking.
me
No,
This is
you.
not-
We.
all right,
I tried to
we're
go
gonna
through the
mute you.
timeline. You just were
I have to
yelling the
mute
wrong
Gorilla
times.
Radio. Gorilla Radio, I'm going to ask you this question without you losing your shit and talking over me. Be an adult here.
Colts work, Jay.
Okay,
You
no,
know
be-
this.
Be quiet. I'm asking you a question now, and I'm going to ask you to answer this question. If people broke into your house and you called the police and said, please send help, and an hour later, rather than sending help, the chief of police sent out a tweet, do you think that would be an appropriate response?
Okay, if he already authorized the National Guard,
Wait, the police are already
was
the
up to
police
the
are
mayor.
always authorized to go.
it was up to the mayor to do that,
Nope.
and that's
Okay,
what
okay.
Sund was trying to do, the chief of the cap.
I'm going to mute you again. Because this is stupid and I'm running out of time. The mayor of DC has no ability to call the National Guard. That's why the mayor of DC at 1:30 called the Army secretary. Because if the DC mayor had the authority to call the National Guard in, they would have called the National Guard, but they didn't.
Okay,
They called the Army secretary
So-
because the National Guard was under the direction of, I think it's Chris Miller, somebody can fact check that, who is under the direction of Donald Trump. They were never activated.
National
They were
Guard went there.
authorized, but never activated.
So the
Just like
National
in
Guard
this
went there.
scenario, just like in the scenario with your family, Guerrilla Radio, the police are always authorized to go out and deal with something. They don't need like authorization to go out. They're always authorized. When they're on duty, they're authorized, but they wait for an order in order to act. And the order never came. They were on standby. They did nothing. And the lengths that you will go to defend this man who just sat around and laughed and watched TV and ate his food and did nothing.
You're full
And
of
now
shit.
you're like, well, if the chief of police tweeted that they should go home, I guess I should just be okay that my whole family's gone.
Two things. The National Guard showed up. Trump had nothing to do with the National Guard coming there when
Who's
they
in charge of
came
the
there.
National Guard? Who's in charge? Who controls the National Guard?
Okay, so it had
Who
nothing
controls
to do
the
with
National
Trump.
Guard?
It was already authorized.
Who controls the National Guard?
Dude, there was
Who
a
controls the
process
National
to get
Guard?
the National Guard to
Who
go there.
Who controls the National Guard?
Jay,
Who? I'm
So-
asking a question. No,
I'm asking
no,
you.
You don't get to. When I ask you questions, you don't get to pick something else to talk about. It's my fucking platform.
If the National Guard
Who
showed,
controls the National Guard?
at that point, it was not the commander in chief.
It's always the commander in chief when it comes to DC.
No, but-
because
so
the
why did
National
they
Guard,
show up?
The National Guard reports to the governor of every state. DC is not a state. Therefore, in DC, the National Guard is under the direction of the chief of the army, who reports to Donald Trump. He was the only person who could activate the National Guard. There was no one else who could activate the National Guard. It was him and him alone, and he sent a tweet.
He already did it, and they showed up.
No,
If he had nothing to do. So let me ask you.
You're getting
Can I-
muted again. Activating and authorizing are different.
And I want to go through the timeline with
No, not until you directly answer these questions.
with the correct time zone.
Wait, do you understand the difference?
No, I seriously want to
All right,
know.
muting
when
you
this-
again. Until you answer my questions, you don't get to talk. Is there a difference between activating and authorizing the National Guard?
It was out of his hands at that point.
Is
bro.
there a difference between activating and authorizing the National Guard?
Well, I think that he authorized.
Is there
I'm answering it.
They're two different words that mean two different fucking things, dude.
I'm answering
Why?
it.
No, shut the fuck up. Is there a difference between the word authorization and activate? Are those two different words, Gorilla? Or are those the same word?
Those are two different words.
Okay,
dude.
so they have two different meanings, right?
They're two different words
Great.
with two
What is
different
authorizing?
definitions.
What does authorizing and activating mean? Like, how are they different? How
So-
is it different to
so you would-
authorize troops and activate troops?
Okay, so he would authorize it, and then another party would activate them.
Who?
if
Who
they
would
needed.
activate them? Who?
That would be the people in charge. That would be the
That's
people in
him.
charge of the
He's
Capitol.
in charge. He's
That
in
would be
charge.
the mayor in Pelosi.
The mayor
and
has the mayor
fucking
has the mayor and Nancy
Sergeant at
Pelosi.
Arms.
Wait, Gorilla. Now you get muted again. Nancy Pelosi, if Nancy Pelosi had the authority to activate the National Guard, then why was she calling Mike Pence, begging him to convince Donald Trump to activate the National Guard?
Because she's a fucking idiot.
You're the fucking idiot. It's you. You're the idiot here. You literally don't know this. Like, Nancy Pelosi, do you think the Speaker of the House ever, like, what part of the Constitution gives the Speaker of the House controlling authority over any part of our army?
There's a chain of command for that.
Yeah, and it starts with the president. And if the president is incapacitated, it goes to the vice president.
So are you saying
was
National
the president
Guard
and the
went there
vice
and they
president
never-
incapacitated?
Jesus Christ,
Was Donald Trump
you just want to
incapacitated?
control the
Was
Colt.
Donald Trump
The fucking
incapacitated?
Colt.
Was Donald Trump incapacitated?
The National Guard
Was
showed
Donald
up,
Trump
Dave.
incapacitated?
The National
Was
Guard
Donald
showed
Trump
up. Who
incapacitated?
activated them?
All right, gotta mute you again. This is the problem, Gorilla. You don't get to answer the questions that I'm not asking.
No,
You're
this is-
running. Was
you're
Donald
controlling
Trump
the narrative here.
incapacitated? Was he?
I wasn't there. I don't know if they gave him a shot, passed him out.
Okay,
put him in
well,
a
let's
coma.
just
Maybe
okay.
they induced a coma. Like,
And
what
then
the fuck
was
are you
Mike
talking
Pence
about?
was Mike Pence also in a coma?
Why can't you have a conversation
Is Mike
about
Pe-
this?
because you
Like,
because
this is
listen,
insane.
Guerrilla Radio, shut up. Because what you want to do is not answer questions so that you can continue floating your narrative. And I'm showing you how stupid your argument is. There is a chain of command, just like you said. That chain of command starts with the president. The president was not incapacitated. Neither was the vice president. He was in command and he did nothing.
So how'd they get there? How'd the National get there then? Did he activate them? I'm asking.
Mike Pence actually wound up calling and getting it done. This was, you can, again, you didn't read it, you didn't watch the hearings, you didn't read any of the transcripts. This was eventually done by Mike Pence. Eventually Mike Pence got through, I think, to Ryan McCarthy, and I believe somebody finally spoke to Trump and he's like, fine. That's what happened. Yeah,
And
really.
Felice, can you go over the timeline with the right time zones to see when that tweet?
Oh, I don't know, Gorilla, because you screamed. Do you remember when I was trying to read it and you screamed over me incorrect
Don't let
times?
anybody speak. You want it. This is how your cult runs. This is what you do. You don't let anybody talk. As soon as you
Yeah,
do,
no, we don't let
wanna
you say shit
define-
that's stupid. I'm muting you again.
Because you were because I was reading the indictment and you were screaming incorrect things over me. How does that? What does that have to do with me not letting someone speak?
There's no more argument anymore. We just laid this out, Guerrilla Radio. Donald Trump was in command and he didn't send the National Guard. That's the whole argument. And you can try and weasel your way out of this just like you did with the Nina bet, but this is why everybody makes fun of you when you step in the chat. And it's also why I'm not going to tell anybody not to keep bothering you. I'm going to continue to laugh every time they do this to you, because you, as a grown man, and I'll say it again to your face for the millionth time, are an unabashed coward. You are a coward. You have no ability to process information and come up with the right answer. And then when you're given the right answer and you know that you're stuck, you double down on dumb shit and try and change the subject. We have just concluded, by your words and by mine, that Donald Trump had the authority to call the National Guard and he didn't.
It's absolutely insane that you would say that, considering that.
Which part? That you're a coward or that you were wrong? Because I mean both of them.
As the product readiness engineer at Gateway for 12 years.
Oh no, you are not doing this. Next,
Don't care about
no,
you.
you're
Don't
not.
care.
No,
You're still a
paid to
coward.
critically think right?
No,
And then when I
it's
got my
not. No, it's
science
not. No,
degree-
you're not good at that. You're really bad at critically thinking. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you
I
are,
don't know what your
bro.
job entailed, but you're bad at critically thinking. What you're great at is confirmation bias. You're one of the best I've ever seen in my entire life. Your ability to see past the truth and find a new conspiracy theory is unparalleled on this app. Because you're well spoken and because you have a good brain, you're able to make really stupid shit sound kind of convincing, but you're so far removed from anything that could be like even construed as accurate that it's laughable. And you just have all this confidence that if you say something, it's true. Facts be damned. You're a coward. You're a blowhard. You're a liar. You can't critically think. You're in a cult. All these things that you project on us, it's you, dude. It's you.
Now you have the moderator turning off my mic. Unbelievable.
Good. Thanks for the help, mods. Don't be a piece of. What do you want me to say?
No, it is true, Gorilla.
Everybody thinks
Gorilla,
you're a
you're
piece
too
of shit
smart.
liar.
Gorilla,
I can't
this
help
is
that.
this is the truth. Gorilla, you're too smart to be doing what you're doing on the internet. That's for sure.
That's what-
Like, because no, but it's true, Gorilla. It's just it like scared me, like how I'm reading the indictment. I'm saying to you, Gorilla, I don't care what you're reading. I'm reading the literal federal indictment out loud, and you're screaming over me like I have to be wrong. Like you couldn't be wrong. Like it's you say things with such conviction and you are intelligent.
it's
and
my
so
fault.
because of that, no, I'm just giving you an example of how committed you
I
are to the belief
apologize.
that whatever you're no, it's convincing is what I'm saying.
No, I
You're too smart.
apologize, 'cause
You
I
should
was looking at
because
the tweets.
people who aren't as smart as you hear you doing this stuff and they're like, "Oh yeah, I believe that for sure." Like
Well,
that you're convincing. I'm giving you a compliment.
Thank you, and I apologize that I was looking. I'm looking at the tweets, the timestamp on the tweets, and you were talking about 2 o'clock and stuff like that. I'm like, whoa,
I know,
whoa,
but
whoa.
Gurley, do you think I'm an intelligent person?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. So if I'm telling you, I'm holding up the indictment, it's like I'm reading the indictment.
Right, and I was looking
Why?
at it too.
What is it about me? Is it that I'm a woman that it wouldn't allow your brain wouldn't allow you to think like?
No,
hey,
no,
maybe
no,
it's
no.
me.
No. I have the indictment broke down, and NPR breaks it down in a cool story with pictures.
I do like
a picture
NPR's
book?
breakdowns.
Um,
I like NPR's breakdowns of legal documents.
And then I have a tab with the tweets. So the tweets had 138, and you kept saying 238, and I'm
Okay,
like,
girl,
no.
that's fine, but that's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying
Isn't
you're
that-
too intelligent to be out here yelling incorrect things with your whole chest because
Well,
people are
so-
listening to you.
So let's talk about that. You guys are too intelligent to say that there's no evidence against the Biden family. That's so ridiculous. with all
No,
the
stop.
the
You
tweets.
get it wrong every time.
That's not even
you
what
get
we're.
it wrong.
That's not our quote. It's not what we're saying.
For the last
There's no
time. And
evidence
Gorilla,
against
no,
them.
Gorilla, stop talking. I'm not letting you do this. I'm so sick of this. Like, this is what I'm saying. You're too intelligent to be disingenuous like this in this moment. I have said, no one has ever said Hunter Biden was influence peddling. I'm sorry, that's not a crime. That family, right? Through nepotism, through whatever means you want to say, power brokering, was doing what every other family with proximity to money and power in this country and unfortunately the rest of the world is up to. But that is not evidence that Joe Biden did something. And the minute there is, then let's do something about it. I have said it over and over and over. Stop being disingenuous.
Okay, so let me
Can
ask
I just, girl, and I'll let you respond. But our claim,
I doubt it.
is, okay, poor baby. Our claim is not that Hunter Biden isn't corrupt or that his brother isn't corrupt. Our claim is there is zero evidence showing that Joe Biden engaged in any corruption. There's no money trail. There's no paper trail. Everybody, like when they've called in Hunter Biden's business associates and asked if Joe Biden was involved, they've all said no. So when I say that there's no evidence that Joe Biden has done anything illegal, that's what I mean. That doesn't mean I'm defending Hunter. That doesn't mean I'm defending James Biden. That doesn't mean I don't think that China, Ukraine, wherever he got this money, was trying to they gave him that money because they thought it bought them influence. What I'm saying is there's no evidence that it bought them influence. There's no, the Republicans have been asked time and time again, can you tell us what crime Joe Biden committed? And they say, well, that's why we're investigating. And I would just like to point out that in this country, like if you get pulled over by a police officer, like you're walking down the street, police officer comes up to you and says, can I have your ID? You say, well, what crime did I commit? And he's required to tell you what crime you committed and that you're being detained or you're suspected of committing, and then detain you in order to start an investigation. You cannot start an investigation in this country without a crime, without a suspected crime. And that's what they're doing. They've started with the crime and they're working backwards. That's why we've got a big problem with this. We have a big, because they still can't tell us what he did. They can't show us any evidence that ties him to the crime. Because one, there's no crime, and two, there's no evidence.
Can I respond now?
You may.
All right. So it's not just the brother and Hunter. It's 9 family members, including a little girl that's received hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions.
But we don't. But we agree. But we agree again. Our claim has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
And in order for
I'll
us
get
to
there.
give it, let me just
You
tell you.
gotta let me get there, man.
No, I
You
don't.
gotta let me
I'm
lay on the plane on
I'm
that.
gonna speed it up. In order for me to give a shit about what you're about to say, you have to show me evidence that any of it ties directly to Joe Biden, and that direct tie tie cannot be that they are in the same family.
If you'd let me finish, I was.
No, I wanted to speed it up because I'm running out of time.
Okay,
so I don't care about any
say
evidence unless it directly ties Joe Biden to Joe Biden.
I'll go fast. So you have all the family members. You have Joe admitting the quid pro quo on video, right? Then you have the associates that did say that he is the big guy. You have the business partners are literally saying,
Who said that? Wait, who
Joe
said he's
Biden
the big
is
guy?
the big guy. Two
Wait,
of them,
who said that?
Archer, and
Archer
Absolutely
testified.
did not say that.
He
Yes,
testified
they
to
did.
the opposite.
Yes, they did. He's the
No,
big
no,
guy.
no, no, no. The Republicans have admitted this. He had a.
I literally read the entire Devin Archer transcript.
so what
You are
about the-
lying now,
that's-
Gorilla. Now you're blatantly lying.
No, I just saw this recently too. I mean,
I bet you did, but that doesn't make it right, because if you read the transcript, they asked Devin Archer if he's the big guy, and he says no. And they said, do you know of any money that ever went to Joe Biden? He says no. Andy Biggs walked out of that hearing. Andy Biggs was one of the ones questioning him. And the press said, Mr. Biggs, what about that $5 million bribe? Have you found any money that tracks to Joe Biden? And he said, not yet. And that was directly after Devin Archer testified. And then we got the transcript, and Devin Archer...
Chuck
again,
Grassley just recently said it again. There's no evidence. There isn't, Gorilla. You want it, and I'm telling you, when there is, I'm with you. I'm so tired
I'm on
of power
factcheck.org.
brokering and influence peddling.
I'm on factcheck.org. It says Devin Archer confirmed today that the big guy participated in more than 20 of Hunter's shady business deals. Biden lied and is compromised, and that's Representative Lauren Boebert.
Wait, but hold on. What's the source?
Factcheck.org.
No, what's the source of
No,
the quote?
yeah.
Where did that quote come from?
But the transcript.
Do you know
I'm
how
assuming it's the
fact check works?
transcript of Archer's testimony.
Oh, you read a
okay,
Lauren
hold on.
Boebert quote.
To agree with you, it says the transcript of Archer's testimony contradicts those claims. Archer made a point
There we go.
Archer made a point.
No idea
Screw
what
you
is
guys.
going on. You just yell lies.
Screw you guys. Devin Archer confirmed today that the big guy participated in more than 20 blah, blah,
Gorilla,
blah.
you're too smart to yell lies to people on the internet. Stop.
Oh, but it says this. But the transcript of Archer's testimony contradicts those claims. Archer made a point to note that in those phone calls, Joe Biden never discussed business and only exchanged pleasantries.
Yep.
Getting it now? Are you getting what we're saying now?
But this investigation is going to show more. I mean, you guys.
Gorilla Radio, hold on. Wait,
you gotta
let's
look
just make
bad about
let's-
this. You're
Gorilla, no, stop saying but.
We're
Let
gonna
it
lay out the
soak
facts
in.
of what you're saying. Guerrilla Radio. I just so that we can simply understand what you're reading. What you're reading is a direct quote from Lauren Boebert about what she says happened in a closed door testimony. And then the fact check is saying we have the transcripts from the closed door testimony, and they don't say what Lauren Boebert said. So do you think Lauren Boebert, who, come on now, one of the dumbest on your side, we have to admit that. Do you think
TP
that
wants to date her?
her quote is a better source than the transcript of the actual meeting?
Yeah, no, I mean that's
Of course not. Yeah, that'd be stupid. That'd be silly to believe. That'd be silly to believe that her quote was better than the actual transcript, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, let's go back to that. Nobody has said that Joe Biden took money. Literally nobody. Nobody with direct knowledge, at least.
Tony
There's lots of
Bobulinski
Republicans
did.
that say it, but not a single person with direct knowledge has testified, brought evidence for, or even hinted at the idea that Joe Biden got money.
But so Tony Bobulinski did say he was the big guy.
Yeah, but Tony Bobulinski has been shown not to have been in the know, right?
Yeah, but the other guy,
No,
Arthur,
Devin Archer, Hunter Biden, all the evidence says that there's no evidence that what Tony Bobulinski said was true. That's just his opinion. And it's counteracted by his direct business partner. His direct business partner is saying like, no, that didn't. Everybody else.
There's another one that James.
Wait, but hold on. Let's just hold
stop.
on. If you're in court, Guerrilla Radio, and you have 10 witnesses witnessing one thing and one witness witnessing to the other, you're going to rule with the 10. You're ruling with the 1. This is everything Republicans argue about when it comes to Donald Trump. It always rely on science and virtually almost everything. You guys always rely on outliers as your evidence, and you ignore the overwhelming evidence. It's a weird thing that you guys have been tricked into doing.
Two of them said that he was the big guy.
Who's the other one?
That James Gillier and Tony Bobulinski.
Again, they have no knowledge.
Joe Biden is the big guy.
Wait, but they have no knowledge. So now if we're in court, we're going to say, did you have direct knowledge of the business workings? No. Okay. How about you guys, the ones that are testifying that he didn't get money? Do you have direct knowledge of the business workings? Yes, we are owners in the business. Oh, okay. Your testimony makes sense. The people who didn't have direct knowledge, your testimony doesn't count. That's called hearsay.
Okay, but then we have Hunter
So
Biden
wait.
himself.
So do you understand that it's important when we have these discussions not to say here's a source, here's a source. We then have to look at the sources that we're both bringing to the table and say, are either of these two credible? Are they both credible? Is one far more credible than the other? And if one is far more credible than the other, then we need to throw away that evidence and stop pretending like you having a source and me having a source are the same thing. They're not.
No, Gorilla, don't say I get it and try to hurry him along. You have to hear all this now because we've caught you in like 15 lies today. So now don't say hurry along. You need to learn these things.
No, but so Hunter Biden himself.
Nope.
admits that-
Gorilla, this is why I have to keep muting you. When I'm done speaking and I bring up points, this is not an invitation for you to go on to whatever the fuck you want to talk about. This is a conversation. And what I just laid out to you is that all the evidence that you've brought is worse than my evidence. So what you need to, what you should be doing at this point is ask yourself why all of your evidence keeps getting debunked. And maybe, just maybe, start opening your mind to the possibility that the reason all your evidence gets debunked is because they're lies. And you don't do any research into those lies, which is why you just gave me a Lauren Boebert quote over the actual testimony of the witness.
So debunk Hunter then.
Well, here's the other thing. It's a very easy thing to make up a lie and then ask others to prove that it was a lie. It's very hard to prove that. In almost no scenario, like if I said, Gorilla, like, when did you stop hitting your wife? What would your answer be?
I'm not married.
Okay. Which that's a bad one. Do you have kids? Sorry.
No.
Why did you punch the mailman this morning?
He made me mad. I don't know.
Oh, you did punch the mailman. Damn, you're having a rough day. Right? The point is, if I accuse you of something that you didn't do, we'll do that mailman one. You didn't punch the mailman, right? And I say, Gorilla, you punched the mailman, and you say, no, I didn't. I say, prove it. How are you going to prove that?
Yeah, you can't.
You can't. Yeah. And this is what Republicans consistently ask you to do. They throw up a claim that's way out there, and then they say, prove that it didn't happen.
I would say this is what Democrats do. There's
Wait,
four
but I would
people
say
we're
let's
talking
stick
about.
on. Okay, so let's say.
Debunked
So
one.
wait. So then let's take this as an example. We disagree. You think Republicans do it. I think Democrats do it. We might both be right, but let's look at this particular example of Hunter Biden. Which party is throwing out outlandish claims without evidence on this Hunter Biden thing?
Well, what party do you think? Of course, it would be the
Whoa, whoa,
Republicans.
whoa,
Okay,
whoa, whoa.
so
Just
why?
Gorilla.
So then, why do you think you've chosen to believe the side that has no evidence and is making wild claims?
Because there is evidence. The Hunter
Wait,
Biden's
wait,
laptop
wait.
is
No,
evidence.
there's
You have
wait.
Hunter.
There's evidence of
Oh, but I
money
know you don't
directly
want
tied back
anybody
to Joe
finish
Biden.
the sentence.
Wait,
It's so
is there?
insane.
I know, because I'm going to ask you the
You
question.
love
Because
to hear yourself talk.
I
Like,
do. I
come
love
on,
it so
man.
much. I do. I love it so much. But
Like,
listen,
let's have a conversation
I'm
here.
trying to have a conversation.
Cool
You're
with
bad
that.
at it. That's why I have to
You want to
interrupt.
go
Guerrilla
with
Radio.
like
Shh.
Every time we let you talk, Gorilla, it turns out you're yelling lies. That's the problem.
So
I'm not
when
yelling
you
lies.
say, wait, Gorilla, because
Me
here's what I'm
saying
trying.
the
I'm
tweet
trying
was
to
at
help,
1:38
dude. Just
is-
shut up. I promise I'm trying to help. I am trying to help us have a conversation. I'm not trying to make a point here. I'm trying to move the conversation along because we just get stuck yelling nonsense at each other. So when I say you don't have evidence, I'm saying you don't have evidence that Joe Biden committed a crime. And your response to this should only be evidence that directly ties to Joe Biden. That's why I stopped you, and I don't want to get into the weeds. And
So
then
let's-
and then we can and then if we don't have it tied to Joe Biden, then we can move on to
Right.
Hunter Biden.
Okay,
And
so
is
let
there
me-
evidence that Hunter Biden did something illegal?
Let-
And we'll talk about that. But I'm
Let
going to
me-
ask again, real quick. Do you have any
me-
evidence that directly ties Joe Biden to a crime?
Right. Let me agree with you with that. Right.
Thank you.
So how I look at it is that they have this investigation going. You have Hunter, you have this Janelle guy, you have Bobolinsky, you have Archer, you have those business partners, right? Where three of them, including Hunter, said that he said that in an email to his family member that he has to give, at least you don't have to give half your income to your dad,
Yeah.
right? And then there's one where he says 10% to the big guy.
So
and there's-
on that half your income to your dad, are you aware of what the context of that was?
I'm assuming it has to do
Of
with.
course it's not. Of course he's not
Okay,
aware.
so
What?
that email is in context. So he's talking to his daughter, and at the time, Hunter Biden was basically paying half of his income to repay his father for his father covering his expenses. There's a breakdown of this email sent to his sister, and then they include a third party. It has a breakdown of his monthly expenses, everything that he has to pay for every month. And he mentions, like, I'm not going to get paid for 3 months. So here's the bills that I need paid.
Okay.
These all have to get paid. And there was one thing, it was like a lease, I can't remember what it was, a lease or something, for $47,000 a month. Like, he had massive bills. So he relied on his dad and others, by the way, to
Okay,
pay
so
his
take that one
bills,
out.
to pay his bills for those 3 months. And then the email that you're talking about, he's talking about repaying his dad for the money he owes, and also for the damage that he did to Joe Biden's house when he was in a drug-induced rage, and also for rent on the house because Joe Biden wasn't living there. So there were all sorts of things he was paying his dad for, but he was paying his dad because his dad had been paying his bills and was renting out places to him.
Okay, let's say you're right on that, and that it's a context thing, and it doesn't mean what we nefarious Republicans think that it means. I think that, back to your first question, is there's a lot of evidence as far as, him admitting the quid pro quo, the laptop, the emails, the business partners, the money coming in, all the shell companies, 27 shell companies. There's all that. You have the 171 red flags from the banks, right? Saying, hey, this is coming from a communist country. This is a Chinese.
Well, hold on,
business.
wait, hold on. A SARS report is a suspicious activity report, and it's flagged at a certain dollar amount. So any exchanges over a certain dollar amount are flagged. That doesn't mean that they're coming from those SARS reports. We don't know if anything was flagged for unless you go through them for that type of activity. They're flagged because of the size of the transaction.
Well,
There's
or it could
enough.
be criminal. It could be suspected criminal activity.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
so.
Yeah, and I know Tony
but yeah.
Ravioli said that he gets flagged for his
Yeah,
business.
I
Yeah,
think it's
but yeah,
10K
you
and
get
up. I
flagged
think.
all the time. Yeah,
Right,
he
but
did
I
say
think
that.
there's enough there for an investigation. Then once they
Wait,
get
for what
Joe
though?
Biden,
Wait, we got to go backwards. We got to go backwards then, because again, let's go back to that police officer when he stops you on the street. Now, doesn't he have to give you a reasonable and articulable reason of suspicion to stop your offense?
Yeah,
Don't you
what's
still
the crime
haven't
I'm
you still
committing?
haven't told us what crime he has committed or what crime he is suspected to have committed?
Well, so they're going to do the investigation, and when they
Wait,
get
wait,
Joe
no,
Biden's,
wait, but
I
no,
know,
no,
let
this
me
is the
finish.
point. No, my point is, Gorilla, we have to stay here. I promise. We have to stay here. The part that I think you're missing is an investigation should not take place until you can accuse them of a crime. You can't.
Right.
Like, I worked for a judge. People would call all the time to get warrants. He would need the evidence first and what they were being accused of before he would sign a warrant.
Right. So it's not up to us to determine what the reasonable suspicion is, except other people, right? It's not you and me and Felice that decides that. So
Yeah,
other
in this case,
people,
it's but in this case, it's the Republicans in Congress, and we've asked them for a reason, and they won't they say they don't have one.
well, all the shell companies is a reason.
No.
the
Those
red
aren't. No,
flags is a
again,
reason.
we're asking them what the crime they're accusing him of. Stop just saying things that you think seem suspicious. Suspicion is not enough evidence to investigate somebody. Like,
But is
suspicious doesn't mean.
admitting-
No. You have to, in order to conduct an investigation, you have to tell me what crime I'm suspected of committing.
He
And the
admitted that-
Republicans aren't telling us that. They say we don't know.
But didn't he admit a quid pro quo? Wasn't he
That's not a
admitting
crime.
that?
Quid pro quos are not crimes, and they are.
Yes,
And
they
again,
are. You can't do
it's-
this
wait.
for that and
Yes, you
dangle
can.
aid. No,
Hey,
you
yes,
can't.
you can. Guerrilla Radio. Right now, I could say, "Hey, turn on your camera and take off your shirt, and I'll send you 300 coins." That's a quid pro quo. None of that. In fact, most transactions are quid pro quo. That's when you pay for your groceries. That's basically how everything in this world works. It's not a crime, dude. But again, Republicans have been asked, what crime do you accuse Joe Biden of committing? And they say, we don't know yet. So I don't want your opinion. I want you to listen to the Republicans and ask yourself why they don't have a crime.
Well, I think you guys believe that there isn't any evidence.
This isn't. Nope. It's not about me or
I
you.
believe
Again,
that this
please
is.
answer the questions that you're asked and not the answer that you just want to come up with. The question I'm asking you is, why don't the Republicans have a crime?
They do.
No. Then what is it? What is the crime they're telling you?
Well, right now it's bullshit stuff like the loan repayment stuff.
That's not a crime.
Well, Jay, here's what I'm saying.
A loan repayments? No, you're not. I don't care what you're saying. I need you to understand this, Guerrilla Radio. I'm literally trying to help you. I'm trying to help you see this the way that it actually is. Joe Biden is not accused of committing any crime, and yet he is under investigation. That's not how our law enforcement system works. It's not how it should work in Congress. And if they knew what crime he committed, when we asked them, they would tell us. But they don't even say, we're not going to tell you. They say, well, we don't know yet. Do you understand that they are literally just trying to find a crime?
Yeah, I think they're in search
Do you
for
think
the
that is a
connection.
good way to operate? Do you
I
think
think-
our legal system should operate that way?
I think
Like,
that they
you
have
cut
enough.
off a police officer on the way home and suddenly he's going to
Jesus
investigate your
Christ.
finances?
Oh my God.
Do you think that'd be a good way to run our justice system?
I think when they get the bank records.
Do you
of
think
Joe
that would be a
Biden-
good way to run our justice system?
Yeah, I think that's what they do.
It's not what they do.
It's what they're doing. So it is.
Anyway.
What
Absolutely not. And if this was happening to you, Gorilla, you'd be saying the exact opposite. That's why this is so ironic. If this was happening to Donald Trump, you'd be like, he's railroaded. The 2 times Donald Trump was impeached, there was a crime that was laid out. And then you vote for an impeachment, and then there's a trial. And he was found, right? And he got off. And that's that. That's the
Well, it
process.
wasn't a
That's
crime.
how the
If he got
justice
off, it
system
wasn't a
works.
crime.
You don't say, hey, we think Joe Biden's guilty and we're going to then reverse engineer a crime he committed. That's not how the justice system is supposed to work. That's railroading someone. And
Guerrilla Radio,
it.
real quick.
Yeah.
So again, you're right, and you said he was let off. He didn't commit a crime. You're right about that.
Okay.
According to our rules and according to our justice system, he did not commit a crime. But when they started the investigation, they accused him of a specific crime. And that's how the investigation started, because that's how investigations should start. At the very least, that's the very beginning. But
Sure,
the Republicans
that was up to interpretation.
Republicans are doing the investigation before the accusation. That's
So
the part you're missing.
Yeah, but the phone call to Ukraine is up to interpretation, but yet they cited the crime.
Wait,
But
hold
that was
on, hold
opinion.
on, wait, hold on. But again, you're talking about the evidence, and they used the phone call from Ukraine to say, this is our evidence that he committed this crime. The Republicans are saying, this is our evidence that we hope eventually will lead us to a crime that Joe Biden may have committed. They can't tell you the crime. It feels like you're going out of your way to not understand this. This isn't about right or left. This is about literally how our justice system works, literally how things work, and literally identifying how two things are different. The impeachments were different. One said, here's the crime, and then we did the investigation. The other is doing the investigation first and hoping they find a crime. And if you disagree with that, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's as simple as we could make it.
Right. So you're saying, you and Felice are both saying that there's not enough evidence with the laptop and all the business partners saying what they're saying and what Joe Biden's saying, that there isn't enough evidence. This should all stop. They shouldn't go get Joe's bank records and prove what the other evidence is pointing
I would say evidence of what?
Of corruption, of the millions of dollars, like the money.
So then
They're
why
saying they're $50 million, guys.
Hold on.
Let's track it down.
Hold on. Then why don't the Republicans say we're investigating Joe Biden for improper influence peddling, or
No,
for
they don't have a
using
say,
his
Greg.
position to make money, or we're accusing Joe Biden of laundering money, or we're accusing Joe Biden of being an unregistered foreign agent, or a foreign agent to another country, or a spy. They're accusing him of nothing. There is no accusation. They haven't accused him of anything. They're trying to find something to accuse him of. And they're going through all his financial records, and they're using as evidence to go through his financial records. Like, these are things that potentially, if we found a crime, would be useful.
Dude, you guys would go after Trump on a fraction.
They do have his bank records. They have Joe Biden's bank records.
And there's the
Committee
cowardly
Republicans
response.
have received more than 14,000 pages of bank records as part of their Biden family probe. Not a single transaction shows any wrongdoing by the president. The records recently received from 3 banks are in response to subpoenas issued by Chairman Comer and Chairman Jordan, seeking a decade's worth of bank statements for personal and business accounts.
So 9 family members, little kids, that's normal. Little kids to receive.
Listen,
thousands
it's
of
not
dollars?
about what you think is normal. Now you're just pivoting. You know,
He just
you
gets back
don't
to
have,
rage.
No, I'm not raging. I'm outside now.
Yeah, well, look, dude, this is the thing.
Nice
I don't
one.
know. I'm just done with this. You're either purposely being like intellectually dishonest, or you're way dumber than I thought. The fact that you can't understand that you should accuse somebody of a crime, you should have a crime they're accused of committing before you investigate them. I don't think you really believe that. And if this was reversed, you would be making the same argument as us.
Man,
It's
we're
exactly what you, and I know you're going to accuse me of doing the same thing, but you would be very wrong about that, because
I'm
there
just
were
saying,
lots of things. There were lots of things that they tried to investigate Trump for that I didn't think there was evidence of, including, by the way, I wasn't sure that there was enough evidence for the impeachment inquiry for the Ukraine call. I wasn't sure if there was enough. But at the very least, they told us what they were accusing him of. The Republicans aren't doing that. And if you don't see that difference, I don't know what to tell you. You're not as smart as you say.
No, I'm just saying that we're just 3 people just debating all this
We're not
stuff.
debating. You are just running from truth, like absolute truths, the easiest shit to understand that every human on earth would understand if they didn't have a partisan lens. And you're running from it because you have a huge ego. We already know you'll never admit that you're wrong about anything, because if you admit
I
that you're
have
wrong
done
about
that.
one thing, you might have to admit you're wrong about many things,
I've
and then your
admitted I'm
entire
wrong. I can
fragile
give you
worldview would
examples.
coming down. And so and we're out of time, but I would like to end this with a pay Nina her money. You
Son of a bitch.
I think he said son of a bid at the end there. I think that's what
Guys,
he's
tap
saying.
the screen. Let's get to 345K.
No, we're an hour over time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So let's
Well-
let's wrap it up. I saw your message. I'll text you here in a minute.
Oh well, you don't need to talk about my text.
Sorry about that.
Guys, it's gonna be Christmas before we'll see you again. So Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope you are happy. Excuse me, that was wrong. Happy holidays, whatever. And also, if you're one of those people who's lonely around Christmas, maybe we'll go live, not on Christmas, or sometime, maybe. If
It's
we can
possible
fit
we
in.
could go live on
Yeah,
Christmas.
because I'm one of those people that's kind of a loner on the holidays. So if you are, you're not alone.
All right. Sorry, I'm so late.
No, go ahead.
Let's get going.
Bye,
See ya.
guys.
Bye.